How you doing? What's up, Tesha? What's up, Candles? What's up, Wendy? What's up, Fernando? What's up, Carol? What's up, David? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Brina? What's up, Pinks? What's up, Jordan? Helen, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the roses, everyone, and all the gifts. I appreciate it. We're starting to get some people up here real soon. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024 and you have not been up here before. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. We are just looking for some new people who are debating, y'all. Some new people who are debating. Yo, thank you for the chicken. I appreciate it, Ember. Thank you. Go live with Dean. Dean might be joining up me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Whatever works with the algorithm today. Because this account was working in the algorithm. It was. So we'll see. We'll see. Harris Raid based. So based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. We have no one new in the guest box. I don't know. It might be a little bit off. What's up, everyone joining in? Joey, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that, Joey. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dean's been eating all morning. Good to hear. We're gonna get some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, it's a Paul to you?
Hey, Parker.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Why are you voting for Harris?
Are you voting for Trump?
Not really.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Kamala did kill it on stage. She's got some good rhetoric. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, alright. Yeah, that's the DNC in my ear, by the way, everyone. Just letting you know. That's the DNC. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? I'm 30.
Are you driving?
No.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
So a couple reasons, actually.
Literally hear this guy driving. Okay. Literally hear the guy driving.
Parker,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting Trump?
No. But, hey, before you drop me,
I do appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. I am just looking for people who are voting Trump, though. We are just looking for some people who are voting Trump. Ruben, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, that did drop today. That did drop. I was going to take a clip from that, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the cap.
Hey, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
I lean more towards him, but I'm still not sure. I kind of honestly came here for if you could convince me otherwise.
Yeah, here would just be like an ethical question. Like, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I mean, obviously not.
Okay, well, Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. You can look up Trump libel essay. A jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her vagina against her will.
Ew, that's nasty, but...
Yeah, so that's just like ethical, and then his policy's really bad. He shifts the tax burden from people who are richer, right, to people who are poor, right? He wants to increase tariffs, which are taxes on imported goods. Increasing the prices of these particular goods would more negatively impact lower income people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods.
So does that mean, like, it would cost more to buy it in America?
Yep, inflation would go up. So, again, inflation wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but due to these policies, that would absolutely cause inflation. Because we did see prior inflation globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, all around the world.
So that I just don't understand. Like, I'm not saying that's wrong, but, like, I don't understand how, like, inflation wasn't really, like...
You cut out. What'd you say?
Sorry, somebody called me. Like, I don't...
You're getting a lot of messages.
Sorry.
Okay. They keep getting calls. I apologize. I do apologize. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yup.
Why so?
Okay. I want you to hear me out, okay? So, 1, you're the fucking goat. And 2, you cute as hell.
Okay, everyone, I gotta go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Harris
Yo, what's up, Howdy?
2024. I love you, Parker. I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. I think we don't have push out right now, to be totally honest. I think it's just followers. I appreciate all of you though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so? Why so?
I didn't fall out of the coconut tree like you did.
You just gotta exist in the context, bro, and tell me what that means.
I just told you, bro. I didn't fall out of the coconut tree like you did.
Okay, will you like give me an actual like reason why are you voting Trump?
Sure, he has more policies. Harris has none. Harris
Really?
admits
What's
that
his
she was.
healthcare plan?
Harris admits that she was the last one in the room that
What's
caused
his
the
healthcare
13
plan?
fallen troops.
Hold up, what's the healthcare plan?
What's her housing policy?
I'm asking you, what's his healthcare plan?
What's her housing policy?
Yeah, so $25,000
Who does it
tax
benefit?
credit,
Who does it benefit? Does it benefit you or me?
$5,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers. But tell me what
Does
is
it
his healthcare
benefit
policy?
you or me?
It could benefit me if I buy my
It
house
does
soon.
not. It does not benefit the American people, buddy.
Yes, it does. I just told you it's for
It
first
does
time.
not.
Can you stop touching your mic so much? It's like
It
very
does
loud.
not.
It's very loud.
Let's
Okay.
not. Let's talk about the Minnesota Freedom Fund she supported.
Appreciate this one. Thank you so much. Okay, so do you want to answer my question? If you don't want to answer my question, I'm just gonna kick you and go to the next person. Appreciate the hand art. I'm asking
That's
you
usually
a
what
very simple
liberals do.
question.
They don't want to hear the truth.
What
They
was
don't wanna
his
hear the
healthcare-
truth.
What's his healthcare policy? Are you driving? Appreciate the hand heart. Are you driving?
Absolutely, I'm not. Is that an excuse to remove me?
What's that thing in the background? Are you like
It's none of your damn business.
pilot? What is that?
That ain't none of your damn business, son.
Can you tell me what it is? Why do you have that going on in the background? Desta, thank you for the $5.
And why do
Thank
you?
so much.
Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you sitting behind a computer?
Because I'm having conversations with people on TikTok and debating them. Okay.
But you fell out of the coconut tree, man.
are
You're
you a
clueless.
police officer?
Are you clueless?
Push the hand art. Thank you. Are you a
No,
cop?
answer yes or no. Are you clueless?
No, I'm not clueless. Are you a cop?
Hmm.
Because you still haven't answered what the healthcare policy is. Because it's just concepts, right?
You asked me why I was voting for him. You didn't say you were going to ask me a bunch of questions.
Do you have concepts?
Hello, you asked me why I was voting for him.
I'm asking you a question. You said, I'm asking you a question specifically. What's his healthcare policy? You said he has more plans and she has no plans. He didn't talk about any of his plans. He was asked specifically what his healthcare plan, and he says he has
But
concepts.
look, I would advise
Concepts.
you.
So what does that
I would
mean? Tell me.
I would advise you to go look up Agenda 47.
What are the concepts?
What is hers? Where's hers at?
The expanding the ACA. Do you know what the ACA is?
This is what Harris does. She's like, I'm gonna fix everything, but she's been in there for what?
You still
the last
can't tell me.
Years?
He's been running for president for 9 years.
What is she gonna fix? What
for
she fucked
9
up?
years. He's been running for president for 9 years,
What
and he
is she
still
gonna
doesn't
fix?
have a healthcare
What-
policy.
What is she gonna fix? What she fucked up?
Tell me what she fucked up.
I mean, look at us, bud. You can't even go to the store and buy a gallon of milk at a reasonable price.
First, the golden medal.
Like
Thank so
you
much.
get up.
How
here,
did she
you get
cause
up-
inflation?
Hey, you get up here and you say all this
Hey,
right here.
how did she
the
cause
president
inflation?
doesn't cause it. The president doesn't cause it. That's
How
what
did
you say,
she
right?
cause inflation? Can you tell me?
Well, how come it wasn't like that when Trump was in? How come it wasn't like that when Obama was in?
So you said why wasn't it like that when Trump was office in terms of inflation?
Or
well, because there
Obama.
was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
That's horse shit.
Appreciate the good
That's
afternoon. Thank you
horseshit,
so much,
buddy.
Corn.
Yo, she's got broken promises, man. She's not gonna win, I promise you. I'll be back to watch your live. I want to see you cry.
You're the one that seems very mad right now. You can't engage in
Hey,
any actual substance debate.
by the way, a good friend of mine named Charlie said get smoked.
Charlie got destroyed, bro.
No, you got destroyed. You don't even know what
Can you
X
tell
and
me-
Y
can you tell me
chromosomes
one
are.
point
You
he
don't
beat me
even
on?
know what they are.
I do.
He literally
So
looked
does
at you
God
and
the
said,
Father have XY
You're looking at a
chromosomes?
man.
Hey, does God the Father have XY
But
chromosomes?
he's a spirit. It's a spiritual creature. It's not a human.
So he doesn't have XY chromosomes.
It's a spiritual.
Okay, so no biology,
Spiritual.
yet you still use male like reference. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean
Are
you
you
use
saying
a
that
male
gender
reference?
is?
It's a
Are you saying
spiritual-
gender is non-biological? Are you saying
It's a
gender is a
spiritual thing.
social construct?
How can you use gender? It's a
Wait,
spiritual thing,
is gender
man.
biological?
Wait,
If
Parker,
gender is
let me help you-
biological,
let
God
me
can't
help you
have a
understand.
gender.
Let me
If
help you
gender is
understand.
biological,
you
God
cannot
cannot have a
say,
gender.
You cannot compare God as a human. You can't do that. That's what you don't understand. You're using like,
Well, yes, you
like
can.
God is a human. No, you're not.
Yeah,
no, you
if
can't
you
do that.
if you refer to him as a father, okay, God the Father, he him, you say
It's a
he, okay?
spiritual
You're
being.
using his preferred pronouns, his preferred
Spiritual.
identity as a man, right? Even though he has no biology, right? That you could reference. So you don't base
Right,
gender on
right.
biology; you base it on social constructs.
So
you
prove
debunk
to-
your own
prove to me
view
that
by
God-
defining
prove-
gender that way. And when you define gender that way, you can't say that trans people have an invalid view because then you're just saying you feel like it, and you just sound like a bigot.
Look, just tell me, how can you prove that God has XY chromosomes? Wait.
Again, you can't because God is non-physical. God is immaterial. God the Father is immaterial.
Bro, you just said it yourself.
God the Father
I'm
is
done.
immaterial-
I'm done. You just said it yourself.
You don't know what you're talking about. Listen, if God the
But-
Father is immaterial, then it is the case that he has no biological traits that you could identify that he is a father. So that actually debunks your view, and you don't even realize it. You just don't even see it. It's
You
actually
don't
hilarious.
realize it, bud. You literally just said the answer and you don't even realize it. It's funny.
What?
You fell out of
What is
coconut
it? Are you
tree.
really trying to gaslight me?
You
What is
fell
that?
out of the coconut tree, bro.
He won't answer. Tell me what specifically did I say that helped your worldview? Because I just explained how what you said helped my worldview.
Parker fell out of the coconut tree. Parker fell out of the coconut tree.
Dude, I piss you off, dude. It's so funny, dude. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I annoy people like you, right? Because that means I'm right. It means I'm right. It means I'm right. That's what it means.
Honestly, man, I'll just sit back and record you, and I'll just like play it back, and I'm like, my gosh, where does he even come up with this? Like, how do you sit up on a TikTok live with 1,000 liberals that saying, yeah, let's go Harris, but you think that you're right about it? Like, you even just said God does not have XY chromosomes. Why don't you understand that?
Yeah, God doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet you still consider him a father. You just don't even realize
how can-
that's what
how can
debunks
you-
your point. So gender is
You- no,
non-biological.
no.
It's not
That-
biological.
That debunks your point, man.
No, it doesn't.
You literally say the answer, and you're like, oh, but you call him a father, so yeah, what?
If
you
God,
call him a
I
father?
appreciate the hypocrisy. Listen. God, right, doesn't meet his criteria of a man. He said all fathers are men. Okay, if all fathers are men, well, then it cannot possibly be the case that God is a father. You can't say he's the father. You can't use he/him pronouns because he has no XY chromosomes, no small gametes, no male member.
Parker, can I ask you something? Why do you even care about God? You're atheist. You live in California. Why do you even care?
No, I'm just showing out how you're hypocritical.
I mean, but why do
I'm
you-
using
but why-
I'm
why do
using
you
your
care?
own commitments. I'm using your own like theological commitments to show that you have no reason to be against trans people. Like that's what I'm just doing. So I'm not saying I care about your religion. What I'm saying is that I can use your religion to show how you have like contradictions within your worldview.
You're
Right?
the same kind of.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just showing you that based upon your
listen,
worldview, it yields a
I would-
contradiction related to the topic. And you guys can't
would
realize
bet-
that when I use
I
your
would bet $5
worldview,
million
I am still referencing the topic. Because you
I
guys are
would
so
bet $5
too
million.
dense.
I would bet $5 million. You're the same kind of person that fell out of the coconut tree that believes the world is flat. Am I correct?
I don't believe the earth is flat, no. You guys believe stuff with no evidence, so you have a better reason to believe that.
Parker, man, have a good day, bro. Trump 2024. You better get back up on
Are
the
you really
coconut
just
tree
gonna
and-
you're gonna run away and you have no argument?
Bro,
This is like the
I
smartest
already
MAGA.
told
This
you.
is like MAGA Supreme.
I already
dude.
told you.
This is MAGA Supreme right here.
Why can't
Sherry,
you
thank
just-
you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ruben, thank you for the $1. Are you really running away? Don't run away.
There's no use in talking, man, because I mean
Why?
you're set on Harris. Why should I sit here and talk to you? You're set on Harris.
Well, if you give me a good
You're-
argument, I'll
it's-
think about
it's-
it.
it's
But
ob-
you're
it's
not
ob-
willing
it's
to listen to other
obvious.
arguments. I showed a
Listen.
clear contradiction.
No,
you
go
just
ahead.
pivoted
go ahead.
because
say
you
what you want
just
to
you
say.
just so
Say
you're
what you
wrong.
want to say. I'm going to mute. Go ahead.
Okay, you were clearly wrong. You wanted to pivot, and you immediately started just attacking me instead of addressing the argument I gave you. Your boy Charlie got cooked on the substance. You have no response. You can't tell me a single point he won on in any of the conversations we had.
But I can go back and replay everything about that. And there's only one thing that you might have even been halfway right about. Son, you got
Okay,
cooked
so is
like
the
an
Senate
egg in a skillet.
is the Senate a DEI program?
I don't care whether it is. or
Yes,
whether
it
ain't.
is. It is. So why
I
is
don't
he
care whether
against
it is or whether
DEI
it
with
ain't.
Kamala Harris, but he's in support of DEI with the Senate and the Electoral College?
Hey Parker, you want to make a wager on who
Why
wins?
is he okay? Why is he okay with DEI when it benefits white men, when it benefits country folk?
Parker, you want to make a wager on who wins?
No, Jose, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I
Yeah,
can't
man,
do
you
that
have a
on
good
live.
day. You have a good day. I'm not gonna waste my time with you.
What?
Later.
You're not
Later,
giving
bro.
me any arguments.
Later, bro. Later, bro.
You're so mad. You're a runner. You're a runner, buddy. You're so
I'm not
scared.
mad.
You're
I'm
scared of a
laughing,
liberal.
bro. This is
You're scared of
funny.
talking to a liberal. Look at all these MAGAs. They're so scared
You're
of
just
talking
gonna-
to
you're
liberals.
just gonna ask
Whenever they
me a
have
question
facts
with
and
a
reality
question.
presented to them, they can't acknowledge
just
it. They've
gonna
got to
ask
run
me a
away.
question
They have
with
to
a
run away
question.
from
All right, go
facts
ahead,
because
bro. Go
facts
ahead.
makes them uncomfortable. Right? They say facts over feelings, but whenever they're presented with facts, they can't accept them.
All right,
It's
let's
all
talk
facts
about
over
the Minnesota
feelings.
Freedom Fund.
When you're
Let's talk
it's
about
all
that.
facts over feelings, right? When it benefits your view, but it's not facts over feelings when it clearly shows you're wrong.
Yeah, Minnesota Freedom Fund. Let's talk about it. I'll stay. Let's go.
Nice pivot, but we'll talk about it. Go for it. What about it?
All right, so you sit here and you say Trump's this, Trump's that, but she supported Minnesota Freedom Fund. She tweeted it out. She made
Donald Trump said that he wants to pardon people convicted of violently assaulting police officers. The Minnesota Freedom Fund.
Hold on,
she
can I
had no
finish?
clue any person on that would have any violent
Can I
charges. A
finish?
predominant amount of the people that the Minnesota Freedom Fund helped was non-violent individuals who were just protesting.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
Yes, it is. She tweeted it out. She helped them out. She knelt for George Floyd.
And
She
there
didn't
was
show
no-
up for
there was
13
no-
Afghanistan troops.
That's okay. Come on,
these
you're
people-
talking at Arlington. She wasn't invited.
These people.
Trump
that
posted
got
about it
out-
politically
these
speaking, which
people
is
that
against
got out,
federal law.
Parker, These people that got out with the Minnesota Freedom Fund, they unalived more people. 4 of them did, Parker.
How many thousands of
4.
Taliban members did Trump let out? Right, violent killers that Trump let out, right, to be able to set a deal with the Taliban. How many? 5,000 people. Okay, 5,000. Do you
Show me
care
the
about that?
proof.
Do you care
Show me
about
the
that at all?
proof.
That was in
Show
the
me the
deal
proof.
enlisted in the Taliban deal. Look at Trump's Taliban deal. Look up Trump Taliban deal. It was 5,000 individuals.
All right,
5,000.
Show me. You have the big screen.
I'll give you I'll give you a title. I can't show you on green screen, but I'll give you a
Okay.
title.
Okay.
Look at, you can literally just look up Trump releases 5,000 Taliban.
Yo, we're not going to call a win or a win here, because
So you can get it on PolitiFact. PolitiFact, it's
right?
yes. It's the PolitiFact is yes. Trump admin worked to free 5,000 Taliban members. That's from PolitiFact. That's the title.
PolitiFact?
Yeah.
Is that something like the same as AP News or no?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good source. I typically accept PolitiFact. I can give you other stuff as well.
So if
I can give you
stuff about
multiple other
Harris-
news stations, right?
So if I
was
gave
just
stuff
giving you
about Harris
PolitiFact 'cause I
from
think it's
there, you would say it's credible as well, correct?
What? I can give you the Washington Post, right? I can give you the New York Times. I can give you BBC. I can give you NPR. I can give you
What about
any
the
of
deal?
these.
Like, can you show like the deal? Is the deal like, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like government website, anything like that? Is the deal like something big? You know, like can we see
What?
that?
I don't know what you're saying. What,
I
what
mean,
did
you're
that even
talking about
mean?
these people, so you're saying the Taliban people were released, but can we go off of something that's you know, in the middle? Maybe not. You know what I'm
PolitiFact
saying?
is in the middle. I don't think PolitiFact
So
is
PolitiFact's
partisan.
in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think PolitiFact is partisan.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is from Romney's claim. Mitt Romney claimed this, by the way. Right? I'm citing Romney too. Your old Republican nominee, remember him? The guy who said he's not going to vote for Donald Trump because he draws a line at sexual assault.
Hold on now. You're assuming I'm a Republican. That's not fair.
Oh, you're not Republican?
I'm an independent,
you're
but I am
just a
voting
MAGA?
Trump.
Or
Nope,
should they
I'm
hit
an
our-
independent,
no,
but I
you're
am voting
MAGA.
Trump.
You're MAGA,
Nope,
dude.
I'm an independent, but I am voting Trump. You know, let me ask you something.
How are you
Parker.
going to move
How-
on after supporting a guy who tried to coup the country, was literally held liable of, violent sexual abuse? You
know
understand
why I
the
kept-
5,000,
you know why I
the
kept
5,000,
saying-
I just want to let you know, the source that I'm giving you from is also from the Congressional Research Office. You can find it from a government website. There's literally a report released, right, from September 20, or actually updated August 20th, 2024, that indicates 5,000 people that were allowed to leave. Were given to the Taliban, who were literally violent murderers. Okay?
Let me give you a little. Let me give you
Marine,
a
thank you
little
for
pointers
the $5.
here, okay?
Thank you so
if
much.
you want to change people's minds about voting, you should probably try to think of a way that you can change about what they see in their everyday life. You know what I'm saying? Because everyone can see how much groceries are and how much, all this different stuff, man. Everyone can see that. Like, they don't need you up here talking about a policy or something that's just inaccurate.
Actually, you do. I'm not giving anything that's inaccurate. I don't know why you're just assuming it's inaccurate. Again, just because prices have gone up does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Prices went up literally around the entire world.
Okay, so I got a fun one for you, right? I've heard you say this many a times.
This guy mutes like every 5 seconds. Tap that screen, everyone's running up to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well. We'll help get out to more people.
Look, so I've heard you say this a million times before, and you're real big on Trump's an SA or what. You know what I'm saying? But you never talk about how did New York actually, how was they actually able to file this against them? Can you give us a start of that? Can you give us what they done in New York?
Are you talking about in terms of statute of limitations, which allowed for over 2,500 people to be able to hold their abusers accountable? This happened relative to the Me Too movement
what time frame was this?
the Child Survivors Act.
What time frame?
So there's the adult. Listen, be quiet. There's the adult survivors. Actually, mute your mic. That'd be a lot better. I don't know what the fuck's going on in your background. Bro's playing as a cop, dude. So there's the Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act. The Child Survivors Act came first, right? That was specifically related to victims of the Catholic Church, and then the Adult Survivors Act is a predicate of that. Okay, so that's
and the time frame, Parker. Give them the time frame of when this statute was allowed to be able to do this now.
Are you saying that like the act was applicable for a year to allow people to hold their abusers accountable?
What I'm saying is, how come it wasn't 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago? How come during this election?
Wait, why wasn't it in 2016?
Yeah,
right.
That's
If they wanted to originally address it, why was it in 2016? Right, because actually, if it was applicable in 2019 when she filed it, you understand that wouldn't have even held him liable if he won until after he was running for president. If he won in 2020, so the idea that they would apply it then rather than applying it,
they already tried.
So applying it then wouldn't make any sense. It would make more sense to apply it earlier. Plus, you wouldn't be able to explain why there are medical records going back to 1996 that indicate that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump. Not only that, but also multiple of her friends that she told at the time that corroborated the story that she referenced as Donald Trump did this. So it's a consistent story over multiple decades, right? That are literally justified by medical records. And you're sitting up here and you're disputing it.
Yeah, what I'm telling you. So give me a minute. I literally let you talk. So this is what I'm telling you. You want to come on here and you want to talk about this and that. But the truth is Parker, this happened before 2010, supposedly, correct? So if this was true, why does it wait until this election year? They tried them before for it. It wasn't going to go anywhere.
They didn't try them for this in 2010.
They did too. Yes, they did. They tried them for it before.
No.
It didn't go nowhere. It went absolutely nowhere.
Eugene Carroll only filed it this time. She filed defamation originally and then had to prove sexual abuse because in order to be able to get defamation, which she proved sexual abuse amongst a jury of 9 people unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous. Actually, can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
I can tell you that it's horse shit, and you know it is too.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
And that's another reason why I'll be voting for Trump, is because you all done this to Trump.
The
DNC done this to Trump. They also come after RFK.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
Also come after RFK.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the Eugene Carroll case?
Yeah, I can tell you the DNA that they didn't let him submit because they said it was past the time.
Yeah, so he had 2 years to give up his DNA, and he didn't decide to give it up until after he wasn't allowed.
Could you imagine if someone like yourself had Trump's DNA? I mean, just think about it. Just close your eyes and think about it.
What?
You get on here and you act like you're right when you're wrong, and just imagine someone like yourself with Trump's DNA.
That
Just
didn't even
imagine
make
that.
any sense.
Yes, it does, because what
If
you
I
would be trying
had
to say-
Trump's
you
DNA,
would-
what do you mean if I
would
had
be-
Trump's DNA?
If you had
What?
a sample of his DNA, you'd probably be out there spreading it on the walls, man.
What?
Exactly, bro.
How the
Don't
hell
sit
would I
there
get a
and,
sample
"Whoa."
of his DNA?
I'm saying if you had it, like if you say if you was like top FBI and Trump had provided his DNA and you obtained it, you know what I'm saying? You would be trying to have a
What?
field day with that.
What are you talking about, bro?
It's all right, man. You fell off the coconut tree too hard.
I think you are projecting here, right?
I'm not projecting at all. You just don't want to listen to it, and you want to
I
pivot
did.
and
I
turn
did. That
the other
just
way.
didn't make
I
any
know
sense.
you understand exactly what I'm telling you.
No? No, do you think that there's gonna be like planted evidence or something?
Absolutely, but
So what makes you think that? Mags, I appreciate
What
the
makes
galaxy.
you
Thank you
think
so
that
much. I appreciate it.
after 30 some odd years, a girl comes and says, "Hey, Trump's running for president. I'm going to go out here and say he essayed me."
Wait,
But
no,
no
she
one
didn't just
believes
say it then.
that shit.
Again, there were medical records from 1986. You didn't know
There's
any
no
of the
medical
evidence.
records, but
Yes,
there's
there
not.
are.
No,
yes,
there's
there
not.
are. There
No,
were
there's
therapist
not.
notes seriously from 1996. So she didn't just come out with it now. So how did she know that he was going to run for president in 1996? How did she know?
Why is she so worried about it now if she wasn't worried about
Can
it
you
then?
tell me how she knew?
Why is she so worried about it now if she wasn't worried about it
Are
then?
you saying that she is like fucking omniscient? She's
What I'm
omniscient,
saying
Chad.
is why
Eugene
is she
Carroll's
worried
this guy is
about it now?
omniscient and somehow knew Donald Trump was going to run for president literally like 20
Look at
years
him.
before he
Look
did
at
so.
him. Look
Are
at
you
him, bro.
trolling?
This is
Are you
why I was
fucking
gonna
trolling,
drop.
dude?
This is why I was going to drop.
Sassy, I
You
appreciate
turn
the flag
words.
battle. Thank you.
try to turn words. Once again, I'm going to ask you, why is she worried about it now when she wasn't worried about it then?
What do you mean worried about it now? And she was worried about it then. What the fuck are you talking about? She was victimized. How are you going to say she wasn't worried about it? What the hell are you talking about?
Why wasn't he locked up? Why wasn't he handcuffed? Why wasn't he put in jail?
You understand that's because of civil courts, right? Civil courts, they don't
Hey,
lock you up and
Parker,
put you in jail. They
Parker,
force you to pay money
Parker,
because of the
Parker.
statute of limitations for criminal courts. So I agree,
Parker.
he should be in prison. He should be locked up,
Parker.
but he's not.
Parker, I do this on a daily basis, but I lock people up all the time. You're law of the wild.
Yeah, I
buddy?
can hear you're a
I've
cop,
done
bro.
I've done run that kid plumb through the fucking drains.
And
You'll probably
apparently,
never see him again.
wait, as a cop, can you tell me the difference between a civil and a criminal court?
Oh my goodness, dude, you're hilarious.
You know what I mean? Like, what a cop,
this
dude.
This is what I'm gonna hope for you.
Yeah, okay,
I'm gonna hope
here,
that
can I ask
get
you,
back on
can
the
I ask you
ladder.
another question? How many
You
branches
climb
of
back up.
government are there? You're a cop. How many branches of government are there?
I bet there's not 3. Oh wait, I think there's 12.
Okay,
Parker.
so what are
Ask
they?
me
What are
something
they?
else, brother.
What are the 3 branches
me
of
something
government?
else, brother.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Ask me something else, brother.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Parker, are you serious?
Dude, I don't think we should allow you to be a cop, bro.
legislation. Judicial, executive, legislation. What else you want to ask me?
Legislative, okay?
Exactly, I just said it, bro. I'm trolling
said
you at this point.
legislation.
You're asking dumbass questions.
Really?
You're acting like I'm some just random TikTok person.
Are
This
you a
is
mul-
why I was gonna drop.
Like, thank you for the $10.
This is why
Thank
I
you
was
so
gonna
much.
drop. There's no use in it. There's no use in it. You are. I don't know, bro. It's like that coconut tree. When you fell to the fucking ground and you hit hard. Parker,
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop
and I lost more
Trump-
brain cells than you'll ever have in your life.
Yeah, you'll never regain your brain cells. Yo, I look for you and Harry.
I
to
have a lot. I have plenty others, so don't worry.
Hey,
I know you
I
only
think-
have like 5, but I have plenty
I know.
others.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
yeah,
thank
I
you
know.
so much.
You're just a random-
trillions,
you're just a random
dude,
TikToker,
trillions,
yeah.
quadrillions, more than you've ever seen. You know, I have more
There
brain
you go.
cells than any
There you
individual
go.
you've ever seen in your life. I promise you. Tremendous amount of brain cells. Very big, very great. They're so big. They're so amazing. Incredibly speaking.
Hey, listen to this, chat. He likes that, but listen to this. We're gonna send that Indian back where it came from.
What the fuck? What? You racist piece of shit. That's literally that's a cop, by the way, everyone. That's a cop. That was a cop. That was a cop, dude. What the hell, dude? I knew. I fucking had the intuition. I had the intuition, and that person should not be a police officer. What the hell, dude? That is horrifying. That is horrifying. Jeez, chat. Jeez. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Personally, I just think that the way the country's been going the past 4 years hasn't been as good as it was when Trump was in office. And I think if Kamala she's already vice president. I think she's had the opportunity to do the things that she says she's going to do, but
Kamala. So did
Kamala.
Trump. So does Trump. Trump said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA. What's his policy for healthcare?
I don't know.
Well, he says concepts. He's got concepts. 9 years into running for president of the United States, he's got concepts.
Yeah, wouldn't you? Yeah, okay. What?
He's been president of the United States. He could have done something, but now, 9 years into running for president, he's got concepts.
So does that not mean that he has like some sort of idea of what he wants to do? I guess.
No, that means he's got nothing. Okay? If you don't have a listed plan for what you're going to do, 9 years into running for president of the United States, why the hell were you guys arguing that she doesn't have a policy proposal website? Right? When Donald Trump literally, he just has concepts. That's it. Like, that's laughable, isn't it?
For healthcare?
Yes.
Specifically for healthcare?
Yes. He's just got concepts. And that was one of his original promises, to repeal and replace the ACA. Raymond, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Raymond. Melissa, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. Lake, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maureen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Brian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, and Brian also. Thank you for the $50 earlier. I didn't even see that. Oh my God, can we get some W's for Brian? I didn't even see that earlier. That was like early today. Thank you so much, Brian. I can't click on that for some reason. I'll try to get into it. But yeah, what were we saying?
Let me know if my game is too loud. Also, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Galaxy, thank you so much.
What about you? Why are you voting for Kamala?
Kamala, because because she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't try to overthrow the government by trying to get her vice president to not certify the election results and trying to send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when they didn't win. She didn't specifically call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country. She doesn't have a racist history of not renting to black people in 1973, specifically calling for the execution of the Central Park five young black boys that have been literally exonerated based upon DNA evidence. When he says they're still guilty and they deserve to be executed. He also popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's actually a birth certificate of him in the United States, born in the United States, specifically that shows that he is able to run for president, and he was using it to undermine him running for president of the United States. Continued to today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. So he's denying her identity the same way he did with Barack Obama, the same way he's done with people who are black throughout the context of history, as we've seen of him. He's a racist history, and it's continued today, and he's unapologetic and unrepenting of that.
Okay. That's a lot of reasons. Wait, so you believe that he is like actually racist?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And wait, you're trying to say, well, I haven't seen him say anything that's like actually racist, but I know
I just told you multiple things. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, the one that you brought up about saying that she claimed to be Indian.
Turned white. Indian isn't a race.
Hold on. Okay, so what was it that she was claiming to be two different, like one race?
You can be black and Indian. She is black and Indian.
Right.
Right.
So, and because
her father is Afro-Jamaican.
So his point,
and her mother is South Asian.
His point was that she was pandering to certain crowds based on
acknowledging. Wait, you wouldn't say this about Joe Biden saying that he's part Irish and part Scottish.
But how is that?
You wouldn't say that. Like what?
he was saying that she was pandering. He wasn't saying that. I mean, and I don't.
No. He said that she turned black, which means that she wasn't black prior.
Even if that is what he said, how is that racist to say that?
Denying the fact that she's black isn't racist?
No, he didn't deny that she was black.
That is denying it. Saying that she turned black is denying the fact that she was black prior.
He said that she said that she was pandering from one crowd to another.
She's just acknowledging different aspects of her background and aspects of her. Like, that's not racism. Or that is racism.
I don't think
Appreciate the little crowd. Thank you so much.
I mean, I don't believe.
Wait, so you don't think denying that someone is black is racism?
He wasn't denying that she was. He was.
That
saying,
is. What does it mean to turn race to turn?
That's
black?
what he was actually. I mean, he was saying, "Hey,
when you say that she suddenly turned black, that means that prior she was not black, because you cannot turn something that you already are. I didn't turn white. I always was white.
Okay, I mean, if someone told me, "Oh, you turned white," if I had told one person that I'm white and then I told another person that I'm Irish, I wouldn't feel like offended.
That wouldn't be contradictory. Exactly. That wouldn't be an issue. That's not pandering. Saying you're Irish and then also saying you're white is not pandering. The same way that she said that she's black and then she's also Indian. That's not pandering.
I would not feel.
Is it pandering for me to say that I have German ancestry and then also to say that I'm white?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel offended if someone said that I was pandering. I mean, I wouldn't feel offended if someone said like.
Do you think I'm pandering by saying that? Oh, I have German ancestry.
Do I think that you're pandering?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah? No, you don't. Okay. So if you don't, then how is she?
Because
she has way more of a tie to being Indian, as her mom is South Asian and Indian, right? Than I do to being German, because my parents aren't from Germany. Okay?
Yeah, I don't think that it was racist. Like, I mean, we can agree to disagree.
Okay, so denying the fact that she's black isn't racist to you.
He didn't deny that she was black.
That's literally him denying it. I explained to you how it's him denying it. That's explicitly him denying it.
What I don't know where to go because I don't want to get into like I guess the main reason that I'm voting, well, first is I guess because I feel, well, first off, dude, the tax proposals that Kamala is saying that she's trying to implement are insane. So I think that's I don't know specifics right now, but from what I read, her tax proposals is that she's trying to like raise taxes.
She's trying to raise
when it's
only for people's income over $400,000 a year. So if you don't make over $400K a year, she's not going to raise your taxes, and she's going to decrease taxes for 100 million Americans by increasing the child tax credit, by specifically providing tax credit. Home buyers.
What about like income tax?
Only for income over $400,000 a year. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. I gotta get off here, but it was
all right, appreciate you coming.
It was good talking with you, brother. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Let's try to get this next individual up here real quick. All right, what's up, how old are you?
39.
You voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
I vote for a president because of his policies, not his Twitter account.
Okay. So,
So basically, and
can you name me
I
one
mean,
policy that you like that he influenced to get passed?
Keystone.
That's not a policy. Can you name me a policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Tax cuts for corporations.
Tax cuts for corporations. Wow,
Yeah.
that's you only can mention tax cuts for corporations. That's fucking
You said name one.
horrendous. No, the tax
name
cuts
one,
and
but
the
there's many
the
good
name of
anyways.
it, by the way, is Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which includes some taxes for the middle class, but you like the tax cuts for the corporations. You know what I mean?
Trickle down effect.
Yeah. So, can you name me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
Look at the job market now.
Can you name
It's
me one
horrible.
historical example?
The job market's horrible the last
Yeah,
4
and we're
years.
currently under
People have
Trump
been
tax
horrible.
policy. So, can you name me one historical example of Trump? Trickle down economics working?
So, price of goods go up.
Can you give me
And-
one historical example of trickle down economics working?
Yes, because it benefits the employees of corporations.
Can you give me one historical example of trickle down economics working?
When companies have less taxes that they have
Give
to
me
pay.
one historical example of trickle down economics working?
I'm trying to. You keep cutting me off.
That's not an historical example.
Yes, it is.
How? That's not like this year in this country, these years it worked when it was implemented.
Yeah, but look, the last 4 years have been horrible. Like it's gotten worse and worse and worse with inflation, and they have no plan to fix it.
They do have a
And
plan.
with-
They do have a plan to work on it, and that's dealt with by the Federal Reserve. And then also, what's Trump's plan to deal with inflation? Increase it?
Well, the other reason why I'm voting for him is I'm worried about America getting into war and all these other wars that are starting, and I feel that he's going to do a good job in stopping the wars that are going around the world.
Okay, so it's not about his economic policy then.
Both of that. There's multiple reasons why I'm voting for him, which is your
Okay,
question.
so do you
right?
want to address the economic policy and then instead of fear mongering?
It's not fear mongering.
It is fear mongering for you to say World War III is going to happen.
No, I said to stop wars around the world.
Yeah,
That's
you
what he
think-
plans to do.
So yeah, you think that? Come on, you think that wars around the world are going to start because Kamala Harris is president? Can you name me what war specifically?
Well, name me what war started when Trump was president.
Yeah, so his self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
I mean, look at all the wars that are going on now that played a huge impact on economy,
So
trade.
wait, if there's more conflict that the U.S. was involved in under the Biden-Harris administration, how come more service members died under Trump's administration in conflict? 65 under Trump, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
There was more consecutive days when he got when he stopped the war, and also too,
More
they
consecutive
left a
$5,
whole
thank
bunch
you.
of they left a whole bunch
I
of
want to hear a
stuff
response to what I just
in
said.
Afghanistan. all the
Why,
billions of dollars.
if there was more conflict, again, actually, no, that's not true. That the only stuff that was left that was U.S. related stuff was stuff we gifted the Afghan military to defend themselves. But you're not answering my question. What was my question?
Your question on war in Afghanistan?
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. No, what did I just ask you?
Wait, which time? Which question are you referring to?
Which one did I just ask you?
I'm waiting on you. Ask the question.
Wait, so you weren't listening. That's the point I'm making here.
Are you gonna ask your question, or are you just gonna wait?
Okay. Why, if there were more people that died in service, in conflict, appreciate the hand art, thank you so much, under the Trump administration than under the Biden administration, 16, right? Was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration? How was there more conflict under the Biden-Harris administration if there was more people who died in conflict who were service members under the Trump administration? Is that clear?
What source what source is that?
That's directly from the U.S. military
Based off of-
website. Literally, just look up U.S. military members died by year. And I'm
Okay, I
actually
haven't-
counting data that they don't get because there was three you can count from news websites because they only count up to 2022. There was 3 since then.
Okay.
So why?
I don't think there has been. That hasn't been brought to my attention, so I have to research that without having to look at it without seeing it and just being stated. I don't know. What I know is there wasn't wars going on with Russia, Ukraine, everything else that we have going on in today's world, and the economy, and with the borders and people, Venezuelans that are taking over apartment complexes in Colorado.
That was proven false.
And we didn't have any of that stuff going on.
Aurora police said they had no evidence of that.
I saw it with my own eyes. There's videos.
You saw it with your own
There's
eyes.
videos of people that are opening doors, that are breaking down doors, asking for rent. They're taking over the whole apartment complex. I saw it with my own eyes.
Give me one source. Because if you
I
literally
saw
look
it
it
with
up,
my own
the
eyes.
Aurora police
I've seen videos
have no
of it.
evidence of that. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Not Venezuelan gangs. Like, that's a ridiculous statement.
Yes, they took over that. That's why Hell's Angels was going to go to Aurora and stop it because they weren't doing anything about it. And
Can you
also
give me the source?
with all of the illegal
What was the
immigrants coming in
source?
right now.
What was the source?
You want me to look it up?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
If you're a Trumper, put it in the comment section right now, and we will get people. Because I can send you an NPR article right now. Aurora police chief says there's no evidence that Venezuelan gang took over an apartment. That's from NPR. So, but yeah, if you're Trump, type it in the comment section right now. If you want to come up, we're gonna get some people up here to help him out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
34, Florida. Trump.
Okay.
Trump
why
all
so?
the way. So to answer the question, well, I wanted to answer what he didn't answer for you. I mean, don't you think the reason why there was more deaths under Trump?
Hold on, before you do, can
is
I ask
because
him,
we were.
Jeffrey, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. All right, yeah, so go for it, 9 Theory.
So wouldn't that be because we were in Afghanistan longer during that period?
So yeah, didn't we
That
have
would
like
be the most logical.
Didn't we have like a ceasefire, right, for a while under Trump? And then also, again, you could say that was relevant, but then you're saying that there was more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration. And if there was more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration, it kind of breaks the argument that, oh, just because there's more conflict right now, that means it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, no. I wasn't saying it was. I wasn't saying it was caused by them. It was just you guys were having that argument about, how many happened under each administration. And I was just saying, that would be the most logical conclusion. But I'm also on board with, what is his name? Scale Up. I do think if Trump gets elected, that, the Ukraine war, what's going on in Gaza, I think that it'll come to an end a lot quicker.
Can you give me any reason to believe that?
I think it's projected power, strength, projecting strength and peace through projection
So,
of
how does
strength
he do
rather
that?
than war.
How does he do that?
I mean, part of it is just, if you have a reputation for being somebody that isn't going to take any crap, then people are going to tread lightly. That's known. I mean, that's
thanks
kind
for
of
the $6.66. Thank you so much. So when he believes Russian intelligence over United States intelligence, are you telling me that's like, showing of a really strong president?
I didn't say that.
Because he believed Putin when Putin said, "Oh, we didn't interfere in the elections," and then it was proven that they did interfere.
Yeah, so that I didn't speak on that.
Actually, at that time, he had U.S. intelligence that it was the case that they did interfere.
Right, but you just brought that up, Parker. I didn't say anything about that.
Well, I'm just acknowledging it. So, like, how does that portray strength on a world stage? That portrays bending the knee.
Yeah. So,
So Trump bends
obviously,
the
there's
knee to dictators, and you think that portrays peace around the world?
I absolutely do not believe that he bent the knee to dictators. I think that they had
He
a
did there with
healthy fear of Trump.
Who,
I don't think there's.
Who,
I don't
who do
think
you
there's-
want to win the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
I don't think there's anything wrong with diplomacy.
Who do you want to win the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
I'm on board with Trump. I want it to end. You know what? You know what I personally
do you want
believe?
Ukraine to win?
I do not believe Ukraine can win.
Do you want Ukraine to win?
If they could,
The war just needs to
hypothetically,
end.
yes.
Doesn't matter about winning.
So you want to give up Ukrainian land, which Ukrainians don't want to do?
It's not our. We gotta take care of our people first.
Yeah. So if it's not your land, then why are you the one to dictate? Oh, so you're saying we should? Oh, but you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
The war needs to end, and
What's the
also
Budapest Memorandum?
CBS News. Look at CBS News. Colorado law firm confirms claims of Venezuelan gangs taking over apartments on CBS News.
So what is it? Colorado what?
CBS News, the headlines, if you see Colorado law firm reports claims of Venezuelan gangs that has strange hold on apartments takeover. And it talks about the whole takeover off of
CBS
Whispering
News.
Pines Apartments, 1357 on Helm Street.
Okay. So all right. Let's see. Okay, so it's just someone claiming this. That's not like the police chief, right? We're talking about the police chief.
Parker, what are any reports?
Mark,
what are any
US
reports?
attorney.
If the police chief doesn't show that, then why would you say this?
So Parker, you are aware that there are times where officials will lie about things like this going on because they don't want to look bad. I know you know that's true.
So yeah, okay. So I don't see that. Yeah, there was like any of like the police chief or anything like that indicate that there was evidence that this was corroborated by the police in of itself. This just seems like to be a claim from like an attorney.
U.S. attorney, yeah.
So a U.S. attorney.
Marcus
Okay.
Funk.
So
That's-
a claim from a random Colorado law firm, right, is not the same thing as a source from the police chief. And this is from they said in 2023. That began in 2023. Okay. They literally
Yeah, so it began in 23.
Aurora
It also
police
talks
chief
about
indicated
this year,
no
too.
evidence. The Aurora police chief and the one I just showed you. This is from September 6, 2024. Indicated no evidence of this. So what you're referencing is something that comes from 2023.
Started in 2023.
Started in 2023.
If you keep reading,
so
it talks about
if it started
January,
in 2023,
April.
if it started in 2023 and there was evidence, why would the Aurora police chief say that there's no evidence to support that the Venezuelan gang took over an apartment?
So if you keep reading, it talks about what happened in April of 2024, and it goes on to it about how the gang members approached property manager and offered to help the manager and they have to pay the gang 50% of everything the property manager collected in rent. So you got to keep reading down.
I will say this.
Yeah, that's again a claim from a U.S. attorney that's not supported by what the police chief indicates.
It's what the property manager said at the apartment from
Wait,
all the
where does it say the
eyewitnesses
property
and the
manager said
housekeeper and everybody who was basically everybody who was being investigated.
Where does it say that the
I mean, the news
uh,
is citing this. So I mean,
No, where did it say that those specific individuals, right, that were there, said that?
informing that two individuals at the property went to the property, came out large firearms, and were coming to kill them. The property manager said the individuals were apparently past due on the rent. The property manager said these two individuals were arrested. So basically, there was arrest related to this, and they had large firearms. They had, I don't know if they're probably legal firearms.
Yeah, it's a bad look.
So
for
again,
any
there's
area.
literally no evidence that it's the
But also, I mean, there's illegals all the time
so,
that
again,
are killing
you can sit there,
U.S.
be quiet.
citizens.
Wait. So okay, listen to this. Do you think that do you think that just because someone dies under the administration, that means that it's the fault of the particular administration?
No,
the administration's not doing anything about it too.
Okay.
It's
So
not
do you
their
know what the
fault,
border
but
bill
what are they
is?
doing to fix it?
Do you know what the border bill is?
absolutely.
So why did Trump undermine the border bill?
So there were a lot of Republicans that were on board with it, but if you look, there were also Republicans that thought that it wasn't enough. And why did they wait 3 years? And why did they have to go back to that?
You understand the person? They didn't wait 3 years. 2022, 2023 is literally 1 to 2 years after.
Okay, why did they wait 2 years when it comes to election time? And this is the biggest
2 years?
question.
2 years is halfway through the administration.
Parker, this is the biggest question of all. Why, when Biden got into office, did he get rid of remain in Mexico?
Trump? Wait, what policy did Trump pass?
Can I finish my question?
What policy did Trump pass?
Why, when Biden got into office, why did he get rid of remain in Mexico, deportation? I'll even say the wall, even though we weren't getting anywhere with it, and then only to turn
He didn't
around.
Get rid of the wall.
Only to turn around and have people say, "Oh, you're screwing up," but and then go right back to Trump's policies. It was negligent.
Wait. So if you agree that it was Trump's policy, then why do you think that Trump undermined it? And why would Senator Langford introduce a bill that would help Joe Biden?
Langford's support of it and other Republicans
that was
is only
the guy who wrote it. Right?
I'm well
it was
aware
endorsed
of
by
that.
Trump.
I'm well aware of that, but that is only part of the story. There's more to the story than that, which there are Republicans who said it was not enough. And they felt like Democrats were also trying to run on it. I mean, I get it. I know Trump used it as a power
So why did
move.
Langford write not enough?
You'd have to ask Langford that. I don't know.
He was a Trump-endorsed Republican.
Parker, do you ever question your sources? I'm asking you a serious question.
Yes, I do.
Because this is the thing that, I don't care if you're not for Trump and if you are for Harris and Biden, but this is the thing that just irks the heck out of me is when people don't like Trump, they automatically put these, the opposing party up on a pedestal like they're these angels, like they just do everything right, like they do nothing wrong. Anything they say is just fact.
You're just saying this to obfuscate from the conversation. I never said they were perfect. Way to fucking dodge the entire conversation and try to portray me as someone who's just partisan when you're voting for a guy who tried to overthrow the government, has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, literally is sending most of his tax policy to rich people, has no policy to pay for it, literally doesn't know what his healthcare policy 9 years into running for president of the United States, appreciate the future encounters, thank you so much, denies climate change as it relates to science, appreciate the boxing up, thank you so much, literally brings on people that are like crazy conspiracy heads because he thinks it's going to help him in the polls.
That's a big stretch.
You think RFK is not a conspiracy head? Appreciate the hand heart. You think he's not? The guy who says that literally vaccines cause autism? That guy's not a conspiracy nut? Are you fucking trolling me? The guy who still says this day that the election was stolen in 2020. That guy's not a conspiracy nut too?
As far as RFK goes, when I listen to all of the candidates, he's the one that sounds like he's the most logical. The one thing about vaccines is the only thing that I've heard him say that's out there.
What are you talking about?
I just told you.
No, so again, you think that that's the only thing that he's like super wild about? Appreciate the Meerkat, thank you so much. It's just vaccines?
Yes.
Hey Parker, I wanted to get back into some of his more
I will address that, but like, so what about
policies.
him literally not denying the fact that he sexually assaulted someone, saying that he's not a church boy, right? And that he has so many skeletons in his closet that if they could vote for him, he'd win king of the world.
RFK.
What about that? Is that not crazy?
RFK.
Okay.
Are you talking about RFK or Trump?
Yeah, I'm talking about RFK.
I don't care about RFK. But back to Trump. Trump is also promising an income tax on Social Security benefits, which would help upper middle class and also seniors a lot.
How is he going to pay for any of these things?
Because he's going to cut government spending, Parker. He's not going to just rely on
what government spending is he going to cut?
taxes.
Is he going to cut Social Security?
I thought
you said he's expanding Social Security. So what is he cutting?
Basically, yeah, it's easy. It's how money's being spent right now. So I mean,
so what are you going to cut?
There's plenty of things that you can cut. I think right now the current administration's spending too much money in the wrong areas.
Tell me what you want to cut.
Okay, he's going to extend individual income tax provisions for TCJ.
You can have more tariffs.
Tariffs are an increased tax that shifts the tax burden from people who are rich and from large corporations onto the middle class of this country because it increases the cost of imported goods, which would cause inflation in this country. That's a tax on middle class and lower class individuals to a higher extent than it is rich people because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods than do rich people.
He's going to eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits.
Again, that is literally, they need more money to pay for that. How would you pay for that?
By cutting corporate spending. I just said that.
Cutting corporate what? How do you cut corporate?
Cutting government spending.
What government spending?
You'd have to ask him. It's his policy, not mine.
Okay, he doesn't. So he doesn't have any cuts
Well-
mentioned. He has 0 cuts. He's not cutting the military budget. He's not cutting any of that thing. He's not cutting Social Security. You said he's expanding Social Security. He's not cutting Medicare. He's not cutting any of these things. He's going to debt spend.
You can increase the age of Social Security.
Oh, so now you're telling people that they should have to retire later than 65 years old? So what should it be? 67, 70 years old?
It's not even 65 right now, Parker. Do you have a Series 65, a 7 or 6 or anything? Do you know anything about Social Security? So full Social Security
60
benefit is
yeah, you
dependent
understand that
on
you
when
can
you were
get it.
born.
You can get it a little bit before, and it goes till 67. You can get off at
No,
65, and you
no.
can also.
No, it depends
you
on
can
what
get off
year
at
you were
different
born
points. You're just talking about the level of benefits that you get. You
Yes.
can cut off earlier, right? But I'm pretty sure it's 65 to get full benefits.
in. Depending
Okay.
on when you were born. There's not a cookie cutter
65
answer.
is depending on when you're born. Do you know what an age is?
Yes. It goes by what year you're born and depends on when your full Social Security is.
Funny
But
that we
anyways,
don't go
people are
based
living
upon
longer.
conception. Ironically, we
People
don't
are
go
living
based on
longer.
conception.
65 is the new 55. It's not a big deal. My grandmother's 86.
Kamala's eating the cats and dogs. We need to get him out
Also,
of the grave.
Trump says he would extend the tax cuts enhanced in 2017.
That person's trolling.
What? Unless we cut government spending, inflation is going to continue to rise. They can do all these tax
Wait,
cuts.
you're not telling me what they're going to cut.
Because they haven't explained everything but that is what they do. They believe in supply
And actually,
side
effectively,
economics.
if you make
Honestly, I would cut climate change. You don't need to spend $1 trillion on climate change.
Hey. If you make the time for Social Security later on, you understand that actually is cutting Social Security. So you want to cut Social Security?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so then what are you going to cut?
Well, my man here made a good point. Climate,
You don't need to spend $1 trillion on climate change. We need clean water and clean air.
On climate change, where in the budget do we spend $1 trillion in 1 year on climate change?
That's what Kamala just said.
That's over 10 years. That's over 10 years. Kyla, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I hope you know that that's going to affect us in the future. That's going to lead to costs in the future, and it helps us be more energy independent. So I thought you guys wanted to spend money on drill, baby, drill, but you're not okay with spending money on renewable energy when that builds up American manufacturing, builds up jobs in this country, and allows us to specialize according to the future of what the energy is going to look like.
I mean, it's not the end all be all. It's not sustainable.
Yeah,
it is sustainable long run.
No,
Yeah,
you got to have
absolutely
wind
it
and
is.
sun.
'Cause
You don't always have that.
Wait, you understand that you can have nuclear to be able to help in inconsistent patterns, and there's also tidal. Tidal is completely consistent.
I'm good with nuclear energy.
But there's a
nuclear
point
would
in
just be to offset the what we don't have with sun and wind.
it's just there.
And I'm not
it's
saying
just
ban
so much
fracking.
money.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying right now ban fracking, ban all those types of things. What
Well,
I'm saying
that's
is
exactly
that we
what
should
your
invest in
candidate's
the
gonna do.
specialization of these particular types of technologies so that we can adapt to the future before everyone else does, and then sell our technology to the rest of the world. We need to be the head of innovation, the head of
Yes.
excellence in the world. If you don't want to be the head of innovation, the head of excellence for what you know is going to be the future, then you just want to hold on to the past and keep this country behind everyone else. I want this country to progress into the future and to be excellent and to be a terrific place to live. And in order for us to be able to do that, we've got to lead the entire world in technology that is going to benefit our ability to sustainably live on this planet. That is a thing for our children. If you want the American dream, if you want it to be better for our children, this is necessary. You not even acknowledging this, you going out for Trump when he said that it's going to cool, that science just doesn't know it yet, is throwing away the future for our children, our grandchildren, and the people that come here after us. Okay? You're throwing that away for what? What are you throwing it away for?
There's a lot of scientists that aren't in agreement with that. He didn't just bring that
3%
up
of climate scientists, 3%, 97% disagree with the 3%.
But there's so
97%. That 3% is heavily subsidized by fossil fuel companies. You understand that, right? Heavily subsidized by fossil fuel companies.
There's so much that they claim. Why do you do the thumbs down when people give you stuff? What does that mean?
I didn't do a thumbs down.
Oh, it looks like when they do the cowboy hat, you do like a thumbs down or something. I don't know what it is. You point with your thumb down.
This?
Yes.
That's a heart, genius.
Oh, well, it takes
a half heart.
That's a half a heart. Okay, fair enough. I just couldn't see. You move your hand really quick.
all
I was
good.
just wondering. I was like, these people are hooking him up, and he's like saying thumbs down.
Kenya, thank you for
also-
the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kenya. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think he's also going to stop inflation with adding tariffs to all imported goods.
I'm sorry for laughing, but dude, that was the funniest thing someone said all night. Tariffs increase the price of goods coming into the country. That causes inflation.
No, you make them pay.
Dude, no, that makes
That's what
the
tariff
consumer.
is.
Tariffs make consumers pay. And they decrease the amount of supply of goods in the country because tariffs will cause the imported goods to be less desirable. That's
Yeah,
how you
but-
encourage production, domestic production, but that leads to lower supply, higher prices. So you
But
said that's going to help inflation?
It would
That's, like,
reverse.
laughable.
It would
Any
reverse some of the
economist-
progress of
anyone
the
who
last
has
2
any-
years.
anyone who has
Most
any
economists
basis-
say.
No, most economists say that tariffs are bad. Left-wing and right-wing economists will agree on this. Okay, this is something that both sides agree on. I have conservatives, right, who are in my comment section are like, oh, Parker is arguing like a right-wing perspective. No, literally tariffs are bad considerably on both sides because they predominantly impact the middle class. If you want to promote American manufacturing, promote the specialization of technology in America. That's what's going to lead to us staying around for the future, not holding on to the past by artificially propping up American business. Appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. You guys say, oh, don't rely on the government, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but now you're relying on the government to encourage domestic production instead of specializing here in the United States to encourage domestic production?
So I don't know where the disconnect is because Trump administration imposes nearly $80 billion worth of new taxes on Americans by levying tariffs by thousands of products
I
valued.
hope you know that's only 800 billion over 10 years, and you need 3.9 trillion to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So the tariffs you just mentioned, not only do they not come close to paying for it, they would cause an increase in consumer products good and shift the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor. And then also you have trillions of other dollars that you'd have to debt spend. So is
Tax
that what you
Foundation-
want to do? You want to just like debt spend?
Hold on.
That's what you want to do? You
Tax
don't want to balance the
Foundation,
budget?
TaxFoundation.org valued that from 2018 and 2019 it was valued at $380 billion from what he did. Is one of the largest tax increases in decades.
It's a call.
So
I
I'm just citing
$50.
that.
Thank you so much. Okay, so if you're saying it was only over a few years, okay, well, actually, the numbers that I've seen, you have a reduction in the amount of goods that will come into the country, which means you're going to have a reduction in how many, on how much expected revenue you'd have with tariffs. So you'd have to come up with some type of assumption of what would be the decrease in the amount of imported goods to know how much you would make in terms of revenue. So not only would it not pay for everything that you need, but it would also, again, shift the tax burden onto people who are poor.
The Biden administration
Kaya,
kept
thank you for
most.
the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The
And
Biden
also,
administration
he's advocating
kept
for
most of
universal
Trump's.
tariffs. He's advocating
kept
for
most of
universal-
Trump's administration
Thank you.
tariffs.
Thank you. He's advocating for universal tariffs, 10 to 20%.
Parker, you are or were a college student, correct?
Yeah, I just graduated last semester.
Awesome, man! Congratulations. So when you see your party say something like, "We're gonna, eliminate all this debt for you guys," and then they don't do it, doesn't that make you say, like, okay, these guys are kind of full
That was
of
blocked
it?
by the Supreme Court, and they tried to do it.
They make a lot of
You
promises.
understand how
they
that
can't-
works, right? That's the Supreme Court.
It just seems like the Democrats make a lot of promises they can't keep.
Wait,
It just seems like that's-
if they can't keep it, then that's not their fault.
Well,
Okay, what about Trump saying he would drain the swamp? What about Trump saying that Mexico would pay for the wall? What about Trump saying he'd repeal and replace the ACA when all he said 9 years into running for president of the United States is that he has concepts?
yeah, for sure. I agree with you on that stuff. I just think that the Democrats more commonly do that. It's like their thing.
Give me multiple examples. I'd love to see.
Do you have kids?
No, I do not.
All right, so you've been to college. You ever had a real job or owned a business?
This is a real job, and I technically do own a business.
No. I'm stoked. Yes, it is a real job. Like when people try to be like, "Oh, you make money." No, dude, it's awesome that you're making money from this. It's great platform. But I'm just saying, like, have you ever, had to do like a 9 to 5?
Well, I do work 40 hours a week. Are you talking about outside of this? Are you just saying a job outside of this?
I just
that was
think
9 to 5. No,
No,
I didn't do
that-
9 to
no.
5 because I was in school.
Parker has a great job. It's the definition of capitalism, right? Well, what Parker does and influencers, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the best channel. You make the most money. That's the definition of capitalism. That's how America was founded, right?
Got to debate Charlie Kirk. What?
I thought you guys were pro-capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist. I used to be a socialist. I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm a social democrat. And actually, the Nordic countries in Europe have actually literally more free markets than we do here. According to the Economic Freedom Index, according to the Heritage Foundation, even a right-wing source, they indicate that they are more economically free than here in the United States by far.
Hey, Parker, so you used to be a socialist, now you're a capitalist. Did that change happen when you started making this money on TikTok?
No.
So you decided
Parker.
before that?
Yeah, it was well before. I originally was like a social democrat, and then I was like a market socialist. So I was even a market socialist even then. So my view, everything I do right now, is not contradictory to even my prior position of market socialism. Because market socialism is about democracy in the workplace, right? I don't have any other people that do this. It's just me. So I make based upon like what I do. That's actually one of the most socialist forms of production, is the fact that it's completely democratized because it's only me.
You ever heard the saying? You ever heard the saying, when you're young, if you're not a liberal, you have no heart, but when you're old, if you're not a Republican, you have no brain.
Well, I grew up in a Christian conservative household, so.
But you're an atheist,
and also
right?
that's ridiculous. Yeah, I am an atheist.
Dude, that whole bit about God's pronouns, dude, that you dropped the ball on that one. That was not a good talking point. God's
you guys have
pronouns.
no clue what you're talking about. So yeah, he, him. Okay, so what I was pointing out is that his notion of gender, he, him pronouns, and God being a father and a man, right, is not predicated off of biology. That's the point I was making. So it was an incredible, a fantastic point.
Right, but humans are.
Okay. So
we are
but
biological creatures.
You could say that we're biological creatures, but then we're just making a distinction between sex and gender. And
Yeah.
I agree. I don't deny sex. I think sex exists, right? I don't deny biology. But what I'm saying is that gender is not biologically determined.
I know you talk about objective reality, but gender is a social construct, buddy.
Yeah, and that's what I was demonstrating to Charlie, because he was saying a man is XY chromosomes, but God the Father, being a man, because he considers all fathers men, right, is not a man under his view because he doesn't have XY chromosomes. So it's not biologically based, it's sociologically based, and then if it's sociologically based, what reason does he have to deny trans identity?
Yeah, I get where you're going with that, but I can't get down with that, because I mean the Bible is
Also,
written
like,
by
he
men.
literally makes jokes laughing at people saying, "Oh, you can't define what a woman is." Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He literally asked me what a woman is. I defined it succinctly, and then he couldn't define to me what a man is. Appreciate the handout.
Yeah,
So it's ironic.
I heard your
It's really
definition,
ironic, right?
but think about this, okay? Through our evolution, and as human beings, we had to label stuff. It's part of our evolution, our language, being able to identify things, label things. At some point, we made a determination that the human beings that have reproductive organs, those ones that have children and look a little different than men, we named those women. And then now all of a sudden, out of the blue, it's like, well, a woman is just anybody that says they're a woman. It's like,
No. We're
dude.
saying that they have a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms. So someone can be lying to you about what their desires are, but again, they wouldn't have met the criteria because they were lying, right? They didn't have a desire to be in accordance with those particular set of social and cultural norms. So my definition gets around the whole like false claiming thing. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Not only does it get around the false claiming, but also it's related to how we actually engage with the concept of gender. Right, I can identify what someone's gender is based upon those particular types of norms that they have a desire to be in accordance with, based on particular social characteristics. Whereas, again, if he bases it on XY chromosomes, he doesn't know what my chromosomes are. No one in this live knows what my chromosomes are, yet they know I'm a man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dean.
If being a man is based upon nothing more than your mere reproductive organs or chromosomes, how is it the case that typically conservative people reduce and belittle the manhood of gay men? Because gay men have XY chromosomes, typically speaking, right? Cis gay men, alongside the male reproductive organs.
Okay.
So why is it the case that you'd say that gay men are lesser of men than straight men? Because that is something that is parroted by a large proportion of the conservative voter base.
Couldn't tell you because I've never done it.
Men is a man, so I mean that doesn't. I mean, there's some women that are tom girls, or some you have a Caitlin Clark that's an amazing basketball player. Then you have some girls
I
that
don't know.
can't play basketball.
I just think it's funny because not only do we have like the feminization of gay men, which would be contradictory to your worldview, but do you know how many times I've been told that, oh, you're not a real man. To be a real man, you got to go to the gym. To be a real man, you got to have a high-paying job and control the women around you. All these like social attributes and categories that you associate with being a man. But then as soon as you're pressed on why you don't think that trans women are women, you reduce back to the same old playbook of saying that a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes. But if being a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes,
$6.66. Thank you so much.
Do you think that some men could get pregnant?
Because you're referring to us. That's some Andrew Tate ideology.
Okay, so if being
What?
a man is nothing more than XY chromosomes, then how you'd have to say that some men can get pregnant, because it is the case that some women can have DSD or other intersex conditions, right, such as Swyer syndrome. That means they have XY
Yep.
chromosomes, yet they're phenotypically female, meaning they can get pregnant. A good example of this would be Amin Khalif, the Olympic boxer.
But you can't change a whole race of like men and women over less than 1% of those individuals. You can't.
Okay, so
change
you
the
do
whole-
think some men can get pregnant, right?
the whole narrative.
Your ideology is
No,
about
can you answer my question? So because
inclusivity.
Amin Khalif can get pregnant and she has XY chromosomes, you'd say that some men can get pregnant, right?
No.
I know women that have the.
Okay, so
the
then your
chromosomes
predication
women
of what a
that can't
man
get
is
pregnant.
not
Just-
XY chromosomes.
A man cannot get pregnant.
So then what is a man? Because if it's not XY chromosomes, what is it?
To me, it is somebody with XY chromosomes.
Okay, well then he just dunked on you, because then you just said a man can get pregnant.
Okay. Tell me how I said a man can get pregnant. I just said a man
Because
cannot
you think
get
someone
pregnant.
with XY chromosomes is a man, right? They have XY chromosomes, even though they have other types of biological sex characteristics you would associate with women. They have a vagina, they have a uterus, they have the ability to get pregnant. Yet it is the case that you consider them a man because they have XY chromosomes.
I didn't
because
say
they
I
have an
consider
intersex condition.
that particular
So-
person a man. Is that not a mutation? Is that not? I mean, there's some kind of anomaly there. You and I both know that. It's not just regular XY chromosomes.
Wait, I have hazel eyes. That's an anomaly. Bella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It's not common to have hazel eyes. So when you say anomaly, what are you talking about? When you say mutation, what are you talking about? Every characteristic and biological trait you have is a mutation.
Anomalies
Every
with
single
the
one.
chromosomes. Anomalies with
Every
the
single
chromosomes.
biological characteristic you have as an individual is an anomaly, right? And is a mutation. I hope you understand that. It's mutations based on adaptations to our environments.
Right, and this also gets very arbitrary when you start ruling out particular individuals with certain conditions, because now you're saying that Amin Khalif, although she has XY chromosomes, she is not a man, she's a woman, right? Well, then I just simply ask you, what is your definition of woman there? Because obviously your definition of woman wouldn't be predicated on XX chromosomes in the instance of Amin Khalif. So what's your definition of woman?
Okay, first of all, I don't know who that person is, so I'd have to see exactly what you're talking about. But the point is this, just like I was saying to Parker, the whole reason that we came up with the words man and woman, it was part of us, it was just part of us being able to label things and communicate.
Can you
And
answer my
now,
question?
what
I'm
we're
showing the
doing
absurdity
is-
in your position, and you're not responding
because
to
of
it.
Because we want to be inclusive of people. The whole thing is all about inclusivity. We want to take away simple logic.
I
and
just
that's
dunked on you and you're not responding.
ridiculous.
No, you are literally taking away simple logic
Wait, by the
right
way,
now.
are you Christian?
I am.
Uh-huh.
This is the people that say we're taking away logic. The guy who's literally voting for Trump, who denies science, climate change, and literally believes in Christianity. I hope you know that. Like, we can literally show that your view is contradictory.
When
right?
did I deny climate change?
Well, Trump denies climate change. You're voting for him.
Okay, I didn't deny climate change though.
Just because you're voting for somebody doesn't mean you agree with all their policies, Parker.
I never said that.
Yeah,
But
there's
why
a
are you going
ton
to
of
vote for
stuff I
someone
do.
that
That's where you're
throws away?
applying.
Why are you voting for someone who throws away our future and believes in dumb conspiracies like that? Because you think it's such an issue when it relates to the other side, but you don't think it's an issue as it relates to your own side.
Yeah, you'll vote for Donald Trump even though he's anti-science, but then you'll demonize trans people because you accuse them of being anti-science.
Dean, when did I demonize trans people?
Yeah, saying that trans women aren't women is incessantly perpetuating transphobia.
Dean, when did I say trans women aren't women?
Okay, so you think that trans women are women?
Thank you. You don't even know what you're saying. You're just putting words into my mouth. That's what you guys
I'm
do.
so sorry that I could use simple logic to reduce the conclusion of your argument. You're making the
don't.
implication that given
Don't,
that no,
'cause you're wrong.
Oh no, I'm not wrong. Are trans women women, sir?
You're absolutely wrong.
Hey, Nine Theory, are trans women
No.
women?
They are they're trans women.
No, are they women?
Yes, trans women.
So trans women are women?
Yeah, so trans women are like tall women. Trans women
they are
like short
are
women.
a specific
Like, you know what I mean? It's just like
type of
short,
woman.
tall, you know what I mean? Like,
Are there any trans women
this.
that can have a baby? No. So they're not women.
Okay. So you think that if you can't have
Can
a
they
baby,
menstrual cycle?
So
No.
all infertile women are not women. That's
So
that
menstrual
guy's view.
cycle?
Every
That's guy's
female-
view. One
Can
fifth of
LeBron
women.
James get
1/5 of
WNBA?
women are not women under this guy's view. Literally,
Can-
1/5
can
of women
LeBron
are
James
infertile.
get
I hope you know
WNBA?
that.
Wait, Scale. So you'd say that your mother is not a woman as she's gone through menopause?
My mom's not a woman, apparently, to this guy because she doesn't have a uterus. Like, what?
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't say
She doesn't
that.
have uterus.
Dude, you guys love to put words in other people's
Yes.
mouths, man. You just assume that people think like some of these other people.
No.
So
Everybody
can
thinks
LeBron
alike.
James turn into a woman and play in the WNBA?
London, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Because you don't turn into a woman, right? That's not how it works. Okay. He has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex. That didn't change. That's his desire. His desire just doesn't like, it's not going to change for him. He's cis.
So if he woke up tomorrow and had a desire to be a woman, could he go in the WNBA and
that does not. I don't. I'm not going to just get a desire like that. And also, as it
Well,
relates
that's
to
how
sports,
that's how it starts.
sports, we predicated off of multiple years of HRT. And also, you don't. It just doesn't work that you have like a desire change. Also,
So
again, but
are-
multiple years of HRT, right? After multiple years of HRT, you're right. The differences are very small.
All
So
right.
these people are born with it at a young age, is what you're saying. Like at the age of 1, 2, or 3 years old, they want to change. They want to be a gender.
So when do you think that my perception of gender occurred?
Well, I can't tell you for yours, but I can tell you for mine.
What was it for you?
When I was born, obviously my whole life.
I
You had
didn't have a
perception?
perception that I
years
was.
of me living.
I didn't have a perception I was like a
Self-conscious.
boy when I was fucking.
Well, I never
I'm not
changed
even.
my
I'm not
gender.
even sure
I
that
knew what
self.
I
I don't
was
even
all the
remember my newborn baby self. How the hell would I have an idea?
Well, I knew what I was all 39 years of my life. There wasn't any question otherwise.
Dude,
is what I'm
you
saying.
you have memories of like fucking leaving, like
Wait,
you
you
were like
think that
being
you were
born. Do you remember being born like Stewie Griffin?
I remember when I first crawled and took my
Jesus
first
Christ,
step.
bro thinks he's Stewie Griffin. He literally remembers being birthed. Dude, get a grip, dude.
Okay.
Dude, this guy's like Stewie.
I'm still waiting for a response to the contradiction
Hey,
that
so
I
you
caught
said
Mantheory up in earlier.
you said no
One
one
moment.
running for president has had such a bad
Jasmine,
record
thank
as
you for the
Donald
$5.
Trump
Thank
with
you so much,
women,
Jasmine.
Right?
I don't think I ever said that, but like,
Yeah, you did. You said no one has had as bad a record as Donald Trump with women.
I mean, that's it's like a very true statement in plenty of respects, but I never said about everyone. I don't remember saying that.
Maybe
You
we'd
did.
say in like modern
Maybe I
US
meant
history.
for like the candidates that exist right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but anyways, can
Yeah,
you
like
please
the
in-
candidates that exist right now. Yeah, because like there were presidents in the past that were terrible people like Andrew Jackson that literally like led the Trail of Tears. Right, there were people that did shit like that in the past that were extraordinarily bad. Right,
you
so
into-
I don't talk about like comparing them. I don't think that's like a good thing to do. I just think that he's an incredibly abhorrent human being, and that related to modern history, especially with like the people that we have here in the modern Republican Party, right? That's not a normal modern Republican. That's not your McCain. It's not your Romney, right? This is different.
Well, Alan Lichtman says that it's going to be Harris, and he's only been wrong once, which that was a fluke. So she probably is going to get elected. It's going to be a sad day for America, man. He really wants
Jasmine,
to
thank
make
you
America
for the
great
$5 on
again.
PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. What's
No,
one
he
proposed
doesn't.
policy?
He wants to get out of prison.
What's one
Parker,
proposed?
he does.
Oh, hey,
you
Nine
think that's
Theory.
why he's running?
Nine Theory. What is one proposed policy of Donald Trump's that will make America better?
TCGA. He's going to.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. Let's talk
No,
about it.
I
So
don't want to
Trump's-
talk. You're late to the party, bud. We already talked
Yeah,
about
I asked
that.
them. They couldn't give me anything they wanted to cut for spending.
So
they
I
literally
just-
couldn't mention it.
so I
They
just want to
still haven't-
clarify.
Actually, thank you for reminding me, Dean. What do you guys want to cut?
Ah, great. Let's talk about it.
What are you cutting?
Welfare.
What welfare?
Oh my God! Steal
What
from the
welfare
poor,
are you
give to
cutting?
the rich. Look at
What
this guy.
welfare?
There's not enough
So
oversight.
if
with
you
it.
are able to work, you have to qualify for welfare because you have to have so many.
What
just like
welfare do you
unemployment.
want to cut? Be clear. What
People
welfare
that
do you
are
want
on
to cut?
welfare that are fully able to work.
damn right.
Everyone
to.
on welfare. So what programs in particular?
People who are able to work, they have subsidized single motherhood.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just said welfare,
Democratic
bro.
Party has
So how about this?
subsidized-
How about this? Do you want to get rid of corporate welfare?
I don't even know anything
Crickets,
about corporate
bro.
web. I don't
Straight
know. I don't know what
crickets.
corporate
Oh my
welfare
God.
Straight
is.
crickets. Crazy, bro.
Corporate welfare?
Straight
What?
crickets.
Hey, would
The
you
bailing out of literal industries.
Hey, I have a question. Would you guys be okay with like paying like $1.6 trillion for like a universal income for everyone?
No, God, no.
Okay, so then why?
About
do
as
you
bad
guys-
as a stimulus check.
So then why do you support Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that specifically spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for people making over $400,000 per year?
Because they build business, they create jobs, they create industry. Trump's tariffs work too.
Wait, trickle-down economics fails, and now Trump's tariffs also failed, right? They
Did
literally-
Reaganomics fail, Dean?
Renee, thank you
Yes.
for $5.
Yes,
Did
it
they,
did.
Dean?
Wait. What was the
Why-
corporate
why-
tax rate?
why
What
is
was the
he-
corporate tax rate when Reagan was in office?
Why is he celebrated for it?
What was the
then?
corporate tax rate when Reagan was in office?
I don't know. You got a computer in front of you. You look it up.
46%.
Say it,
46. So even higher than Obama by 10%?
So why is he celebrated for it then? Why do they still bring it up to this day?
wait. No, you tell me.
Because it's just an economic theory that fails for the average working class American, developed by one rich man for another. Of course, we're going to see our millionaires and billionaires celebrate trickle-down economics when it disproportionately benefits
Harley,
them
thank you for the
when
$5.
they seemingly
Thank you
have
so
a lack
much.
of a care for anyone outside of themselves, right? But I would say that Kamala Harris's tax policy is much better than Trump's because she wants to cut taxes directly for the average working class American, and Trump wants to disproportionately, cut taxes for. the
So
wealthy
she
individuals.
says they talk a good game. Their friggin' corporate lobbyists are like 3-1 or 4-1 for Republicans, man.
Trump's tax
they're
cut is
not-
for all people, everybody.
Mostly go rich.
No. Those making under 19,600 would see an additional $320 in difference in take-home pay.
Okay, so how much would someone who makes over one in the top 1% see a difference? Tell me.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
No,
about
I just want to be
lower
clear.
income.
You said they get
individuals.
$300. How much of someone in the top 1%? How much would they get?
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Well, you told me I don't have it in front of me.
Go find it. Go find it. I want you to find it right now.
Also, yeah, $320 compared to a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a newborn's life, $25,000 subsidies for first-time homebuyers, and $50,000 subsidies for new business owners. Yeah, it's uncomparable. Bro.
Slow down, Speedy Gonzalez. I want to hear what you said, but you're talking
not-
too fast. Say it again.
I want to hear what his response. Like, I
Yeah,
want to
me
see
too.
how much the person in the top 1%. How much did they receive in a tax cut from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
I'm trying to look it up right now,
Also,
too.
also, Nine Theory, I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow.
Bro, he's so mad.
I've
Why do
never
you
heard
play
somebody
with
talk
cards? You want to
faster
be
than
a
Vince
you want to be
Sparrow.
you want to be a magician?
Wait,
You don't actually play cards, do you?
I do play cards.
Dude, I'll take you up through there, bro.
No, you'll get
Cringe. I'm cringing. So cringing. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I'd love to hear that. But yeah, what were you saying? The other person who was talking.
You're, the chat's big mad. They worship you guys. You guys should be politicians.
Worship. That's hilarious.
You got all these.
Oh, do you want to see a picture of a Trump rally? Let's talk about who worships who there, buddy.
Yeah, we've actually been to a Trump rally. The people there literally worship him. You guys worship him. You'd vote for him okay, here, if I was held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone, would anyone be here? No. Like, literally no one would be here. But you guys still praise him even though he has. You guys are fucking laughable.
There's just so much weird stuff around that. I think that's why
I mean,
so
the
many
top
people
1%
doubt it.
earners already get taxed so much.
If I tried to overthrow the government, would people be here? No. If I called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country, would I be here? No. Here's the confetti. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ,
Wait, if
dude.
you said that aliens were eating cats, would everyone
Dude, crazy.
They're gonna eat your kitty cats, your doggy dogs, and the goosey goose. Right now, they're eating them for lunch, quite possibly for dinner, and maybe, quite
Yeah,
frankly,
he
for
should-
breakfast too.
Quite frankly.
He should not have brought that up in the debate. That was a really bad
Thank you for the
idea.
gift. Woo.
Yeah, incredible. Did you find how much the top 1% would get?
It says the tax cuts that year will be top 1% for let's see, 250,000. I don't know. What I'm seeing is from 2017.
250,000?
Oh,
I don't
says
think
people
that's
making that
right.
much.
I don't think that's right.
I mean, we could
I don't
run
know.
with it. We could run with it, though. I would love to run with it. Yo, Finn, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. Speaking of love, it's my grandparents' 60th wedding anniversary tonight, folks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. This is rough, dude. This is rough.
Do you got a figure? This is not.
I'm
good.
waiting for you to find one.
This is not good content. You asked him to do it.
I'll wait. Well, wait. I'll wait. I'll get another mag up here if you guys got nothing.
This is
Cammy,
what you
thank you for the
guys do.
$5.
I
Thank
got
you so much.
something. I want to touch on something.
No,
Dean
'cause I
said
actually
earlier.
wanna hear
We're talking
you
about
said-
single filer. So it's basically
either or.
37%.
No, not the percentage. Give me the number.
609,000.
No, how much do they get back from the tax cut?
Great question.
Because you were saying they get 300, right? For like the
Yeah, I was talking
how
about
much
people
do they
making
get?
like $19,000 in below a year. They would get $320 in take-home pay per year, which is better than a one-time. What your other guy was saying,
So
one-time payment.
again, Kamala Harris wants to decrease their taxes even more than that, by far. $6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being five years old, $3,000 through them being 18. It was $2,000 under the Trump administration.
But that's only people that have kids, though. This is for everybody, though.
Yeah,
not
you
just
understand there's also an
subjectively
earned
kids.
income tax credit. There's also the $25,000 tax credit for literally people who are buying homes, first-time home buyers for new homes.
Oh, don't
also,
even get me started in California for illegals buying homes.
What? That was literally vetoed by
Proposed legislation that was vetoed.
by Newsom.
And then the
You
only-
fucking,
and then
you're a
the-
laughable joke, dude.
And then the only people that would apply to is those that meet the income eligibility requirements, meaning that anyone who'd meet that system would have paid in more to the tax system than they would have taken out.
That was even ridiculous bringing it up, though.
Holy
You guys-
shit, Elizabeth,
Dude,
thank you for the $60 on Venmo. Saying, wow, congrats to your grandparents. That's so kind of you. W's in the chat for Elizabeth with the $60. I'm actually going to take that $60. We're going out to a family dinner tonight, and I'm going to use it to pay the bill.
Treat
Thank you
your
for the love,
grandparents.
Elizabeth.
All right,
Nice.
Parker, it was good chatting with you, man. I got to run.
Wait. Come on. You didn't want to say?
What?
Okay.
How much they get back?
I have one right here. The tax cuts that year will average $61,000 for the top 1%. And $252,000 for the top 1/10 of 1%. So you have $300. $300. And that's the second quintile, by the way. The lowest quintile gets $70. The middle quintile gets $910. Okay. In the top 1% gets $61,000 each individual. Are you
It's all
fucking
relative
trolling me?
based on how much
Are
money
you
you
trolling?
make.
Don't even. Oh, what the hell, bro?
Because it's
This is the
relative on based
policy
on
they're
how much money you make.
advocating for.
Look at the percentage of $61,000 versus how much they're making. Say they're making $25 million versus they're making $19,000, getting $320. That's a lot bigger difference. $320 is a lot bigger relative how much they are making per year. You're not taking that into consideration.
Okay, again, you could say
You
that.
see what I'm saying?
But what you're not
It
understanding.
makes sense, though.
I understand, but that doesn't mean it's fucking good because you're giving most of the money to people who are rich.
Oh, and it's also-
so
it's also
don't make policies that give most of the money to the people who are rich and give literally the median income, more than the median income, to people in the top 1%.
Also, I just want to
You
clarify.
gave more than the median income.
Can I clarify something real quick? No, so it's not proportionally speaking.
Crystal,
It's-
thank you for the $10. Thank you, Crystal.
It's about twice as much. So proportionally speaking, it would be about $30,000 to members of the top 1%. Now the reason that I would say that is because we see that top 1% earners pay 45% of the taxes in America. Meanwhile, 83% of the cuts went to them. So it still disproportionately favor them by about a factor of 2.
Harris wants to tax unrealized gains.
Which will be
This
great.
is from this is from the CBPP.org, by the way.
great.
This is from
Do you
the
own any crypto,
Center.
Dean?
This is from the Center on
I do.
Budget
I
and
actually do.
Policy Priorities, by the way.
And Kristen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the grandparents anniversary fund. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and do that, y'all. I'm gonna be on here for about another 30 or 40 minutes. All the donations that I get for the rest of the night are going to go towards me helping to pay the bill for the 10 people at the family dinner tonight to celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary. I appreciate you for that love, Kristen.
All right, bro. Keep it gangster. I got to get out of here too.
Yeah, me too.
All right. They're both done for. Let's go to the next person. Sassy, thank you for your amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Hell yeah.
On TV unless it's the news. I got something to prove. Yeah, I mean.
Jeez. Let's get this next person up here. Dean,
I really like those new headsets.
You think your account might cause a following glitch? You
Dude,
think that's possible?
it's so cooked. Do you want me to try to come back on Matt's?
Yeah, try that actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Tessa, thank you so much for the $25 for DNC overtime. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Tessa. And Purdy with the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. I just
Are you
wanted to
voting
ask. I just wanted to ask a question. I see you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump.
We'll try to. I just forgot. I had this new whole brand new fresh account. So this is a completely fresh account. So there should be no like type of shadow ban or follow and glitch on it.
I typically get those on new accounts.
Okay, I'll come back on Matt's.
It might have already occurred though, so I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, at first I was very just either side because I am not very political or anything, but just seeing what
Party, thank you to the galaxy.
like
Party.
just seeing what has happened when Biden was in office. It's kind of crazy.
So, like, what specifically do you disagree with? Okay, they just left. Yo, Vinny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Vinny. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
While you're pulling up the next guest, I have two people to thank. First of all, Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal, saying put this towards the grandparents' dinner. Dude, you
I
fucking
think I
got it,
got
Purdy.
it.
They're gonna be so happy. And
Only for the guest
Christia,
boss, you will be voting for Trump.
and Christia with a $60 towards the grandparents' dinners. Thank you so much, Christia and Purdy. Literally with $100 in total to put towards their dinner. Oh, dude, they're gonna.
Dean, you just left on accident. Look at Dean accidentally leaving. Crazy. Crazy that Dean is like accidentally leaving. Look at that. All right, let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes, shared live as well. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank
how's
you
it
so
going?
much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because when he was in office, there were troops in Ukraine, and Trump told Putin to get the troops out of Ukraine. But I am also teetering because I think Harris won the debate.
Oh, say that one more time. Sorry.
I'm also teetering because I think Harris won the debate. So I think you could change my mind.
Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. Then. What'd you say was the reason why you're voting for Trump again?
Because he got troops out of Ukraine when
Ukraine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know about that specifically. I didn't see that he got troops out of Ukraine.
Well, like,
were
overall-
U.S. troops in Ukraine?
Well, overall, I just feel like
Were troops in Ukraine?
I think I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I've seen no evidence indicating that. Sherry, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do you mean
Overall-
Afghanistan?
What was that?
Do you mean Afghanistan?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Okay. So if you mean Afghanistan, well then, actually, as it relates to Afghanistan, you could say he did that. Does that mean that like, you're gonna vote for him? It's just because he pulled troops out of Afghanistan. And he also gave up 5,000, Taliban fighters as well.
Yeah, I just like his overall like relations with the other countries and how they like, I don't know, like how he kind of represents himself to other countries and that could
At a
keep us
UN
out of the
summit,
war.
every single world leader laughed at him.
Yeah, that's what Kamala said, right?
Holy
You're so bad.
fuck! America! America is beautiful! Listen to the eagle roar! Holy shit! Thank you so much!
Loud. Oh my god.
That was insanely loud. Yo, who sent the gift? Y'all, please tell me who sent the gift in the chat. Please tell me who sent the gift in the chat.
Dude, I don't even know. I had to take it off. I literally like have to put this back in my ears now. That actually.
Oh
hurt,
my
I'm not gonna lie.
gosh. Thank you so much for the dope ass eagle gift. I'm guessing it was thank you so much for Belly from Belly, I believe.
Bell?
Bell from Bell. Thank you so much, Bell, for the cool ass eagle gift.
Yeah. So what were you saying, Cole?
I was just saying that yeah, that's what Kamala said. But I also got a question. During Joe Biden's presidency, how many
Wait, what is what she said?
about how world leaders were laughing at Trump?
Yeah, I mean that is something that happened though. We have it on video of Trudeau, Boris Johnson, and Emmanuel Macron laughing at Trump. Insofar as that he saw that, Baby raged and left the event.
Wait, what event was it?
G7 summit.
Okay. I believe that. But I have a question. During Joe Biden's presidency, how many jobs were added, like, just during the whole presidency?
What? How many? Like 15 million?
15 million? Yeah, because I know Trump lost 2 million due to, like, COVID. And
Yeah, but that just happened on the administration. I wouldn't blame that on Trump. That's COVID.
yeah. But how many jobs was he adding before COVID? Do you know that?
I think there was like it just happened under his administration. It was like 7 million before his administration hit COVID. But like again, that's
Okay. To be honest, I think like I listen to y'all a lot, and I'm pretty sure that like basically my mind has changed because like I can't really like stand with the stuff he's done, and like it's just really bad. And I've seen what Kamala might do, so I'm really excited, and I'll probably be voting for it. Thank you, though.
all right. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Yeah, Dean, I don't know. I think it just like it's account related. Like it just happens sometimes.
Yeah, tell me.
Didn't you
think-
notice as soon as you join? No, it's fine. It was already doing that, but like, I think it's just like the first time you join, it does it for the whole stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just tell me if you think me leaving would help, because I will.
No, I don't think so. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I have a question for you to start. How long will you give this administration potentially coming up before you consider what they're saying a complete lie? So the
Think of the $5.
So the $25,000 they want to give for first-time home buyers. How long do you think it'll take for them to get it done? Before you start,
I don't know.
I'd say a year and a half. That's how long it took Trump to get the TCGA passed. Maybe even shorter because they're more effective at influencing policy than Trump.
So you think a year and a half that'll take to go through?
That's how long it took Trump. I'd say about a year to a year and a half. Yeah.
That can't be done with executive order?
I know they want to pass comprehensive tax policy through congressional legislation.
And that's where that first-time home buyer thing would go through.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Do you think that's
totally
a good thing?
dependent on Congress.
It was a good thing, yeah.
What do you think that's going to do to the housing market? What do you think that's going to do to the price of lumber?
Have I debated you before?
On Dean's. I was on Dean's once.
Okay. And was I there?
Yes, you were there.
Okay.
Appreciate you for going. Yo, I also wanted to thank.
It's gonna stimulate more houses where people want to live.
I also want to thank Tessa. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you W's for Tessa in the chat. That is.
Tater Tall again. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You, what's up? How old are you? Dude, I don't know. Damn, I think it. Yeah, I think it is. Even if you just like join in, it does that because it's really weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
I don't
Yo,
just
what's up? How
tell
old are
me.
you? No, I don't think
won't
it's
go
you
on
being
that
here
account
right now.
anymore. I won't go on that account anymore. It's literally.
No, I'm
a
just saying. I think it's
biohazard.
like radioactive, bro. Like I'm telling you.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I appreciate everyone so much. We have officially raised $285 for me to pay for my grandparents' meal tonight with the whole
Jesus
family.
Christ.
Dude, it's so awesome. They're gonna enjoy it, and they're such big Kamala fans too. They enjoy the streams. That's who I was telling you was watching us the other day.
That's so based.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
She was so happy after the debate.
Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, to give it a second, y'all. What are you getting to eat?
I think that we're going to like a place with like decent steak. It's like the whole family. We're bringing 10 people. It's gonna be a lot of fun. They wanted to bring more, but they were limited to 10. So I'm actually really excited that I could help them out because they were gonna go out of pocket for 10 people on their anniversary. Can't let that slide. So I appreciate
Can't let
everyone
that
so
slide
much.
is crazy, bro.
Dude, literally can't let that slide. So y'all are so awesome.
Crazy. All right. Honestly, I think it might just be fucked. To be totally honest, because now
Is
we're
the
getting
stream
like
just- Is the stream just dead now?
I think it did kill the algorithm. To be honest.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Like, I don't want to restart because there's 5,000 people in the line, but I know it's like on a trend down because of the algorithm.
Millie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I mean, obviously, I also think that these guests haven't been the best. So I feel like
I don't even think it's that. I think it's literally just. I think
Just
we're
the
not
DNC
getting guests
account.
because of the algorithm.
to be fair, that account's cooked. I might honestly log out of the account and never log back in. Type shit. It's literally that cooked, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 22 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
As of now, yes.
Why so?
So, I know you guys do a lot of research based upon very specific facts and statistics based upon policies within the past years of like each candidate as of now. For me, I am just like I graduated high school in 2021. I've been working ever since, and like I could see me and like my family, everybody, they're kind of just struggling to make money right now. So and it seems like back then and just in general, people were able to make a lot more money just to get by. Like it wasn't as tight.
Okay, so you're just saying inflation? Okay, so inflation, it happened globally, it happened everywhere around the world. That's not specifically related to the Biden-Harris administration. Michael, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
And Kaylin, thank you for the $20 for the dinner tonight. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michael and Kaylin. Thank you.
So would you have any proposal or any way to make that better around the world? Do you think that that's a
actually has
problem?
gotten better. Right now we're operating
that
at
relates to the Federal
2.5%.
Reserve dealing with inflation, which they did. We've seen 0.2% inflation over the past month, and over the past year, 2.5%.
And 2.5% was like the same operating standard.
That's
for,
literally
like,
what
the
it was under
economy.
Trump.
Yeah, pre-pandemic, like Trump boom.
Justin, thank you for the $3. Thank you, Justin.
We've got the quickest rebound out of any other country in the G7, right? Because Biden and Harris have handled it swiftly with effective policy that's benefited the average American. We've been able to reduce the impact of inflation on our economy better than any other country in the G7, which is also a very important consideration.
Yep. Yeah, I understand that. Can I just say one thing? I know, like it's a troll kind of. A lot of people are joking about it in the debate that they just had. Trump did bring up the whole dog and cats thing. I know everyone's joking about that. I don't know how much I could really say on this topic, but right now I am currently like for some months now, I've been in the works to becoming a deputy sheriff at my county department, and I had a few job shadows within the jail, and I don't know how much I could really say, but I can say that there is an entire unit dedicated specifically to, we'll just say, just roughly about 30 like illegal immigrants who were coming in and like doing bad stuff. I'll just leave it at
Okay.
that.
And why does this give you a reason to vote for Trump?
Because
why didn't Trump try to limit it with the border bill?
What was that?
Why didn't Trump try to limit that with the border bill?
What do you mean?
Why didn't Trump try to limit that with the border? But the border bill would have limited how many people can come to the country legislatively. So why didn't Trump try to do that with the border bill?
Tristan and Crystal, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the dinner. You're so awesome. They're going to be so
Gunner,
happy.
thank you for the
Tristan and
$2.
Crystal.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Gunner.
And Xana with the $25 as well towards the dinner. Dude, they're going to be so fucking excited. Thank you so much, Xana, with the $25. Dude, W's for Tristan, Crystal, and Xana. Thank y'all so much.
So again, like I said, I'm not like, obviously I've said this before, I'm not as informed as you guys might be on the specific policies. So I can't say I know much about that specifically. I'm just more so like I listen to, I guess, like older people, because that's who I've been working since out of high school, labor, and now I'm going into law enforcement. So like I've just blue collar kind of guy, and that's kind of like who I'm around, and I've just listened and heard their experience from their lives back
You're
then.
blue collar. You're blue collar. You're an average working class American. Harris wants to cut your taxes, right? Trump wants to raise them. Okay, right? Because Trump disproportionately wants to benefit the top class, the wealthy, the rich people with his tax cuts, and he intends to pay for it with tariffs, which are inflationary and will cause you to be worse off than you are right now. In a nutshell, right, you would benefit more from a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency, economically speaking. And Goldman Sachs agrees with me, one of the world's largest banks. So do some of the leading economists from Wharton, our nation's most prestigious school of finance and economics, where Trump went, by the way.
So the way, I mean, at least I thought to understand this is that Trump's tariff was a tax supposed to be on
that's the case.
other countries.
I know, right?
For them to pay the money, so we will be gaining the money from other countries, not from the American taxpayer.
So they pass it
you
off.
understand that it passes to the consumer, right?
And it reduces overall supply with a consistent demand, meaning price goes up.
For like the specific given product, that doesn't make sense to me. Like if you're taxing another
we know that
country,
tariffs raise prices. That's why like trade agreements exist to decrease tariffs. Like one of Trump's historic achievements, the USMCA, right, specifically aimed to reduce tariffs between trade with other countries such as Canada or Mexico. Right, the same thing happened with the TPP. Countries go into these agreements to reduce tariffs because they're harmful. Right, that's an unnecessary and detrimental regulation on the market. Right, and that's a regulation that hurts American consumers. And because the low and the middle class disproportionately spend more of their income for the bare necessities to live, it hurts them the most. Right.
Right.
So why do you want to shift tax policy from impacting people who are richer to a greater extent to people who are poorer at a greater extent?
And Vinny, Kaylee, and Millie, thank you all so much for the $5 towards the dinner fund. Thank you, Vinny, Kaylee, and Millie.
I can't specifically say much about that, but like I said, I feel like everything is kind of just more relative to like the times that we live in. So it doesn't. I personally feel like money is just a concept, right? It's not like we only have limited X amount of dollars in our circulation, not just in this country, but in the entire world. Because more money can be printed off, right?
So, again, I don't. You can print more money off, but you understand that it still has a real life value, right? So obviously there's a concept behind what money is.
It's all a
but
concept.
there's also a real life value attached to that.
Yeah, and the value is all relative to the given time. So like where I'm coming from, what I'm saying basically is like due to whatever, back then it didn't matter what you were doing. You could be an average American and be able to, afford to pay your rent on time, have like not an expensive car, but not a piece of junk car, and you didn't have that sort of financial burden on you back then. You could provide for your family. You could, go to the grocery store and buy food.
Real median wages are higher now than what they were in 2019.
Again though, you're right. That's true. But
and Martha, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Martha in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Martha. Thank you so much.
And Maureen with the $5 for the grandparents' anniversary. Once again, thank you, Maureen. W's for Martha and Maureen.
Take the paper crane off the paint. I appreciate it.
What I'm saying basically is that it's just all relative to the time. So it doesn't matter how much somebody is paying you if something in your X given time like costs more in general.
Oh, so he's referencing the idea that real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019, and that accounts for inflation. So Parker disputed your claim on the basis that that's just false, right? People are getting paid more now, even when we take into account inflation.
That's why I said real.
Yeah.
So like you could say back then like how just like relatively it'd be the same burden as it is today to be able to go out and work just 40 hours a week to be able to afford things. I feel like
real median wages are higher now than they were then.
Okay, can you define median wage for me?
It's going to be the middle wage.
Katrina with a $5
Norwich.
once again for the fun. Thank you so much for the love, Katrina.
Okay, so you're saying that just simply the number amount of money has increased.
Yeah.
That the average American
accounting for inflation.
Oh man. You know, I think it was my account. I think it's also in part the guests. It's my hypothesis currently.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go into the next individual. I'm going to try one more person. If it doesn't start singing, I'll probably just have to restart.
And I'm gonna take off if you do that as well. So there's no way that I could like impact the algorithm.
For sure.
But yeah, I'm gonna take off in 12 minutes nonetheless because I need to go run by the bank to withdraw this money so I could actually take it with me to dinner, and then we go have fun with that. I'm really excited. They're gonna be so excited, bro. It's gonna be a good night.
This guy, bro. This guy. All right, let's get this next person up here. To give it a second, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you voting for Trump?
Fuck yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why is that?
I'm voting for his bitch ass to get out of the political parties. 'Cause he's dumb as fuck.
So real. So real.
All right, I'm gonna try one more person, and then I'll probably hit a restart everyone.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. To give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sierra. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just want to say Charlie cooked you, pussy.
On what point?
All the points.
Name one.
You're so cringe.
Name 1 point.
I don't know. You just like to bring up God a lot.
Prove to us that you're not an RNC droid by naming 1 point that Charlie cooked Parker on. If you can't name 1 point, it demonstrates that you didn't track nor follow the conversations, and you're merely saying that Charlie won because you're a brainwashed young Republican that
Why didn't
buys into
Charlie
whatever
post
the
any
media tells
clips?
you.
Why didn't Charlie post any clips with me in them?
I don't know. I don't know Charlie. Maybe you'll have to ask him.
If he won, why didn't he post the clips? Because he posted the clips of him apparently beating other people.
All right.
I don't know, man. It just
Bethany,
seemed
thank
like-
you for the $20 on Venmo for the anniversary dinner. Get them a nice glass of wine. I really appreciate you, Bethany. W's for Bethany in the chat. Thank you so much, Bethany. You guys have been so
He
awesome
left
tonight.
himself. He left himself, dude.
You gonna restart?
Hilarious. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sierra. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. For my favorite creator, just keep destroying Maga. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna restart.
All right. Well, I appreciate you for letting me up, Dakos. I apologize for torpedoing your live.
You're
we
fine,
could
bro. Don't worry.
We
It's
could
all
consider
TikTok.
we could consider the DNC Dean account literal like a biohazard at this point.
Yeah,
so.
that's literally a biohazard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
All right. Well, have a good restart, man. I appreciate you for letting me up. See you,
All right,
chat.
I appreciate you, man. All right, everyone. I'll be right back. Gonna hit a restart. Everyone, follow me on this account if you haven't already. Go check my main account. You can go to my reposts to just watch some of my recent videos. Be right back, everyone. Green, let's run up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get it out to more people. You already know the deal. What's up, Daisha? What's up, everyone? What's up, Diva? How you doing? What's up, Eden? All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get some people right off the bat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, follow me, everyone. Follow me.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? You hear me?
You voting Trump?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
So this is, hey, first of all, I saw your YouTube video with, forget his name. Long story short, you and Parker, you and Dean, right? You guys went on that little debate thing. You guys did really good. And where I stand is that, like, I don't know. I like Trump's foreign policies about how they have to pay us back on like just a whole bunch of stuff that we're just helping out with. I do think that we should help, but at the same time, it's like that help there should be a price for us helping, if that makes sense. And then
a price for us helping who? NATO?
Like Ukraine and like, I don't know,
the
like
Budapest Memorandum
China. What'd you say?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I don't know too much stuff, but I just know that like
so the Budapest Memorandum specifically, that actually was an agreement we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So we gave up, they gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them. So we're defending them insofar as that's not going to cause World War III. Now, would you say that Trump would be weak on Ukraine, on helping Ukraine, and would actually let Russia take over?
No, honestly.
Okay, so then he would be strong on Ukraine, and he wants Ukraine to win.
See,
Sherry, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I do think he wants Ukraine to win. I think more or less.
Bobby G, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not really sure. I just know that like I think we could definitely help them and just, you know, not letting Russia take over their land. But at the same time, it's like they got to pay us back, right? No?
Oh,
like you could help them.
You could say that, but like that's not what Trump's advocated for.
But Trump's not advocating, or this is totally beyond the fact. You obviously watched the debate between Kamala and Trump. Now, why am I hearing that this Project 2025, Trump didn't say that he was backing that?
Well, Trump lied about it. Trump said he knew nothing about it, but then at the same time said that he vehemently disagrees with it. How do you disagree with something that you know nothing about?
See, but then tell me this. Do you believe
So why is he lying about knowing about it?
Well, I bet everyone has to know about it. Kamala's pushing hella ads about it, right?
Okay,
Like,
so he
I've
knows
heard
about it, yet he claims he's never read it. He knows nothing about it, yet he vehemently disagrees with it. That makes so much sense, yeah.
It does though, because he's probably heard Project 2025, but he probably doesn't.
He does know what it is. He said he knew. So when he said he knew nothing about it, he was lying.
He's probably heard of it, but he probably doesn't know what it is.
Oh, okay. So he vehemently disagrees with it though. So he knows what it is enough to disagree with it, but he doesn't know anything about it.
Same thing. Do you know what's it all about? Project 2025? I bet you've heard of it. You probably don't know what it is, but you know that the main talking point in Project 2025 is banning abortion, when mainly it's about giving it back to the states and letting them choose. Why is it
That's
so
leaving murder up to the states under your worldview? Do you think abortion is murder?
I don't think abortion's murder.
Okay, so if you don't think it's murder, why do you want to restrict a woman's access to bodily autonomy?
I just don't want it to get to a late enough term when this baby could be born.
Okay, but that means you still want it to be federally protected in early terms. That's exactly what Roe versus Wade did.
Right, but now if
it's protected to get access to abortion, right? So then Trump undermined that. He put 3 people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which led to 1/3 of women having a restricted access to abortion in this country.
I hear you. See, like, I really do think, that's what I'm saying. My stance is that foreign policy, I agree with Trump, but like, what's it called? The policy within the state or within the country. Domestic policy, yeah, I agree with liberals and, you know.
What happened to putting America first?
We should. No?
Oh, okay, so if you care more about putting America first, you'd care more about domestic policy, huh?
Well, what do you mean by, what do you mean? Explain.
So you said domestic policy is better with Democrats. So again, you think domestic policy is better. If you care about putting America first, you'd want to promote the domestic policy, right?
So for putting America first, that's more or less like, you know, taking care of our veterans, no?
Yeah, and that's what the PACT Act did. You know what the PACT Act is?
No, not really.
Expanded veterans' access to health care to 1 million veterans who were exposed to toxic substances in burn pits abroad.
Okay. I'm low-key a fan. I like listening to you guys and like learning stuff. But long story short, how I feel is that Trump's going to give us a better opportunity to more or less move our country forward in the fact of, you know, not being walked on from other countries like China, Russia, and more or less.
So
not being
actually,
allowed
Russia
to
did
walk.
walk on top of. So
Russia
actually, Putin said to Trump that they didn't interfere in the elections, and he believed Putin over U.S. intelligence that indicated that he interfered with the elections, and you know that actually was proven, right?
See, but like, do you believe that Nancy Pelosi was at fault for the January 6th?
Oh wait, that's such a pivot. Okay, but yeah, no, she had no authority over that. That's a complete lie that Trump keeps engaging in.
But there's a video that says like the daughter was. I think I swear there's a video that says the daughter was like.
Go for it. Give me the video.
I don't know where the video is at, Parker.
Because she doesn't have authority.
I hear you.
Donald Trump had the authority, and he watched it on TV. He literally watched it for hours occur on TV.
You know what else
he did that to
watched
pressure
on
Mike
TV?
Pence to not certify the election results.
And then hold up. What do you think about this? The Haitians and wherever eating fucking.
That's a fucking lie, dude.
Dude, I've seen videos on that shit too. Is it just all propaganda that I'm just watching
the
them?
Aurora police, or not the Aurora. So the police chief there literally indicated there was no evidence. The mayor indicated no evidence.
Then I'm just watching a shit ton of propaganda on my phone saying that I've watched it.
Yes,
look up
dude.
a fucking cat.
Jacob, I'm totally serious. Yes, that is total propaganda.
Like, this is crazy. Then how are we supposed to make a educated, vote on what we're gonna do?
You have to be able to decipher the misinformation.
You can't though.
Yes, you can.
The amount of stuff.
Jacob, how did I do it?
I guess just research, right?
Exactly. Whoa.
Research and debate.
Also, Jacob, right? So I don't want people to listen to me and to just take everything I say, okay? But I also want to create a platform where people can do that and they still get accurate information, okay?
Right.
I want you to critically think. I want everyone to critically think and do their own research.
Right.
But I'm going to give you the accurate information. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I even used to be a Trump supporter. I've gone through every ideology. Basically, not every ideology, a lot of ideologies. I was a Trump supporter. I was a social democrat. Then I became a communist, like a market socialist. Now I'm a social democrat again. So I've gone through different ideological beliefs. And I believe this because it's the best arguments. That's why. So I'm not going to just become up here arguing this for no reason.
I hear you, and hey, I like watching you. I think you do a good job, and yeah, I think that's my time.
All right, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen, everyone. So run up to 150,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will get out to more people. Only send a guest request if you've never been on my live before and you are a Trump supporter. Yo, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Everybody follow me. Everybody follow me.
Get out of my guest box,
Everybody
please.
follow.
Please just get out of my guest box. Thank you. I don't know why it didn't tell me that you were someone who was already on. TikTok just doesn't do that sometimes. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Also, why does it put that guy at the top of my guest box? Like what? You, it's a pal to you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I would say one of the huge issues would be abortion for me.
Okay. So yeah, do you have any evidence, or actually not any evidence? Do you have? Do you think a zygote's a person? That's what I meant to say.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you think a zygote is a person?
I think that life begins at conception, yes.
I agree life begins at conception, but do you think it's a person at conception?
Well, define what a person is.
Well, I think a person is going to be someone who has a past or present and future subjective experience who's human.
Okay, so when do you believe life begins?
Well, I believe life begins at conception. That's cellular life. I care about sentient life.
Okay, when does sentient life begin?
18 through 26 weeks is when it's most likely.
Most likely. So what makes you say that 18 to 20 weeks that it becomes sentient life and it becomes a life that you can't kill?
Yeah, so there's multiple aspects of the brain that are developed, things like the cerebral cortex, the thymoscortical connections, and the prefrontal cortex. The development of those seems to produce a subjective experience.
So you think, this is just purely hypothetical, obviously, but you think a day before that baby would develop all those things that you listed, that you're still allowed to,
Yes.
or fetus, or however you want to define it. So what exact time, like, how can you make a claim on an exact time when life is and isn't? Sentient life, sorry.
You could say the same thing with cellular life. We have like some particular moment that we define. Again, I just told you the necessary properties of the brain to produce particular types of subjective experience. That's determined by neuroscientists. Okay, so I'm just telling you what's most likely predicated off of like the neuroscience. 18 is extremely like conservative. Okay, it's most likely to happen between 20 and 24.
Okay, but then why would you say that that level of consciousness defines life?
I don't say it defines life. I say it defines sentient life.
Sorry, sentient life. Sorry, I keep messing up on your terms there.
That's how
Why
neuroscientists define it.
So how exactly, though, at that exact time do scientists declare that sentient life begins?
Again, right, what I'm telling you is predicated off those particular aspects of the brain that help produce a subjective experience. They see that you have different types of qualities that they can express or that they have, right, after these particular stages of development, right? And based upon those particular types of aspects in which they show, right, they're able to determine, oh, it's likely that at this particular time it's associated with sentience or having a subjective experience.
So let's just say someone hypothetically gets into a comatose state, like they go into
they still meet my criteria because it's past or present and future subjective experience. So even if you lose sentience at any point, as long as you view a past and a future, right, you still meet my criteria for value and criteria for what I designate as sentience.
But if that person has let's just say a neuroscientist says that person will never regain consciousness, they'll never come out of that.
So they're brain dead.
Correct. Like, do you feel that
you can? I think a family can pull the plug on an individual in their family who's brain dead. Do you think so?
Well, again, I think it's a difficult conversation because I think that human beings putting on a distinct line for when you can kill versus not kill. It's like,
okay, do you think you can kill sperm?
It's never like 100%
Do you think it's
sure
okay to
because,
kill
like,
sperm, Stephen?
No, because the sperm hadn't become fertilized.
So you think it's wrong for someone to nut?
No, I don't think it's wrong for someone to nut.
But it kills the sperm.
Yeah, but the sperm
should they be tried in international courts for crimes against humanity?
But we're not arguing sperm though. I'm confused.
But they killed all those lives.
No,
all that
just,
life.
Okay, well, we're talking about sentient life.
Appreciate this, Dicey. Thank you socially. Do you value sentient life or do you value cellular life?
Well, I think that's the question though.
Yeah, and if you value sentient life, then you can get around this. But if you value cellular life, I'd ask you what's the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote that means you value one but not the other.
Well, I think that's. I mean, I could see your reasoning behind what you're saying. Like, do you agree with a lot of like what Destiny says about his stance on abortion? Are you familiar with his stance on abortion?
Yeah, he has a pretty similar view to me.
So, like, do you understand what I'm trying to say when I mean like how can you draw how can neuroscientists draw an exact line in the sand for when that baby becomes sentient?
We're drawing a line the same way that you draw a line for biological life that you value. Okay, so why do you value the life of a zygote but not the life of a sperm?
Well, because that sperm unites with the woman's egg and it becomes something totally different, a totally different, unique
you could
genetic
say it's totally
code.
different, but they're both life. So why do you value one but not the other? I thought you said you care about life. So why do you care about the sperm?
Well, I do care about. I understand what you're saying, but you keep bringing up that topic. But we're talking about sentient life, though. But
that's what I value. But I'm asking you what you value.
I value human life, and I think that you can't.
Okay, so why don't you value the sperm that's living?
Well, sorry.
Of what species is sperm?
I value sentient life, but I don't necessarily think that you could put a distinct line in the sand at 18 to 20 weeks because it's not like what if I'm pretty sure that there was an instance where a baby was 18 months old and it got delivered and it was able to survive.
No.
So like, or was it 20 weeks? I'm sorry, maybe I'm mistaken.
20 weeks.
So like, but what would you say that
20 weeks?
What would you say that fetus is experiencing that allows you to kill it or not?
No, I'm saying if it has a subjective experience.
Right.
Like,
so what makes
for example, you don't think again, you're not giving me the relevant inference, and you're just trying to pivot. Okay, so please answer the question: why do you value a zygote but not a sperm? I've answered all your questions. I want you to answer my question.
Sure. I mean, I think that's I think that your reasoning and logic behind it is it makes sense. And I understand how you think I'm pivoting when I'm trying to bring up when I think life begins, but
because you're pivoting two different questions. Listen,
Right.
we're talking about what you value comparative to when you believe sentience begins. If you're questioning when you believe sentience begins, that would typically become once you value sentience rather than cellular life. Okay, right? But if you value sentience, right? Well, then my view is going to be most convincing because it has like the most likely to be the case. And I even have like a conservative stance in terms of 18. Right? That's like a pretty conservative stance.
Yeah, I
for
totally
like when
understand.
we see it to be likely, especially because there's never been a case where it's viable, but before the 20 weeks and a few days.
Yeah, but do you understand? And I totally understand what you're saying. And even like your question with what I'm valuing, but then like my question is like, what exactly is that baby experiencing that makes it sentient life? That if you pull the plug on it and murder and rip it apart the day before, like what makes the experience of that baby the day difference between the 18-week cutoff and 17 weeks, 6 days, and 23 hours? You get what I'm saying?
Same point where it goes from not life to life under your view. That's the distinction, is that the valuable trait becomes a reality. The valuable trait becomes reality.
What exactly is that? What exactly is that fetus experiencing? Because what like I would
it doesn't
ask you,
have a conceptualization of experience, no subjective experience, and then it has subjective experience. If I value subjective experience, the difference between these two qualitative states is that one has a subjective experience, the other one does not.
Right. So would you say that?
Aaron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Aaron.
When you believe that sentient life begins, is it defined by consciousness?
Consciousness is like a separate term. I'm using sentience to relate to subjective experience.
Okay, so what would be your definition of sentient life?
Subjective experience, dude. I've told you this a million times. Okay, so you're not questioning, right, the value right now. You're not answering my question as well. Stop pivoting, Steven. I'm really trying to get you to answer this question. Please answer.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I understand that, but like you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Right? Why value the zygote but not the sperm?
Well, again, based off of my answer of that, I guess I'm not necessarily arguing biological life, but more like what you're saying, sentient life.
Okay, if you value sentient life, well then it's not going to be conception.
Right, but my reason for saying that
you think aborting a few-week-old fetus is okay, or a few-week-old embryo is okay?
Well, I think that. I understand your reasoning and logic behind the way that you think, and even ask me the question, is what's the difference between the sperm and the fertilized egg? I totally understand why you're saying that. But what I'm trying to say is, I think that you get to be in a dangerous spot when you say that there's an exact line in the gestation period to where I think that starting at conception, it kind of gets rid of the slippery slope of where you necessarily define when sentient life begins.
So you think that you just can't define sentient life begins? Okay.
Yeah.
What is the earliest point you could think it could begin?
Well, that's what I'm saying though, because I think it's very. Do you believe that after 20 months it is murder?
20 weeks.
Sorry, 20 months. Yeah, sorry, 20 weeks.
Yeah,
you believe after 20 weeks.
Elective would be murder if it's lethal. But after that point, people aren't getting lethal abortions like that. It's typically speaking going to be induction of labor. That's going to be the abortions that happen after that, or it's like in the case of grape, or in the case of medical complications. It is not typical for people to get elective abortions after that point.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. But what I'm trying to say is, so if you agree that it's murder after that certain,
you still don't know so you don't know the difference in terms of value. So you do value sentient life. So do you think abortions in the first few weeks are okay?
Well, here's what I was trying to say is, so if you think that after that time period, that 18-week time period, that it becomes murder, like, don't you think it's a little bit dangerous?
Are you allergic to answering questions? Because, like, I understand you want to ask questions, but you're doing it to a point where you're not engaging in a conversation.
Okay, sure. Can I just? I'll try to answer a question. Can I just try to finish the point I was making? Then I'll try to understand. I'll try to understand a little bit more what you're asking. So what I'm saying is if at that 18-week cutoff, I just think that it's very dangerous to say that within an hour's difference on when you believe sentient life begins, that an hour difference can make the difference between murder and it's not being murder. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get how that could be?
Same thing happens when you say it's conception. Same thing happens when you say it's sentience at any point in time. I don't understand what your point is. There's a point before conception, and then there's a point once conception occurs. Okay?
Sure, but you're like what I'm saying is
what is the point of this? That's a point where someone's alive, and a point before that. Yeah.
Your point is that you draw a line in the sand when sentient life begins.
Yes,
correct?
And you do that too, right?
Yeah, right, but
okay. So then, what's the difference between my point and your point?
Well, I think that because whenever you start at conception, it covers all pregnancies.
So it has no capacity of being sentient at point in which it's literally a cellular organism. Okay, do you think microorganisms are sentient? Are you trolling?
Well, I mean, I get how that sounds. I get how that sounds that way, but
that's what you just said.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. No, I don't think that the baby at 1 week old is a sentient human being.
Oh, so when is it sentient under your view?
That's the question though. I don't necessarily
you don't
think
know?
that. No,
so again, I've already told you, neuroscience indicates most likely between 18 through 26. 18 is a conservative idea. I'd be okay with accepting even 20 weeks. Okay?
Right, and then
but 18 is extremely conservative. If you want to go to the conservative point, you can.
Sure.
18 is the best because people will say 6 to 8 weeks in terms of EEG readings. EEG readings also exist in brain individuals we think aren't sentient.
Right,
so
which is why
if that's true, well then again, the most likely time frame is 18 through 26. Most likely time frame.
Right, but do you see how though it could be dangerous because they don't necessarily have an exact definite like could it? Okay, here's my question: could a neuroscientist be observing a baby at 16 weeks old and know for a 100% fact whether that baby is sentient or not?
So we don't know 100% fact for plenty of things. That doesn't mean that we don't have good reason to believe it's true. You don't know 100% fact that I'm not a brain in a vat and that you're not a brain in a vat. It is the case that you believe it's most likely that's not the case, right? Because of the evidence. Okay, so we believe things on evidence. We don't believe things on certain facts of 100% necessary facts. That makes no sense. No one bases any of their claims on 100% true. No one does
that. So what you're saying is that your position is more based on what you think that neuroscientists can most
probability,
prove.
Not possibility. That's what we're basing it on.
I got you.
Like, what's most probable? What does the evidence point to? And the evidence points towards this. Could I be wrong? Yes. But it is unlikely. This is with a high degree of confidence that we're saying this. A very high degree of confidence.
Sure. And I just think that sometimes, like let's just say, though, if it does become murder, like what you said, after that 18 to 20 week period, I'm just saying what can be dangerous is that you get a neuroscientist that makes a mistake and then you just murdered her baby versus
okay, think about it this way. Should we give people Tylenol in scenarios where they might need it, right? We'll give Tylenol to people, right? You'll take Tylenol even though there's a very small minute chance it will harm you, right?
Yeah, but does Tylenol give you the chance at killing yourself?
So you're saying that that doctors can prescribe Tylenol, but in some scenarios it can lead to negative impacts? So do you need to be 100% certain there are going to be no negative impacts coming from the Tylenol?
Well, I think that negative impacts is different than unaliving of a human being or a sentient life.
You understand that some people can die. It can be fatal to some people.
I mean, I've never heard that, but I get your point.
There's always a risk factor. And the point I'm making is that it is the case that we still, on an overall perspective, we'll still prescribe Tylenol, even though sometimes it can kill. Very low chance, but sometimes can.
Sure.
So do you understand my point there? Is that in practically all scenarios where a being is sentient, they have the thalamocortical connections. Okay? The reason why I say 18 weeks is because there's been max 4 cases where there's been sentience without those characteristics because evolutionarily speaking, the cerebral cortex fulfilled the necessary qualities for sentience, but it doesn't in of itself, right, in typical scenarios because of the thalamocortical connections in the prefrontal cortex.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And Parker, if I'm going to be honest, I think just having a conversation about something, not letting your emotions get into because I'm genuinely curious about why you believe in the way that you believe in. And I think that's how we have change in America, is when two people that might have a disagreement about something, is they're able to talk about it and try to understand each other's logic and reasoning behind what they believe in. You know what I mean? But yeah, I understand your reasoning, but we can move to a different topic if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. I'm down to talk about anything. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
It would be a struggle. But I think that there's a lot of things.
At what point do you think abortion is okay? Actually, and we'll go back to that. Sorry, I want to stay on that. Because you said you were basing it on sentience now, right? So do you think abortion should be legal in most scenarios?
I think that, like I said, my whole point and argument was the problem with putting a definite line in the sand between murder and not murder is it's really dangerous, because you don't necessarily know the exact moment when that life becomes sentient to where you can or not kill it.
Okay, so you're saying neuroscientists don't know when beings are sentient?
Yeah, well, I don't think that it's 100. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily that they know the exact moment when it.
Thank you, JV. I appreciate it. So I have a question. What makes biologists right about when life begins, but neuroscientists wrong about when sentient life begins?
Well, because I think sentience. I think that's a much more like in-depth and difficult topic to understand than just like being able to look at a single-celled organism and realize that it's life.
So you feel like it's more difficult? Is that what you're saying?
I would say yes. The argument on what biological life is versus sentience are two a little bit. I would say that the argument of when sentience begins and what sentience is a more.
Here, I'll ask you this question. Who do you think has a better answer of when sentience begins, Steven or neuroscientists?
Well, like I said, I'm not claiming that I know the exact moment that sentience begins, but what I'm saying is
you're saying
that
we can't know, so we have to go based on zygote value?
Well, correct. So what I'm saying is...
Okay, so then why not sperm value?
Right, and well, Parker, I get where you are getting me on the point of where my line of reasoning doesn't line up.
Why not sperm rights? You know, sperm deserve rights. They are living entities, okay? They deserve rights.
Well,
rights for all living beings.
Right.
Rights for the microorganisms.
I understand what you're saying. But do you understand what I'm trying to say when I think that it can be dangerous to where you don't necessarily know when that life becomes sentient. So yes, what you were saying about my point is, yeah, so since it's very difficult to put an exact point on when you believe sentience begins, and also the right to live versus die and murdering, I would say that just putting that at conception eradicates the idea of having to necessarily pinpoint an exact moment when you believe murder does or doesn't occur.
Okay, but you're also pinpointing. You're also still pinpointing an idea of when you think it's okay in terms of the context of zygotes. Okay, so if zygotes are valued, do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
Well, for me to be logically coherent, I would have to say yes. But I understand how that sounds really silly, and it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Do you think it's silly?
Well, I think that if I believe that life begins at conception, then I would have to say like that type of birth control that does that would be.
Yeah. So if you have an IUD, type 1 in the comment section. Now, do you think all murderers should go to prison?
Yeah, I would say yes, but
look at all these murderers. They should all go to prison, right?
Like I said, though,
all of them should go to prison, right?
No, I don't. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that it's difficult to pinpoint an exact moment, but I understand how that there can be issues whenever you put it on conception. Like I'm not saying that there aren't flaws in the argument that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to give me a reductio like that with the view that I hold. Right, like, dude, the fact that you just said that the 200 people that typed 1 in the comment section are murderers and should go to prison would be crazy, right?
Well, I think that there's other ways that you can prevent pregnancy other than IUDs as well. And I think
Okay,
that
okay, I appreciate the little crime. Thank you so much. But the fact that they did use IEDs means they should go to prison, right?
again, that's just that's something that's something very difficult to wrestle with in the viewpoint that I have, and I recognize that, and I recognize that it sounds ignorant. Like I'm not totally ignorant to the fact that that sounds really dumb.
Okay. Okay. Well, then, like, obviously, I don't like, think about it this way. With my view, I don't have to hold to something that I think is dumb like that. So, like, wouldn't that be, like, a more preferable view? You don't have to hold to something as dumb?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, then if you were wrong, then you would say that if you were wrong about what you believed in, then you would become a murderer.
What?
What do you mean? What?
I haven't done that. When did I get an abortion?
No. Well,
you talking about
saying
sperm? Because fuck, I should be tried in criminal courts in the international courts for crimes against humanity.
No, what I'm saying is that if your viewpoint does come out to be wrong, and let's say it's not,
if sperm have rights, then I should be tried in criminal courts, internationally speaking, for crimes against humanity. Crystal,
I don't know why
think
you
of the
keep bringing up
$5.
sperm though.
Well, because again, like the point I'm making is that, again, you could say that same thing that you just said about like zygotes or about like prior things, right? The same thing with sperm. Because again, you still don't have a difference between a sperm and a zygote that means you value one but not the other, because they're both living. They're both living. There's both a future. Like if you put sperm in the particular conditions for it to be able to lead to pregnancy, it also has a future. So would you value the sperm even prior fertilization because it could possibly lead to that point?
Well, what the point that I'm making and what I'm saying is that I think that, I know I sound like a broken record, but I think it's dangerous for us to say that there's an exact moment on when in the gestation period that fetus becomes life, and you can or cannot murder it based off a certain point that you are drawing.
No, again, life happens at conception, right? In terms of these types of things, and there's life prior to that in terms of sperm, right? But the point I'm making is that cellular life is not what we value.
Sure. So can I ask you this question? What would be your definition of what sentient life is?
Yeah, it's going to be, again, subjective experience, first person subjective experience.
So what is that baby experiencing for it to be classified as sentient life?
I'm just saying that it has a first person subjective experience.
What does that mean?
So do you want me to give like an example?
Sure. Yeah,
that's the definition. So like, you know how you're experiencing things right now?
Sure.
That's an example.
Right, but what I'm experiencing is
the
totally
fact that
different.
You can conceptualize of the experience, not that you remember it.
Right. So what is a baby?
Are there things you don't remember that you conceptualized?
Yes.
And like you went through? Yes, that's kind of like what I mean. They don't have to have a memory of it, but the fact that they had a subjective experience and a conceptualization of experience. That's what I value.
So it's recognizing that they exist?
Well, it's not recognizing that you exist, because again, prior to that point, you didn't recognize it. Self-awareness doesn't happen until like they're like 2 or 3. I'm talking about the conceptualization of experience. Again, you don't have to have memory or self-awareness to be able to have a subjective experience.
Yeah. So, sorry, I guess I'm just asking for another example. So what exactly is that fetus experiencing at that 18-week period that makes it sentient life?
Dude, it's the fact that it can experience.
In what regards though? What is it experiencing?
What do you mean? Like that's like saying what am I experiencing in a room? Like what the fuck? I'm talking about the fact that it's experiencing. It doesn't matter what they're experiencing. It's the fact they're experiencing. Is that difficult to understand, Stephen?
No, what I'm trying to understand is, okay, so what is making them be able to experience that?
Those particular aspects of the brain.
And none of those
like
none of those are
connections, prefrontal cortex and the cerebral cortex.
And none of those are developed up to an hour before the exact point that neurologists point and draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, the neurologist point in which it's likely to occur.
So you think that neurologists get to decide likely when murder can occur?
Yeah, neuroscientists. Neuroscientists indicate when it's sentient, the same way biologists indicate when it's living.
Okay. Sure.
Steven, I've already answered these questions already.
Sure, no,
you've already asked these questions. I have to repeat the same answers over and over again because you keep asking the same questions, respectfully.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to further understand what you meant by some of the terms that you were discussing. But
okay.
Yeah, we can move on to something different if you'd like.
Do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Do I think murder should be left up to the states? No, I don't.
Okay, so if Trump thinks abortion is murder, then murder should be left up to the states. If you think abortion is murder, it should be left up to the states under Trump's view. Why would you vote for someone who wants to leave murder up to the states?
I mean, that might be something that I necessarily don't agree on.
Oh, okay. But it's, something you can just agree to disagree on.
Yeah, I mean, likewise I'm sure you don't think that Kamala is an absolute perfect candidate for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I know. I never said that she's absolutely perfect.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like,
I know, but she hasn't been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting someone. She hasn't, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't deny science as it relates to climate change. She didn't say she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say yeah to Howard Stern calling her daughter a piece of ass. She didn't say she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. She didn't say she grabs women by the vagina. She doesn't have to ask. She didn't say those things, right? She didn't say she walks in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because she quote-unquote owns the place. None of those things has she ever done. She didn't not rent to black people in 1973, call for the execution of the Central Park five young black and Latino boys who were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. She didn't popularize the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him running for president of the United States, and then continue that racism today, saying that Kamala Harris turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior. She never did those things. Anything else?
Hey,
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got anything else? He left. Okay. Incredible. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, when you look at it basically just number-wise, right, our economy was a lot better with Trump in the office, and our economy is...
Based on what macro indicator?
I mean, just look at everything around you. Gas was cheaper, milk was cheaper, groceries were cheaper, rent was cheaper.
How was inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that it was caused by them, but they definitely haven't done anything about it in the past 3.5 years.
So that's done by the Federal Reserve. You know that, right?
Okay.
And also, what would Trump do? What's Trump's solution?
I'm not too sure, but I mean...
Tariffs? Because tariffs cause inflation. So he wants to cause more inflation?
I mean, whatever he did before worked.
Did you know we're at 2.5% inflation right now, 0.2% month by month? 2.5 annually, 0.2 month per month.
Then why am I paying a shit ton of money for stuff I didn't pay a shit ton of money before?
Because inflation is the rate of increase in pricing.
And why
So the rate of
about
increase
it?
in pricing in the past years didn't go away. Prices aren't going to go down, but we need wages to increase with that. And median wages, real median wages, have increased since 2019.
Okay, but I mean,
things like
inflation did
corporate
go up like
greed,
crazy
price
after the
gouging.
stimulus checks, did they not?
What's up?
Inflation went up like crazy after stimulus checks, did they not?
I don't think it's related to the stimulus checks because it happened globally. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Yeah, but I mean, they definitely haven't been helping. You know, giving out money like crazy from the government definitely isn't going to help inflation.
Yeah, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration did.
Well, I mean, whatever he did before worked, and whatever he does again is probably going to work.
Okay, so can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Nope. But whatever he did before worked.
So did you know his tax policy gave $61,000 to the top 1% and $70 to people making under $27,000 a year, $390 to people who make under $53,000 a year, and above $27,000. So $390, right? A PlayStation to middle class families and lower class families, but $61,000, the median personal income, or actually average income for the United States. So that's what you give to the top 1%, people who make over $837,000 a year.
I mean, sure, but inflation definitely was
so that's good
lower
policy.
whenever Trump was in the office, correct? I mean, we also
Molly,
had
thank you
less
for the
border
$2. Thank you so
crossings,
much.
too. Border
There's actually less
crossings were
border
down a
crossings
lot.
right now than there was the end of Trump's administration. Did you know
Maybe right this second, but not before.
that? Okay, so you understand that because of inflation that led to people being influenced to come here in the first place.
Okay, well, why didn't they do anything about it?
They did. They advocated for a border bill, which Trump undermined the border bill, called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
They just
she also,
did.
she
Why
also,
haven't
she
they
also,
done
by the way,
anything
raised
before?
$5 billion in funding for countries in South and Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place.
But
to build
she's
up their
just
economies.
now doing all this. Why didn't she do it 2 years
She
ago?
did this back then. She did this during.
She said
her
like a
time as
couple of years ago
president.
that she didn't want to do anything with the border. That
That's
she
not
didn't-
true.
No, she did
Totally
say.
false.
No, she did say that she does not want to arrest illegal immigrants crossing the border. And there's a
You
clip of her
understand?
saying
You understand
that.
someone's. By the way, that's not what she said.
There's
And she
a
had
clip
different,
of her saying it.
You understand? In what
You
year?
can- I'm not
What year?
100% sure what,
What
year.
year?
I just
What
saw
year?
it like 5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, so in 2019. Okay, so you understand that Trump, we can point to his vice president, J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance specifically said, literally, that Trump is America's Hitler. Trump might be America's Hitler. That's what he said. So do you think that his view can't change? Because if it can't change, then why did Trump get a vice president that thinks that he might be America's Hitler?
I have no idea.
That's interesting.
Can't answer that question, but
What about Trump changing his position? He used to be a Democrat. Is Trump still a Democrat? Just
definitely not.
no. Okay, so
Okay,
people's
but
views can
if we're
change. Okay.
going to talk about people changing their position, why don't we talk about Harris saying she wanted to ban assault rifles? Now she's saying she doesn't want to take guns away. She also said she wanted to ban fracking. Now
She
she's
doesn't
saying
want to
she
take
doesn't.
everyone's guns. She doesn't want to ban fracking.
She's just now saying this though, and she definitely did
She
say.
said this before. She never said that she wants to take everyone's guns.
She said
And
that
she never
wanted
said
to
that she
ban
wanted to
assault
ban
rifles.
fracking this
She
year.
said, hold on. She said she wanted to ban assault rifles, and she also said that she totally
That's not
supports the
all
gun
guns.
buyback program.
That's not all guns.
But it's still taking away people's rights, is it not? I mean, that's
You
totally.
understand that Trump wants to take the guns first and due process second?
When did he ever say that?
He literally recently. I'll show you. Look up Trump. It's from The Hill. Take guns first. Due process second.
Hold on. Let me boot up the PC.
Or I can just show you. Look.
Oh yeah.
That's a quote from him.
Is the Hill? Who is it run by? Is it a
They're
Democratic
quoting him.
site, or-
They're quoting him. It's a
Okay.
quote he said. They're just reporting on it.
What is the quote he said?
The quote he said is this: "I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. To go to court would have taken a long time." Trump said in a meeting with lawmakers on school safety and gun violence, "Take the guns first. Go through due process second."
But he's not saying take away guns from civilians. Not
Yes, he
from
is.
Civilians. He didn't say that.
He's okay with taking away people who have been flagged as potentially dangerous individuals. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But they have not
Well,
gone through the
I
due
mean-
process yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, why wouldn't he? You should be doing background checks on people, and if you know their background checks.
This isn't a background check. There's no due process yet. This is prior to due process. It's called a red flag law.
Okay, but Harris also wanted to pass a red flag law. She said it a million
Okay, so then
times.
again, you just said that it's okay for Trump to take away rights, but not for Harris. In the
But
same
did
thing.
he ever say
not
that
only
he
that,
wanted-
but also
did
Donald
he-
Trump. Donald
did
Trump
the-
wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Did you know that?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, that's violating your First Amendment.
Okay,
The Supreme Court indicated it was a First Amendment, protected by the First Amendment.
okay, but
So you're okay with Okay, so how about you think we should put people in prison for flying the Confederate flag?
I mean, I don't agree with that.
So should we put
Necessarily.
people in prison for flying the Confederate flag? Appreciate that message. Thank you.
Okay, no, I mean, putting people in prison
No?
for burning the American flag would definitely be it over the top.
Okay, so then why are you supporting a candidate that wants to violate people's First Amendment and engage in such tyranny?
Because he's good with numbers and he's good with money, and he makes
Good with money.
he
Name
makes
one
us
good
middle-class
businessman that
people
has.
richer.
Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
With 6 bankruptcies?
Yeah. What happened to Trump Vodka, Trump Steaks, Trump Airlines,
Yeah, no.
Trump
for sure.
University?
But a lot of giant corporations and companies have definitely gone through.
Name
bankruptcy
one
a few
person
times.
that is a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, I don't know 6 bankruptcies, but there's definitely a ton of companies that have gone through bankruptcy a few times.
Okay.
I mean, basically
Okay.
any
So
car
again, not a
manufacturer in
single
the
one that has
entire
6
world.
bankruptcies. The reason why he's rich is because his dad gave him $400 million in inheritance.
Okay, but I mean, he definitely made middle class people a lot more money when he was in office, and rent was still down. It went down when he was
Okay,
in office.
he gave
Gas went down.
he gave almost 60 times, literally 30 times what the middle class got, right? Comparative to people who are in the top 1%. For the middle quintile, $910 comparative to the $61,000 for the top 1%. For the fourth quintile, $91,000 to $154,000. Even that, they got $1,680. You know who got way more? The top 1%, $61,000
Okay.
per individual.
How much money is the top 1% made with the Harris administration?
How much have they made?
Yeah. What's their?
I don't know what you mean.
What? How much money are they getting? I mean, you're saying how much-
800K plus.
Okay. But well, also, I mean, can we go into the topic on how they, shut the pipeline down? Why would they do that? Why would we go
That was
back
the
to
Supreme Court. Supreme Court set
But they
that up, and
supported
they followed through
They
with the Supreme
supported
Court
it.
order. They followed through with the Supreme Court order.
Yeah, they didn't go against it. They definitely could have.
You understand that, Rebecca? Thank you the $5. Thank you so much. That we have to respect the law of the land.
Yeah, no, I mean for sure, but they're definitely.
So you're saying we shouldn't respect the law of the land? Is that what you're saying? So if we shouldn't respect that, then abortion rights should be protected federally, right? That's not determined by the Supreme Court because we don't listen to the Supreme Court, right?
I'm
They're
actually
not the law of the land.
I'm not against abortion. Surprisingly.
Oh, so
being a
but you're voting
Republican.
for a guy that restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for great victims. Okay.
Yeah, because I make a
that
lot more
mustache.
money
Thank you
when
so
I
much.
do the office.
That hurts women. That hurts girls in this country. But you don't care, do you?
I mean,
It's not big enough of an issue for you.
100%. Yeah, I definitely care about how much more, how much money I'm making rather than.
So how is Trump going to make you? Wait, do you make over 400K?
No,
So your taxes are not going to go up on a Harris administration.
my
Why are
taxes
you
have
voting
gone
for
up
him?
on the administration. They've already gone
What's
up.
up?
My taxes already have gone up. My interest rates.
This is
are up.
Trump tax
Everything's
policy.
up.
Interest rates relate to
Why
the Federal
haven't
Reserve.
they
Trump's
fixed
bringing
it?
back the chairman of the Fed.
It's been 3.5 fucking years. Why haven't they fixed it?
The Federal Reserve has brought down inflation to 2.5% annually, 0.2% quarter or
When?
month to month.
When?
Right now.
Yeah, why right
The
now?
last year,
Why
the
not?
last year, inflation is 2.5%.
Why not over the entire 3.5 years, dude? Why right
Nixon,
now?
We had the fastest recovery from
Why?
inflation.
Why right
Nixon.
before the election?
Nixon.
Why not before?
Nixon. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7.
No,
you don't know how the economy works.
Oh.
Nixon, you don't know how the economy works. And also, the Federal Reserve is nonpartisan. They have nothing to do with particularly following what the Democrats or what the Republicans want. They do what is going to be better for the economy. That's what the Federal Reserve does. They are supposed to be nonpartisan. You understand that, right? So when you say, oh, of course it's prior to an election, they historically speaking do not look at what partisan individuals say. They don't. They're economists. They're trying to be independent.
No, I see what you're saying, but
And you know that Trump
they
is going to bring
definitely-
back Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, right?
Sure, but
That increase the interest rates.
okay, but why is like our RFK and stuff siding with him when he's probably leaning a lot more left, or was leaning a lot more left before as an independent party? Why would he side
He's a
with somebody
conspiracy
like
nut.
that?
Conspiracy gets conspiracy.
And then there was also, I forgot her name. I think it's like Julia or something. The other independent.
Julia, I mean, Jill Stein?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. She has no chance of winning.
I know, but why would if these people are kind of more on the Democratic side, why would they be rooting for Trump if Kamala's so amazing?
Who's voting for Trump? You mean
RFK.
RFK?
and-
RFK is not a
yeah.
Democrat.
He definitely
He's a
leans more left
conspiracy
than
nut.
Republican, though.
No, he doesn't. He says he cares about environmentalism. He's voting for a guy that doesn't even believe climate change is caused by humans and thinks that the climate is going to start cooling. He said he's been fighting against environmentalism his entire career. He just went against it. So he fucking made a disgrace of his entire career by going after Trump and following him. Such a joke.
That's
Disgrace of his entire environmental career.
I didn't even know that, so you just opened my eyes. But, I mean, just back to everything, though, like with the pipeline and stuff like that. Why would the Harris administration even do that in the first place? Why are they wanting to give more of our stuff over to, China and whatnot?
So they're not giving more stuff to China. I don't know what you're talking
Well, I forget the exact wording, but the China basically is... Ah, fuck. Hold on 1 second. Let me look this back up real quick. But we're basically giving over like certain rights that we had before to other countries.
Which
and I
what?
don't necessarily shutting down our pipeline. Why would we stop mining
What, you mean
oil
the
on
XL
American
pipeline?
soil? Yeah, why would we?
Wait, so we actually produce more oil right now than any point in American history? Or we accepted more
That's not
drilling
true.
permits?
That's not true. China does.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. They're number one right now.
You're wrong. We
Look
produce
it up
more
right
oil
now.
right now than any country in the history of the world, and we produce more permits under the Biden-Harris administration than we did under the Trump administration. 50% more drilling permits. Okay, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. He's totally silent. The XL pipeline that you're referencing, that was for tar sands, for plastics. And I just want to let you know that it is the case that it was a Canadian-owned pipeline. Most of those are temporary jobs. It was shut down by the Supreme Court, followed through with the President of the United States, because it is the case that it goes over an indigenous lands, that we have a treaty with indigenous individuals, that we would not go over that land. They don't want us to do that. We're not going to do it, because we signed a treaty with them. Of course, you don't care about treaties. You don't care about indigenous people, so you're obviously going to be totally okay with fucking up the environment in their area where we've already designated that they can have access to it. After literally the United States of America has put people who are indigenous on reservations. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. You want to take more from indigenous people when you've already taken so much from them? That's ridiculous to me.
No, I see what you're saying.
Okay? And also, by the way, again, most oil production now than any point in American history or of any country ever. We had the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Literally the most pro-energy policy of any president ever.
But have we for the past 3.5 years?
Yes, the Inflation Reduction Act. The building of oil production. That's been happening throughout the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration.
I mean, why is inflation still so high if it's been happening for 3.5 years?
Inflation's at 2.5% annually, which is not high. That's what it
Like I
was
said,
in
but it
2018.
hasn't been over,
You understand inflation is the same right now as what it was in 2018, right?
I mean, yeah, right now, but you do understand that the last 3 years, too, people have been struggling to pay their fucking rent and buy groceries.
I'm not disputing that. There was global inflation. Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not specific to the United States.
Yeah, for sure, but they definitely could have done something about it. And
Like
isn't
what? Tell me, what could they have done?
I'm
Kenna,
not
think of the
100%
$5.
sure.
Thank you, Kenna.
I'm not the one that
Okay,
knows
well,
that
I
shit,
told
but
you
they
what they
can
did.
figure it out.
I have a degree in economics, right? I told you the Federal Reserve deals with it. It's not the President of the United States. The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. In the event of price instability, they're going to try to cause price stability by specifically influencing the increase in interest rates.
But I mean, still, why haven't they been attacking it for a while? Because, I mean, it's the president and the vice president. They definitely have some say. Even if the Federal Reserve controls it, they definitely have some say, do they not?
Wait, say that one more time?
Would Biden and Kamala not have any say about what the Federal Reserve does, yes or no?
No.
How?
What? No, that's done by the chairman of the Fed, right? That's Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell's going to be in office regardless of Trump or Biden, right?
Okay.
Regardless of Trump or Harris.
I get you. But I mean, they definitely could have done more, could they not?
What could they have done?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You tell me. I don't think they could have done more. I think that's the Federal Reserve.
I don't know. I mean, nothing like when Trump was in office, did we not have a good economy? I'm asking you.
No. There was 7.8% unemployment 4 years ago. 6.4% when the Biden administration took office.
Trump had
There was
some
a
of the
global
lowest
pandemic.
employment numbers in like a century. What do you mean?
What?
He had some of the lowest unemployment percentages in like over centuries.
We had lower unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration in centuries. You know, in 1969 we had lower unemployment. In 1952 we had 2.5% unemployment.
Yeah, that's fair. But unemployment,
Centuries is
unemployment was yeah, it is a little ridiculous. But unemployment was definitely lower with Trump in the office, and I mean, there's numbers that prove it.
No, it wasn't. It was 3.4% under the Trump administration, or 3.4% under the Biden administration, 3.5% under the Trump administration. Right now at 4.2% because of the influence, the increase in interest rates. It's actually lower than what it was when Biden originally came in office at 6.4%, when it was literally 7.8% 4 years ago. So again, were we better off 4 years ago than we are
How
now?
low was it last
No.
year, though? Just a year ago. How low was the unemployment rate last year? Just, you know.
The unemployment rate last year was literally like let me pull it up. It was probably like 3.5%.
Because like they're doing a lot of amazing stuff right now. Don't get me wrong. Like everything looks super good right this second, but it's just
You want September 2023?
Yeah, that works.
September 2023,
I mean, September's
3.8%.
pretty late into 2023.
3.8%.
Yeah, it's still higher than Trump's was.
At the very lowest, under under Trump's administration, July 2017, there was 4.3%. Okay, in 2018, right? April 2018, there was 4%.
Okay.
Okay, October 2018, 3.8%. February 2019, 3.8%. Most of his administration was not lower than that.
Where did you see that at?
I'm finding this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up fred.stlouisfed.org. It's from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Sorry, say that.
Federal Reserve Bank, like Bank of St. Louis. And the data comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But like they give you like a graph. So just look up unemployment rate, St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay.
You'll see it. It literally gives you by month. You can actually see in the past. So you can see in 53 there was 2.5% unemployment. May 1953. In 1969 there was 3.4% unemployment.
Let's see.
May 1969, 3.4%. Do you see?
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that.
Everyone, do tap that screen. Get to 500,000 likes if you want to support me. As always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Nixon, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's everything.
All right. Let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, my videos on Jubilee are fucking popping off. The one they just posted about like literally the Trump topic that they didn't post on YouTube just got posted, and it's already at 1 million views on the Jubilee account. He literally said it's the lowest carbon emissions ever. I said there was lower carbon emissions in Trump's administration than in 1700. I want to make a meme out of that, chat. I want to make a meme. Jesus Christ, dude. Spriv, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much. And Tracy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump.
Oh my gosh. Hello, how are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Okay, hear me out. I'm not. I just really wanted to say you're
Based. I really appreciate you so much. I am just looking for people who are debating, but I do appreciate you a lot. I really do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, Emma, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. And Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Samantha. So yeah, are you voting Trump?
Oh, the thing is, I'm not allowed to vote yet. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, so look up Jubilee, everyone, on TikTok. TikTok that just posted it. Also, you can find the YouTube video, the full YouTube video, in my bio. You can also find my Cash App and Venmo in my bio as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am, and I just recently turned 18 in February, so I'm still kind of new to these things, and I'm still learning. And
Why are you voting Trump?
So here's one of my main reasons. And first, I would like to go back a little bit to what somebody named Steven said that had to do when y'all were talking about abortion. I believe that should be completely up to the women. Shouldn't be anybody else's decision. It should be completely up to the women and their own bodies. Now, when
Okay,
it comes,
so then why are you voting for Trump, who restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion?
okay, so as I was trying to say, during the debate, I heard something, and this is mostly why I wanted to join it, because you said you had a degree in economics. Okay, so here's where this comes into my mind, and I just want to get your input. During the debate, Kamala Harris said she would be giving first-time homeowners a $25,000 first, like.
Are you going to ask me would it increase the price?
Yes, I'm going to ask you, would it increase the housing market price more than it already is? Because it's increasing.
For new homes, and they're going to offset the lack of affordability caused by the price increase by, again, there being that subsidy. So that subsidy, it offsets the affordability decrease of the price increase, and it creates a higher price to incentivize a greater level of supply in places where people want them. The reality of the matter is that in our market economy, if there's a higher price, there's a greater incentive for suppliers to produce in places where people want them. So the best way to incentivize production of houses is to stimulate the economy in this way. Because again, we're offsetting the lack of affordability by giving people access to the tax credit.
So what you're saying is by the grant, it's not going to raise the housing market by $25,000 because I feel like
because not everyone gets it, but it will increase it marginally, which will incentivize the creation of new houses in places where people want them.
Okay, understood.
So when they remove the tax credit in the future, there's lower demand and a higher supply of housing. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I guess my question now is, where would that $25,000 be coming from? Where would this money be coming from?
Taxpayer money. So we're going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And we're going to specifically bring a corporate tax rate of 28% instead of 21% under Trump's administration, which is actually the lowest corporate tax rate the Democrat is supported or even the economy has had other than Trump since 1940. Okay, so even Reagan had higher corporate taxes, like significantly higher, even 10% higher than Obama, which was 35%, which 28% is 7% lower than 35%.
Okay, and I just want to go back to what you said to the last person, and it had to do with the unemployment rates. I went through, and while you were talking about it, I Googled every single employment rate from 2016 when Trump became president all the way.
2017, he became president.
Oh, 2017. My apologies. 2017 to 2020. I looked through all of them.
2017 to 2021.
2020. My apologies again. It only started to raise in 2020 whenever COVID hit. So
yes,
here it was super low. It was lower than it was now before COVID hit. It was, I believe it was at 3.9.
3.5%.
Okay.
3.4% under the Biden-Harris administration in April 2023.
Okay. So
but it's 4.2 right now because of the influence and the increase in interest rates to combat price instability caused by inflation.
So I guess now my question is something that probably everybody's been saying. And first, I want to go back to one more thing with Kamala. About 3.5 years ago, I don't remember the exact time, she was talking about electric school buses. If I'm correct, did that go bankrupt? Or did that not work out? Because
I don't know. I don't know about this, honestly.
Okay, because that's kind of what I was thinking. I remember her talking about school buses, how everybody left.
I think electric school buses are good.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. But
I also like hydrogen. Like I like other types of cars than what we currently have. But I mean, cars are a small percent of overall emissions. Most emissions don't come from cars. The reality of the matter is that most comes from the top 100 businesses. The top 100 companies in this world produce over 70% of global emissions. Top 100 companies.
Okay, so I guess I just have one more thing, and then you can let me go because I know there's other people who want to get their piece in. Kamala Harris has been vice president for 3.5 years. And just, I believe it was about 6 months ago, there was finally something that started happening on the border. She started actually putting work into the border. Why doesn't, she's talking about all these changes she will make if she becomes president. Why is none of those actually, why hasn't she changed anything in the past 3.5 years? Why did neither one of them, I mean, I guess she hasn't really done any of the things she's saying.
She's done the most of any vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
So I guess
the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever.
So, before she started working on the border, is there? I guess this is a pretty simple question. Is there illegal immigrants in this country?
Yes.
And who would be to blame?
I don't think that there's a particular person to blame. I think it's the overall system. The fact that it takes so long for people to get into this country legally. It should max take 6 months. On average, it takes 5 to 7 years. The asylum process takes 8 to 10. So there are massive incentives for people to go through undocumented mechanisms because it takes so unbelievably long to get in this country and oftentimes costs money. And people can't afford it. They can't afford waiting the time and they can't afford the money as well.
So because people can't afford it, we should just let them into our country?
We should make the system go faster so it doesn't incentivize them to go through undocumented processes because immigration is helpful for this economy.
Okay, boom, right there.
Regardless whether or not you like it, the Congressional Budget Office indicated that, again, there is long-term benefits from immigration, specifically that the short-term costs associated with it are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits.
Hold on. Right there. You said it needs to be made faster. Now, here's my point. Kamala Harris has been in charge of the border. Why hasn't Kamala, my apologies.
What do you mean by in charge of the border? Do you think she's been like a border czar?
No, but I'm pretty sure she she has power for the border. She can change things with the border. I'm pretty sure that was informed to her.
No, so all she was given authority to do was go to countries in South and Central America and raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, which she raised over $5 billion.
And how much of that money went to Ukraine?
None of that money went to Ukraine. That money specifically went to countries like El Salvador and helped to build up those countries.
Yeah, understandable, but why isn't it going towards our country? Why aren't we helping our people? So
again, that was private funds. So we are helping our people here. Most of the funds that we utilized did. Appreciate the handout. Thank you. $5 billion is small comparative to our overall federal budget, but it did help with migration. And it was, again, private funds, so it's not using U.S. funds, right, like from the government.
Okay. So I guess my question is, what is Kamala going to do about...
Kamala?
Kamala. I'm sorry. It's just my way of pronouncing. I'll fix it. I apologize. I know that's her actual name. What is she going to do to help the prices of groceries? What is she going to do to help the prices of gas? What is she going to... Because past the Supreme Court. So...
That's true. Some of Trump's policy won't get past the Supreme Court. He wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. The Supreme Court already determined that's protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, there's...
and he literally promoted that recently.
Yeah, that's believable. Trump has done said some crazy stuff. I mean, during the debate, what was up with all that cats and dogs stuff? So, I mean, it's
yeah, like that was like insane, right?
Yes, and I agree with you.
I'm gonna be totally true, Michael. That's what you get with Donald Trump. He is conspiracy brain rotted. Okay? And he makes his country conspiracy brain rotted. People will believe things with no evidence. People believe that because he said it at the debate stage. There are millions of people in this country that genuinely believe that about those animals because Trump said it. And I'm not joking. People literally believe it.
Yeah, and it's just, and I don't understand why people would believe that, because me, myself, I went and I researched it. Found there was nothing affirmative that said anything that actually happened. And I mean, I guess there are some downfalls, but I guess I just didn't see any work put in by Kamala in the past.
I'll give you a few examples. Not only that, but also with climate change. Trump says that the climate's just going to get cooler and that science just doesn't know it yet. Actively just denies science. The election, he said that it was stolen. And when he said that, like, oh, he lost by a whisker, he was just joking.
Understandable. Well, I tried to make a point, and you proved me wrong, and I'll be the first Republican or Trump voter, or however you want to put it, to admit that. He's definitely said some crazy things, but I still believe that if Kamala hasn't made any change in the past 3.5 years, what is going to make you think that she's going to cause change in the future?
She has. She's done again the most of any vice president.
I think it might pop back up again.
Okay, Beauty, are you voting Trump?
I'm out of here. I'll see you.
Okay, I'll see you. All right. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So earlier, just while you were talking to that gentleman, you made it sound like she was not appointed as the border czar. Why did the news I'm not trying to be a dick, but
wait, dude. Can you give me any source that she was the border czar?
Dude, I've listened to CNN, MSNBC. I've seen all the news reports that called her that for the first 2 years.
Come on, dude. No. So that's ridiculous. That is such a ridiculous statement. She was given the authority to go to countries in South and Central America and raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. And she raised $5 billion in doing that.
Okay, I'm happy if that's what she was, but dude, I can't do it while I'm sitting here with you on the thing. But why did every single news? If it was just Fox calling her that, I could see the discrepancy and call bullshit on it. But
like if you could see like any evidence of that, like I'd love to look at it. But like again, I'm telling you, that's the authority she had. This whole border czar nonsense is just like an argument I've heard recently from Trump supporters.
Well. I'm from Bexar County, which our sheriff was at the DNC and spoke, and there's footage of him doing it. I'll send it to you. Can I email to you through here? So if I do find evidence, can I send it to you?
I mean, yeah, you can just tell me.
Well, I'm not going to do it right this second, but because it won't let me talk to you and research at the same time. But I'll look for that and get back to you.
Okay.
Matt, appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Borders are. This guy's freaking out in the comment section. Let's invite him. I can't see because there's max multi-guests. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, actually, I had a question for you. It's going to be kind of brief. Basically, the cats and dogs thing that he went over. I was looking for some research.
Oh, God, I can't hear you right now.
I found a call detail report talking about.
I can't hear you. When you go to the app, can't hear you at all.
Okay, look up Upward News. It gets a call detail report.
What's the title? Okay, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 750,000 likes.
Clark County Communication. Look him up on Insta.
No, just tell me the title.
Well, it's a post.
Okay. Just tell me like the title of the thing so I can find it. It's a post, a social media post?
Yeah, okay, so look up Upward News. They're pretty big on Instagram.
Upward News.
Yeah.
What the fuck? On Instagram, dude? Okay. All right. Let's see this Upward News Instagram post. They've got 284,000 followers. What did they say? They reported on Biden wearing a Trump hat in Pennsylvania. You know, good reporting here.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, we love that promo.
Where is it? This is just literally like a Republican hate page. This is not a source. This is literally a Republican hate page, dude. Jesus Christ, man. There's no way. You literally gave me a partisan Instagram source. Are they even verified? Let me check. No.
All detail.
And their last post is "We hate Instagram."
No, it's a
Or
pin
their pin post. I mean.
Yeah. Okay, did you find the call detail report? Because that is authentic.
Okay. All right. I'd like to see a legitimate source, not like a.
Okay, well then everybody else go to it.
Okay, and also Harris vows to censor misinformation. That's something that they put out. You know, Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Okay.
Is that not censorship? And
I
and the
mean-
example he gave was of people burning the American flag in protest of us having a statue of Robert E. Lee, a Confederate of the United States.
Yeah, it totally depends on your view.
Oh, okay.
That's totally opinion. Yeah.
Depends on your view.
I mean, people find that offensive.
You don't find it offensive to have a traitor who fought for slavery as a statue and commemorated?
That has really nothing to do with me, honestly. So.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyways, I also don't like the fact that Kamala, I mean, she flip-flops. Gun buybacks. She's been talking about she was talking about making it mandated, like recently.
Gun buybacks? For what
Yeah.
guns?
Assault weapons.
Do you care?
I mean,
Do you have an assault weapon?
yeah.
You do? Why do you care about? Why do you need an assault weapon?
Well, you're gonna say, so if I say I go hunting with it, you're gonna say I don't need it to go hunting with it, right?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. So it's totally opinionated. Like, I prefer it.
Yeah, I don't know much about guns, but I've never heard an argument as to why you need it.
Well, I mean,
Right? I don't really care about guns much.
It's like-
So like I don't know why you'd use like, oh, she wants to get rid of AR-15s as like a reason not to vote for her. Like, I just like, do you really care about?
it's like having a second computer monitor. It's like you don't need it, but you'll use it.
Having a second computer monitor is necessary for me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't need
I
it.
have to be able to look at a video while I'm playing the game, dude.
Yeah, so we can
Are you
agree.
trolling, bro?
So if I went hunting and I'm like, well, I prefer.
Wait. Here's the real question. Does me doing that put anyone at risk?
Doing what? A monitor?
Yeah, having a second monitor.
No.
No.
This
Okay.
this is an example.
No, so like,
off the
okay,
top of my
if
head.
AR-15s do put someone at risk, then there's a bit of a difference, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
like
that's
a pencil could put you at risk. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
A pencil could put you at risk. There's
Okay.
so many things that could put you at risk.
What puts you at a significantly greater risk? An AR-15 or a pencil? Yeah, no, dude, countries around the world have really high levels of crime when there's pencils involved.
Totally, like,
Why is there a higher rate of these things happening, like, in the United States comparative to countries like in Europe that have like
well, I mean,
less access to guns?
There's a lot of evil nowadays, loose morals.
So it's just that we're more evil in the United States? So you believe that the United States is more evil? Wow, what happened to like the optimism of the Republican Party and like believing in this country?
No, I'm
and,
saying-
like, loving this country. You know what I mean?
I'm saying it's evil people.
So you just think this country's evil?
Look, it's evil.
So you hate this
people.
country? That's what it is. He hates this country. Everyone. He thinks everyone in this country is evil.
No, I said
He hates
evil.
this country.
I said it's evil people that do that.
Well, that's this country.
I mean, look, the chat totally understands what I'm saying. Most of them are for Trump. I can see it. I can read it. I mean, it's totally a moral guideline deal.
So why don't we make this country something we want to be proud of?
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's make it, if we care about law and order and we want people to be safe, why do you care more about drugs than you care about guns? Trump wants to put people on death row for dealing drugs, but he doesn't want to put people in prison for dealing harmful guns?
When did he say that?
Okay.
Yeah.
When did he say that he wants to put people in prison or give the death penalty for drug dealers?
No,
Actually.
I've heard about that. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
All right. 4% of people on death row are innocent, right?
I don't think innocent people should be on death row. If you're trying to the worst.
Okay. You could say you don't think innocent people should be on death row. I totally agree, but like, that's going to happen if you make death penalty legal. Okay, 4% of people on death row would die that are innocent. It's not a greater deterrence for crime, so it doesn't reduce the likelihood of crime happening, and it costs more. So basically, there are no good arguments for the death penalty, to be totally honest.
Okay, I don't even know why we're talking about the death penalty. To be honest.
Didn't you ask about it?
No. Can't remember how we got here.
Because I brought it up as like an example.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, I completely agree. Innocent people, I mean, it's up to the justice system, right? So, like, I don't know what Trump has to do with that.
It has to do with the justice system. Okay, do you think the justice system... Wait, if you think the death penalty is okay, you think the justice system is very unlikely to be wrong, right?
I mean, again, it depends on the justice system.
So it's likely to be wrong?
Well, you said 4%, so unlikely, right?
So it's unlikely, right? So then why don't you believe Donald Trump's convictions and him being held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud?
I never said I didn't believe it.
So you do believe those things, that you're still going to vote for him?
Well, yeah, like, is he in prison right now?
That doesn't mean that he's not guilty. Was Epstein guilty
Okay.
prior to being in prison?
Did Epstein go to prison?
I think he did.
Okay. If Trump's not in prison, then, like, obviously, like, if Trump's not in prison right now, then I'd have to side with him. Like,
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
like if he's not in prison, then how do I know he did it?
Okay,
I know
so,
this- I know the
okay, so,
sexual- I know the
so, so,
sexual
so
thing.
Jeffrey Dahmer, prior to being in prison, you don't know if he's guilty. Adolf Hitler, prior to being in prison, you don't know if he's guilty.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. However,
Appreciate the magic
I mean,
rhythm. Was
that's-
Adolf Hitler guilty?
yeah.
When did he go to prison?
When? Oh, he didn't. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Donald Trump's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people when the decision didn't have to be unanimous.
Well, I mean, that's totally different positions. Like, if Trump, like, I'm telling you right now, like, I'm looking between 2 candidates, right? And I've got one that wants gun buybacks, flip-flops each side, just throwing money at Ukraine, trillions of dollars, throwing money at the wall, terrible negotiating skills. And then I've got Trump, who has already been a president, gone through all that. I mean, gas was lower, all that stuff was lower.
Lower,
But their
gas was
numbers
lower
are-
under Obama. Gas was lower under Clinton.
Okay, cool. And it was low under Trump, and now it's high, right?
So it went up increasingly under Trump. You know, there was a lower point under Obama than there was under Trump, and the point in which Trump came in office is the lowest
Yeah,
point.
can you give me the dates?
Yeah. So you want to hear the lowest point of Obama?
Yeah.
You can get this from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It specifically indicates in 2016 it was $1.87 in February of 2016. Under Trump's administration, the lowest rate was during COVID, right, at $1.94.
So it got lower at the
And that was
end
in May. And that was in May of 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Or I mean, not April 2020. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, can you say that number again?
April 2020, it was $1.94. Under the 2016 under Obama, it was $1.84 or 87 cents. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
And there was $1.84 under Obama as well in 2009.
Gotcha. And what is it now?
Right now it's what, $3.50.
Yeah, nice.
Wait, that doesn't mean it's caused by the president though.
Well, I mean,
That was for August, actually, so it
okay,
might have gone
so
down.
tell me, so you're
Tamika,
like-
thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tamika. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. They want me to bring you up a source with Epstein. So Trump was on the flight logs.
Yeah,
Epstein.
actually,
He said that
yeah,
Epstein is a
yeah.
terrific guy, and that he likes young women just like Epstein.
Yeah, I want to bring something up, but it's Kamala, right? Or Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala? Yeah. So, why is she saying she's against fracking and then now she's for fracking?
No, she's saying that she can have a green economy without banning fracking. So she's saying that she doesn't need to ban fracking to reach a green economy in the future.
Okay, what was that thing that Biden shut down immediately when he got in office that laid off all those pipeline workers?
You're talking about the XL pipeline? That was due to a Supreme Court order.
Okay. And he was in favor for that, right?
Say that again?
Was he in favor for that?
Biden follows through the Supreme Court order, yeah. And also that goes over indigenous land. So we signed a treaty with indigenous people.
Was that okay? So Supreme Court, I can't remember like how many Democrats and Republicans were on each side, but do you remember like how favored that was when they passed that for Democrats?
Wait, say that again?
The Supreme Court, whenever they passed to cancel that pipeline, the Exxon pipeline, was it like a bunch of Democrats like were the majority, or what's the deal with that?
Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I really tried. Are you saying it wasn't
So
done by this?
how did-
It was done
why
by an
did-
executive
how-
order.
Yeah, how and why did that get passed?
That's because of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but why? Why would they do that?
Supreme Court passed based upon majority rule.
So they were fine with just laying off all those workers because why?
Those are temporary jobs. Because it goes over the plan goes over indigenous land. When we have a treaty with indigenous people over that land, that we wouldn't do that. And of ecological reasons.
Ecological? Like what?
Just like the negative effects of a pipeline that's on indigenous land.
Okay.
It can have impact on water supply in the areas.
Okay, so why would they start in the first place?
What's up?
Why would they start in the first place if the pipeline's going to go through that?
Why would they
And
start in
just-
the first place? Because they needed to get permits over that land and they thought they could.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. What were you saying about, you were saying something before I interrupted you.
I don't remember.
Something
Yeah,
about,
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Susan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Susan.
I mean, it was shortly beforehand, it was like you have either Trump sexually exploiting a woman or it was like Biden and Hunter Biden doing their
We're
deal.
talking about Kamala Harris. This is the
Yeah,
candidate.
now it's Kamala, and she's like, well, here's the thing.
So, given that one has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, the other one is not, would you vote for the one that has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I would vote for a party. So it's J.D. Vance and Trump, right? And Kamala and Tim Walz. Tim Walz is an evil guy, in my
How
opinion.
is Tim Walz an evil guy? What,
With
dude?
all the stuff- all
Calling
the
Tim
stuff-
Walz evil is crazy, bro.
Well, did you see all the stories of the Minnesota whenever they were rioting? He was basically
Oh
saying,
yeah, you're right. He said, Tim Walz. You're talking about the writing. Trump praised his response, but Tim Walz, the worst characteristic, man. This guy. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He said the Minnesota State Fair was better than Iowa. Are you fucking joking? How evil is that? How fucking evil?
No, you know what I'm talking
Jesus
about.
Christ! How's he gonna come after, right? The corn like that, right?
No, you
I
know
grew up
what
in Iowa. How's he gonna come after us like that?
Not even close to
Unbelievable.
Not even close to what I'm talking about. Look up.
Don't know if I can support him after that one. Appreciate the
Look up
super.
his
Thank you so
wife.
much.
Whenever there was riots going on after that BLM thing in Minnesota, she
So,
said,
dude, Trump literally praised Tim Walz's response. We have him on audio recording talking to Tim
Okay, so
Walz,
what did-
praising
what
his
did he say?
response.
What did he say?
I've never seen someone do so well, kill it that quickly. I've never seen it. It's been so good. It was great. It was
You don't even
tremendous.
know what he said.
Vanessa, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I was adding a little bit of Trump oomph to it, but that's what he said. I'm
No,
serious.
he didn't. No, it's totally different.
He said that that's one of the better responses I've ever seen. That's literally what he
No,
said.
totally different conversation. So Tim Walz, it was him or his wife. They were praising about They would walk out whenever the BLM riots were happening, and they could smell all the burning from the cars and the building, the looting, and that they loved it. That's what they were saying. You can look it up.
Okay, I don't know what your point is with this.
That's evil.
What, dude? Again, so Trump's evil for saying that was the best response.
What?
Do you want me to play the audio of Trump saying that it was a good response?
Oh yeah, no, he didn't. Not about that combo.
You want me to show you?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay, bring something up while I bring it up.
We're talking about some fairs and stuff. You're having a totally different conversation.
Dude, I was making I'm not talking about a fair for me. I was making a joke earlier. Jeez.
Oh, and Tim Walz's family even supports Trump. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Hold up. This is from AP News.
The murder of George Floyd. Trump and running mate J.D. Vance have been criticizing Walz over his response to the violence.
Tim Walz is a person, again, who promoted rioters burning down the biggest city.
Yeah, that was it.
Walz's response.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that. But, Tim, it showed the incredible difference between your great state yesterday and the day before compared to the first few days.
Donald Trump has been claiming.
And that was in regards of what?
That's in regards of the responses related to like what you were just referencing in Minnesota.
No, it wasn't in regards of that.
He just praised his response.
He praised
to the Floyd protests.
He praised the actions 3 days later.
Wait, so wait, Trump said he fully agreed. You have no backing out of this. He fully agreed with it. So Trump's evil, dude. Trump is so evil for fully agreeing with Tim Walz being so evil.
So he fully agreed with that conversation.
He fully agreed with Tim Walz. That's what he said.
Literally not what he said at all. And
You
everybody
literally heard him say it, dude.
Oh, he said he was fine with the way he
fully
handled
agree.
The city. So
With
what?
the response of Tim, it was so very great, incredible.
Yeah, you said responsive Tim. No, he didn't.
Dude, no, I was adding that, but you heard him. Do I have to play it again?
Adding like stuff in your head.
Come on, bro. You literally heard it.
Yeah, I heard what he said. That's for the city. Everybody in here is not dumb. You understand?
Okay. He fully throated endorsement of Tim Walz's response.
Yeah,
fully
look,
throated endorsement.
I guarantee you 95% of the people in here.
Beth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As a Minnesotan, Tag knows nothing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Beth, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we've talked about how Kamala's flip-flopping. She don't know what she wants. She's just saying whatever she wants to say.
JD Vance said that Trump might be America's Hitler.
Pull that up.
You want to hear Vance say that? This is not disputed.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying stuff. Pull up.
Okay. I'd be America's Hitler. I got you. All right. Yo, David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is from Reuters. JD Vance once compared Trump to Hitler. Now they are running mates. Thank you for the Henry. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Reuters is.
Reuters is a good source.
Yeah, just like, I mean, if you don't believe in my source, why should I believe in your source? You know?
Well, Reuters is pretty.
Okay, so you can no longer talk about the cats and dogs, since I showed you, but there was a report.
That you have no source for that.
I gave you a source, actually.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's a source.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Y'all go look it up. It's called Upward News.
Upward News is a literal Republican hate page on Instagram.
I mean,
okay, it's not even verified.
It's your opinion, right?
That's like me. That's like someone citing me. Unironically, I am more credible than that person.
That's
I'm not trolling. I am a more credible source than that person. Naya, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much. And Hannah, thank you for the $1 for denial as a river in Egypt.
News. This guy's okay. Actually, I'm curious. I want to know your plan. Like, once this election's over, how are you gonna make your money? I'm curious.
I had a platform before the election. You know that, right?
Like what?
I talk about religion, social issues, things like that.
You want to talk about religion?
No.
I think I'd body you.
Really? Are you Christian?
Look, I've actually watched your stuff.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me how a perfect being would desire something imperfect?
Yeah, I'll tell you something better.
No, just tell me, how could a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
Look, I heard this earlier. I'll tell you, I'm going to keep it brief. I'm about to go watch the NFL game, so.
Oh, okay, now you're running away. That's what I thought.
No, I'm not. I'll tell you brief. So, and this is getting kind of personal, but my mom got in a car crash.
I want to hear a response to my question, right? How could a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
No, listen to this.
Dawn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Got to it right here.
For the post-election pay, thank you so much, Dawn.
My mom got in a car crash. She died on the scene.
Sorry to hear that.
She got resuscitated. And basically, 4 months later, woke up from a coma.
Okay, this doesn't mean a perfect being can desire something imperfect.
I'm not done, actually.
Okay. Can you just answer my question? How can a perfect being have an imperfect desire?
No, I'm going to finish my story. And then the first thing she says is that
I'm sorry.
you saw God.
Respectfully, he doesn't. He's just giving me like a random experience. I don't care. To be honest, I don't care. I don't think experiences like that justify any religious belief or justify the contradiction. What's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Because he's better than Kamala.
Julie, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Julie in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Julie, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Julie in the comment section. So what'd you say you're voting for him?
Why? Because he's a better candidate than Kamala, because Kamala's just running off of Biden's policies.
Why is he a better candidate? And can you turn down your volume a little bit? I hear a little bit of echo.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Well, now I can't hear you. Hold on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christine, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Christine. Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay.
I'm just outside. I can barely hear, so let me turn it up a little bit more and see if my feedback's okay.
No, I hear the echo.
I'll just put it up to my head when I talk. How's that?
Okay.
Does it sound better?
I mean, it sounds the same, but yeah, you're fine. Okay, so yeah, what's the reason you're voting Trump?
Because I think he'll do better with the economy than Kamala will, and also the border as well.
Okay, can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Hold on, there's a car passing by. What was that? Say that again.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, I'm not really worried about benefiting the middle class or rich people. I just want rich people to have more money so they can start businesses. The more money
that is such a crazy statement, bro. I don't care about the middle class. I just want rich people to have more money so they can start more businesses.
So they can start more businesses for the middle class to have jobs.
You understand that trickle-down economics. Do you name me one historical example of it working?
Volkswagen?
That's not a historical example of it working on
It
a
doesn't have to be
macroeconomic
historical.
lens.
That's a fact. Like there's like
Here, can you give me one
12
historical
Volkswagen
example?
plants that create jobs for everybody, and they're a multi-billion-dollar company.
Okay, having a company does not mean that it's because of trickle-down economics.
It's because they have more money from their taxes to where they can hire more employees and build more factories. That's how that works.
Okay, so you're saying that they can hire more factories and build more things, right?
Hire more employees and build more factories.
Yes, I understand you're saying that, but what you're not acknowledging is that there's no historical examples of trickle-down economics working. Actually, in points where we've had higher
What do you mean
tax
historical?
rates,
It's working now.
in the points where we've had higher corporate tax rates in the past, we've actually had lower unemployment. Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
You
I
do realize
appreciate
the
it.
Democrats put people on welfare to lower the unemployment rate, right?
Well, you understand that what I'm referencing is in 1950, 1952.
I'm not worried about the
it was
1950s, 1942s. I'm
2.4%
talking about right
unemployment.
now.
I can talk 1969 where there was.
I'm talking about right
3.4%
now, not
unemployment.
back in the day.
Dude, what I'm acknowledging is that even when there were higher corporate tax rates, there was still a lower unemployment.
Oh my
rate.
God, you're just
So I'm
going off
telling
old
you, the
stuff.
lower unemployment rate isn't caused by low corporate tax rates.
Okay. I'm talking about now, not in the 60s or the 50s.
I'm asking for any historical examples of trickle-down economics.
I
working.
don't
Would you like
need
to provide me
historical
any?
examples. They're happening
Yes, you
now.
do. So okay, so then why do you dispute socialism?
I don't dispute socialism.
You don't? You think socialism would work?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Have you looked at Venezuela? You looked
Oh,
at
so you think
Germany?
there's no historical examples of it working? Oh, Jesus Christ, he used the same argument. Okay, so why would you name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
I don't need to name historical. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so neither does a
Bro.
socialist. Neither does a socialist.
Ugh.
Socialism is going to work,
Man,
and they
you're
don't
so
have to name
fucking
you a
dumb.
historical
Have a good
example.
night. You're an idiot.
Oh, you're mad when you got questioned on your economic view.
No,
Jesus
you're just pulling up
what is a
bullshit, dude.
snowflake,
You have
everyone?
nothing new. You're
Look
just
at the
pulling up
snowflake.
old
He's running
bullshit.
away. Look at the snowflake.
nothing, dude.
Run away, snowflake. Run away.
I'm the snowflake. You're the Democrat.
Yes, you are. First the confetti. Well, you're a
Okay.
snowflake running away. Why do you have to
Enjoy
run
your
away
money.
if you're not a
You should have money
snowflake?
to buy a fucking haircut.
Ah, you snowflake. You're mad. You're mad.
I'm what now?
You're mad. Are you mad? You little
No, I'm
snowflake.
not mad. You're just pulling up old crap. I'm talking about now, not historical references.
You said I need a haircut. That was your response. First the confetti. Thank you so much. That was wow. You really got me there, dude. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm so terrified. Now, are you simmered down a little bit, or are you still in snowflake mode?
You're probably younger than me, bro.
I didn't call you young. I said you're being a snowflake.
Yeah, your generation is a snowflake, bro.
Says the one who's freaking out and about to leave.
I'm not about to leave. I'm still here, ain't I?
Okay. All right. So I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
What was that?
Bursty confetti. Are you pro law and order?
Yeah.
Why are you voting for a felon over a prosecutor?
The prosecutor that put a lot of people in prison for no reason.
Okay. I like how that's funny. Name me what you're referencing. You can't name any drugs names in particular.
prosecutor
You can
that
say
put
M
people
drug or
in
you can say
prison
other
that
things.
exposed the abortion clinics. She put those guys in prison for exposing the abortion clinics for selling the baby parts. She put the people that exposed
Can
that
you give
in
me a
prison
source?
versus the people that actually fucking did something
Can
and
you-
selling
can
baby
you give me a
parts.
source? Can you give me a
You
source?
can look it up yourself. I don't have to look it up for you.
Can you give me a source?
I don't need to. You can look it up yourself.
Okay. And also, by the way, did you know it's a prosecutor's job to put people in prison? That's law and order. So, again, can you tell me why you're... Wait, so if you're pro law and order, why are you against putting people in prison who committed crimes?
Those people didn't commit crimes. They exposed a crime. And she
Okay,
put
so
them
are
in
you
jail.
saying... Are you saying the justice system doesn't work and we shouldn't do the death penalty because it's going to lead to innocent people dying?
No, death penalty is great.
Oh, okay, but so there's an unlikelihood that they're innocent, right? The justice
Okay.
system is mostly right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, if the justice system isn't mostly right, then why do you think the death penalty is okay? Because you're going to kill innocent people.
Well, they get their they get to have their day in court.
Yeah, and I'm saying 4% of people on death row are innocent.
Okay, then they should appeal.
Okay, but you understand that the reality of the matter is that you're going to end up killing innocent people, right?
Well, if they can't figure it out in 3 appeals, then whatever.
So you think the criminal justice system is legitimate? If you think the criminal justice system is legitimate, then why don't you accept that Donald Trump being convicted of 34 felonies, being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud?
He wasn't convicted of 34 felonies, by the way.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. Falsification of business
Where-
records in the
where's
first
your,
degree, which is
where's
a
your proof
Class
on
E
that?
felony in the state of New York.
Where's your proof on that?
Look up Trump convicted 34 felonies. AP News.
Oh wait, where's your proof at? That you gonna show it to
AP
me?
News. You want me to show you?
Yeah, you wanted me to show you, so why don't you show me?
Okay, that's fine. I got you. Kaboosh, thank you so much for the 34, or no, not the 34. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for the Galaxy. December, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, December. Ebony, thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. Look. Donald Trump was convicted of these 34 felony counts.
What
Appreciate the
website
boxing.
is
Thank you
that?
so much.
AP
Look, you
News,
see
you
how
said?
I have sources and you've got nothing?
What was that? AP News?
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. I've got sources. You've got nothing.
I've
Emma,
got
I appreciate
sources
the
too,
boxing
but I'm
love.
not
Thank you so
on the
much.
live. I can't show you my screen.
Appreciate the boxing. Thank you so much. But you can tell me the title.
What do you want sources on? The talking about Kamala putting
Well,
people
I'm just
in
saying.
prison
I'm just
for
saying that you
exposing
got mad that
Planned
you got mad.
Parenthood for selling baby
I see.
parts,
Thank you so much. Yeah. Provide
and
me a
then,
source
and then
for
putting
that.
those people in jail that actually exposed it.
Provide me a source for that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll get it for you.
All right. If you're MAGA, say in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, say in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up here. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen that's running up to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not, but can I please say something?
I'm sorry. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because he's a better candidate.
How's he a better candidate?
Because Kamala, I feel like she won't do anything for us because she didn't do that much when she was vice. And I felt like it was just a plan when she was with Biden just to like get in so she could be the first female president.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in history?
Has signed bills.
Which
This is my
ones?
first time voting, so I need help.
Okay, so it just sounds like you're not familiar with what she's done. She's actually the most influential vice president
Oh.
ever. She has the most tie-breaking votes, which is the main duty of a vice president, is to do tie-breaking votes. Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which provided us the $35 cap on insulin, and the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
I just think that no, because Trump's a better candidate. She's just not gonna do like anything for us, and I feel like Kamala is just like an
Christy, I
industry
appreciate the
plant.
dollar.
She's
Thank you so
literally an
much.
industry plant.
Oh, Christia, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I didn't see that earlier. It must not have sent me a notification on that.
who's
But
this
thank you
pop
so much,
drop?
Christia. Thank you so much.
Who's
That is
Pop
incredible.
Drop?
Thank
Who
you.
talking?
What's up?
Pop Drop.
Yeah,
what
it's
you
the
gotta
person
say?
that was here earlier. Christia, I do see that. Thank you so much.
I don't know, man. You just I don't know.
So I'm not seeing why Donald Trump's a better individual for president. You're just kind of saying you feel
Because
like
he's
he'd be
already
better.
because okay, do you see how our prices are now and compared to when he was president and how everything was so much better and he actually like during everything that went on, like we are doing better now. Like we
okay,
aren't
so
doing we're gonna do better with him. Huh?
Okay, did you know that real median wages are up now from 2019, which means wages have gone up accounting for inflation? Not only that, but it is the case that actually, like that doesn't matter, right? Even if it is the case that the wages would be higher, that doesn't mean it's caused by the administration. You'd have to point to like policies that would have caused that. Otherwise, it was just a trend of the economy.
It won't let me share it because the character limit is reached.
No, just tell me the title, dude. It's not difficult.
Just look.
Plop, I can't hear you when you're not on the app.
On the LA Times and also the Washington Examiner.
What's the title?
The title is Parenthood Sting Video Suppressed by Kamala Harris.
Planned Parenthood was video?
Sting Video Suppressed by Kamala Harris.
Video suppressed by Kamala Harris. All right, let's find this.
And it should say something after 9 years.
So this is just a pro-life activist, considering them that they weaponized it, and this is from far right-wing sources. This is not like anything that's accepted across the board. There's like the Washington Examiner is a
the LA
far-right
Times
source.
one as well, or no?
But it says that video footage captured in 2015 of an anti-abortion activist was suppressed by then California Attorney General Kamala Harris was released Thursday, revealing discussions among Planned Parenthood executives about the handling of quote-unquote body parts of fetuses aborted in the second trimester, which activists have alleged amount to an admission of wrongdoing. Right. So one, that doesn't indicate what they're doing of it, right? And two, that doesn't indicate that they were using them to be sold. And three, this is literally reported by a far right-wing source.
Okay, do you want the other source, the LA Times one, or no?
Go ahead. What's the title?
Hold on, let me look it up really quick. I have it open. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, that person left. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
The state attorney general seizes videos.
What does this say?
I'm the LA Times one I'm talking about right now.
This is NPR. NPR says Planned Parenthood investigations find no fetal tissue sales.
Okay, okay, whatever. If you want to go with your one source and not claim anything else,
NPR is independent.
That's fine. If you want to claim one source off the other sources, there's like 6 of them. I can just tell you the name of. But if that's all you're about.
And this is
not
what
looking
comes
at
from
anything
Planned
else
Parenthood.
besides the one site.
It
that
comes
you
from the
have.
investigation on Planned
That's fine.
Parenthood.
If you just want to go with one website,
Are you mad that it came from NPR?
No, you just go
right?
with
and
one
it,
site,
and it's
dude.
literally from an investigation.
You got one site. I've got like 5.
It's an investigation and from NPR.
I'm naming you another one right now, but you don't
You
want
gave
to
me
look it up.
Washington Examiner, which is a far
I have
right-wing
another
source.
one too. I have the LA Times. I have the New York Times. I have a bunch of them.
Well, no,
if
you
don't
don't.
want to look them up. Then
Tell me the
whatever.
title.
You
Tell me
pick
the
one
title.
site.
What is it?
No, you just wanted to pick up one.
No, tell me the
That's what you
title,
wanna do.
else you're going to be so
No,
mad.
Good. I'm not mad. Have a good night, man. Good luck with your
Oh,
stuff.
you running away, you little snowflake?
Yep, running away because you don't
Little
want to listen to
snowflake,
anything.
look at him run.
You pick and one. You pick.
Look at
pick
this
and
guy,
choose.
he's running
Pick and
away.
choose,
I
bro.
just asked you for the source. Give me.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, Mads, are you voting Trump?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
So I honestly just have a question for you. I just want to hear your perspective on this. But I know that Kamala has had a lot of tie-breaking votes, just like how you said the Inflation Reduction Act. But I just want to like ask what your thoughts were like on how things are right now, because like I understand that she might have voted that, but like.
Oh, Mads, you're cutting now. I can't hear you. It seems like you're experiencing some lag.
Implement into our society right now is like everything is just so expensive right now. Like, what does that mean?
But it seems like you were saying that everything is getting more expensive, and I totally agree. Things have gotten more expensive, but right now we're at a point of annual inflation rate being at 2.5% and actually 0.2% for month by month. And the inflation that we saw happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. So it was not unique to the United States, and we had the fastest recovery with from inflation in the G7.
Okay. All right. I understand that. I'll look into that more. I also have one more question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that the moderators on the debate were biased anyway because they didn't really fact check Kamala as much as Trump?
I think that they might be biased towards Trump, right? Because they want to make it seem like they're less biased. Because it is the case that like Trump gets annoyed at these things all the time. They literally let him cut off multiple times and they unmuted his mic, but they never did it for Kamala. So he just lied multiple times. Like lots of times.
I saw like a lot of things that Kamala lied about too, and I just think that on my perspective, I believe that no, honestly, not at the top of my head. But like I think that they both lied, obviously. I honestly don't think that either candidate is great. But I also just was my last question, and I'll like get off of this, but what are your thoughts on the whole situation with the cats and dogs in Springfield?
There's no evidence substantiating that at all. He just kind of made it up, like off of some like conspiracy posts on the internet, which is kind of sad.
Like I thought that like that obviously when I first heard that was a little bit crazy, so I looked it up and I actually did find some stuff. There was someone that was speaking at a press conference, someone that took an interview, and they were saying that how they there's a 911 call that some random people were taking geese from a pond and cutting off their head and like cooking it at the pond.
That's just someone saying that. They contacted the police. The police chief said that there was no evidence of that.
And then there was also one at a press conference with city officials. Okay, so I just want to ask, like, from an outside perspective, you know, like, just because an official said that there's no evidence doesn't mean that there isn't. And I just believe that, like, we can't, like, I feel like, I just feel like we need to, like, investigate that thoroughly before we make a decision that there's no problem there. Because, like, what if there is an actual problem? Like, what if those sources are actually true? And what the officials are just saying it's not true, you know? And I just think that, like...
Yeah, you can say it's possible, but we talk about what's probable here.
Okay. All right.
We don't talk about what's just possible. Like, again, you know what's also possible? Unicorns could exist. That's possible, logically speaking. But, I mean, it's not probable. We've seen no evidence substantiating that. Shirley, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Shirley. I really appreciate it.
I understand what you're saying on that, but I just believe that, like, unicorns is, like, not really, like, a accurate comparison.
It's not probable, right?
No, like, it's not, like, an accurate comparison to, like, potential evidence that's been shown. Like, and there's no proof that that evidence isn't real. Like, that 911 call.
No, there is, because we look at the people who literally are in this area who have authority, and they're indicating no evidence of this being true. Right? Of it being someone who's like a migrant who was doing that. Appreciate the hand art.
Okay. Okay, I just have a question for you because I'm, like, still trying to decide. Like, obviously I'm leaning towards Trump because of my family, but why should I vote for Kamala? Like, can you give me, like, I understand that she was talking about, like, some of her policies that she wanted to implement, like, but she's taken no interviews. The only thing I heard in the debate, really, I only got to watch half of it.
Yeah, taking an interview on CNN.
She did? When?
Yeah. This was like a week or two ago.
Okay. So I, like, the only policy I really heard that she was talking about, I only got to watch halfway through, but she was talking about how for 1 year after the children are born, there'll be, like, $6,000 worth of stuff for the kids. And, you know, I also... Like,
yeah, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18 for a child tax credit, which is an increase from $2,000 per kid. Okay,
thank you for telling me about that. I didn't know about that. Okay, sorry, I have one more question. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
What do you think about the whole border situation? Because Trump had a better... I understand that the whole thing is immoral and it's kind of a horrible situation either way, but these immigrants coming in are taking American jobs and things like that. And
that's actually a lie, right? Like, if you look at the Congressional Budget Office as a nonpartisan committee full of economists, they indicate the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. Immigrants grow the economy. Most of our growth of our economy by 2034 is explained by immigration, which is $7 trillion by 2034, $1 trillion in federal revenue. So it actually allows for us to pay for things like Social Security and Medicare and help deal with the debt because it increases governmental revenues. Because immigrants coming to the country, they have a higher labor force participation rate. So the people who are older, there's going to be more young people who are working to be able to pay for the people who are older. And because we haven't had enough of a population in terms of people reproducing to be able to do that, it's going to be the case that we're going to hit some bottleneck point that if we don't have enough immigration, that there's going to be a huge reduction in economic growth and stagnation, similar to like what they saw in Japan. And similar to what they're going to see in China here in about a decade or two.
Okay.
And Kristen, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. Can we get some W's for Kristen in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Kristen.
I wish I had more, like, sources, like, I knew more about the sources so I could, like, be a better, like, more educated to talk to you about, like, and, like, cite things correctly. So, like, I'm gonna leave because I feel like I don't have enough, like, citations. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Parker, 18.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I have a question, though. Do you still live in Michigan? Didn't you used to live in Michigan?
Never lived in Michigan. I grew up in Iowa. Joe, thank you for the $1. Thank you.
If I ever see you, I just got to say, I'm going to smack the shit out of you, Parker.
How'd I piss you off so much?
It's not even that. I don't know. I just don't like you. Nothing to do with anything you do. I do like what you do on your lives. It's all right, but I just don't like you.
Why? Vanessa,
Personal
$10.
beef.
Thank you so much.
Personal beef. I've got no clue. It's got nothing to do with anything like live.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
That is the plan, yes.
Why so?
The reason, I mean, honestly, our economy was at its best. Things were more affordable when he was in office. You know, tax credits and, you know, credits towards first-time home buyers and everything, that's all well and good, but that's not necessarily going to correct inflation. Personally, I feel like by giving tax credits and things like that, that's only going to hurt inflation. Just because she might give $5,000 to first-time home buyers, then
Wait, so decreasing taxes negatively impacts inflation. So Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act negatively impacts inflation. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Tabitha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
So what I'm saying is by if she was offering tax credits on like first-time home buyers and things like that, that's all well and good. But that doesn't necessarily mean that housing prices or interest rates or anything like that is going to improve.
Interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. Inflation on annual rate is 2.5%, the same as what it was in 2018. And it is the case that we're on a 0.2% month-to-month basis.
So
inflation. We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7.
What is it?
Inflation was global.
So what is it that you think that? Why is it exactly that you personally think that Kamala Harris would be a better president than Donald Trump? Is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Plenty of things. Damien, thank you for the $11 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Damien.
Because what I'm saying is like, I mean, unfortunately, I find a lack of trust in the government and the media as well. So like, I just, you know, it's hard to believe the statistics anymore because it's just like, what's real and what's fake. You know, it's just, I mean, I just feel it personally, like over the last 3.5 years, I've just personally felt in my life, not even a matter of an opinion of who I like and who I don't like, but personally, I've felt as a homeowner, you know, as a father, I've just felt an impact financially a great deal over the last 3.5 years. And, you know, in the grocery stores, at the gas pumps, you know.
Yeah, but that wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration, and it happened globally. And Trump's going to make it worse by making there be tariffs on imported goods. Imported goods include oil, they include groceries, food, right? Those prices are going to go up, okay? With Trump in office, they will go up. Okay, he wants a 10 to 20% tariff on every good coming into the country, universal.
But like, so why is it that in his first term, things were, you know, why was it that in his first term things were at such a better place, at least as far as my wallet and my checking account goes? Why were things so much easier financially for me to be able to live when he was in office versus the last 3.5 years?
Because of the global pandemics causing global inflation. And also, was it better under Obama's administration?
I mean, honestly, I wasn't really a homeowner at that point. So, you know, I don't know. I didn't really, like, I just feel it a lot more over the last 3.5 years. So, I mean, that was just the one reason. I don't know. Like, I don't.
This is what's called the correlation causation fallacy. Just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. For example, there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration 4 years ago. There was 7.8% unemployment.
I understand.
So was the economy better 4 years ago? No. There was a global pandemic. There was 7.8% unemployment. All right. There were plenty of issues happening at that point. Right. But now, right, we're trying to recover from the pandemic. We've had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7. Right. Again, we're doing better than a lot of other places around the world. Again, I know it's bad. I'm not saying it's not bad. We need to do better for this country. But who has the policies? Who has the plans? Not Trump. What's Trump's healthcare policy?
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I don't know.
He said concepts, right? Which means he doesn't have anything. 9 years into running for president of the United States, no health care plan. He said he's going to repeal and replace the ACA and provided no plan 9 years into running for president of the United States. They don't care about health care.
But I mean, it also affects people who people who can't afford health care. It definitely potentially makes it easier for, but people have blue collar workers.
No, actually, it makes it worse. You understand, but prior to the ACA, they could deny people who had pre-existing conditions.
All right. I mean, I just feel it. The last 3.5 years, I've just really felt it financially, like a large financial burden. And that's just my thing. I mean, everybody obviously is entitled to their opinions and things like that. But, financially, I've felt a huge impact in the last 3.5 years. We could keep saying that it's the pandemic, but it just seems like things are getting worse and worse. And how long are we going to continue to blame the pandemic for where we're at now?
Things aren't getting worse right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Think of the Handar. Wages are up now, according with inflation, since 2019, since Trump's administration. Wages are higher now, accounting for inflation.
Understood. All right. Well, I just wanted to get on. I didn't realize that it was going to work. So I appreciate your time.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Let's get this next individual. If you want to support me, it's always Venmo, Cash App in the bio. You can find it in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, there's many reasons. I'm in my 40s, and I've seen many presidents come and go. Obama being the biggest era of which I've been able to vote for. And I've seen a lot of decline in that. And so when Trump came for the last 4 years, I say 3 years because pandemic -1. That's not a fair year to be a president. But for the main years that I've been around, it's all been Democratic presidents, right? And we've only seen hardship. So we have not seen how great it could be. Like, I don't know.
Can you name me one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I guess not. No, I can't. But I feel as though that there are some rich people that highly influence great business and trickle down the effect.
Can you name me one historical example of trickle-down economics working?
Can you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking you in the eyes. So, no, I feel like that you could, actually.
Okay.
That's why the term is coined. It's not coined from nowhere, right? It comes from
So tell me, give me one historical example where trickle-down economics worked. Because there's also a coined term for communism.
Okay, well.
Do you think communism works?
It could, probably somewhere.
Okay, do you think socialism works?
Probably somewhere.
Okay, so do you think feudalism works?
Yeah, probably somewhere.
You think slavery works?
That's not the same.
Okay, but you are accepting a feudalism? I don't even think you know what feudalism is.
Probably not. You want to give me the definition?
Okay, so do you know what serfs are in Lords?
Serfs?
Yeah.
Tell me some more. Teach everyone.
Serfs.
You got 8.5K people listening to you. Teach us all.
I mean, it's not necessary. I can explain it though. For example, in the context of feudalism, there's going to be lords who control specific subsets of land, right? And then over that subset of land, the people that live under that land, right, they work underneath a lord.
Okay.
Does that make
So
sense?
the question, yeah, no, that totally makes sense. It's just whether or not I believe in it or am pro for it. No, absolutely not here. But I'm sure somewhere it works.
Okay. So sure, somewhere. Don't know where, but maybe somewhere.
You're a good time. All right. Well, but I kind of want you to answer your own question, like where
Okay.
trickle down economic. When did it work?
I don't have an example, and that's why I don't think it's a good economic system. I think trickle down economics doesn't work.
At all.
So we adopted it in the 80s. You want to know
Mhm.
what happened? Wages stop increasing with productivity.
You're right.
When prior they did. Appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. Which
Okay.
means that if wages did increase with productivity, they would have increased to a significantly greater extent than they currently did.
Right. So, okay. So why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, because she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't not rent to black people in 1973. Thank you for the roses. Thank you so much. Call for the execution of the Central Park five young black boys, Latino boys that were literally, exonerated based on DNA evidence. But Trump still believes that they're guilty, so he wants to, them to be executed. Him popularizing the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence that when there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Think of the end art. That's Trump's history of racism continued today when he says that Kamala Harris turned black. That suddenly she turned black, saying that she wasn't black prior.
No, I mean I watched all the same things that you did. I get.
Sassy, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I get what you're saying. My problem is that Kamala hasn't been in the face of, television and the public eye for so long that people seem to think that she does not have imperfections, and pretty soon she's going to say wrong things as well, and then not have anything to back it up with, as far as their policies are concerned. Can you speak on that at all?
Wait, sorry, say that more time. Sorry, because someone said they apparently. By the way, Gundy, I didn't change my my name at all. It's just that the names have always been the same in the bio. But the best way to find my Cash App and Venmo is just to click on my link tree in my bio, everyone, because it sends you directly to that if you click on the Cash App with the Venmo, and it gives you the QR code and stuff if you want to do that. But Gundy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Gundy. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Chrissy, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Chrissy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So can you ask your question again? I do apologize.
Well, God, no, I don't remember it now.
I'm sorry.
Jesus, I mean, you think like 20 people, and now I'm supposed to remember it? Hey, no worries. I'll vote for Kamala. Peace out.
Based. Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. 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 You know what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, I don't believe Kamala would be good for the United States.
Why so?
I just don't. And based on why you said that you wasn't voting for Trump, it had nothing to do with his policies. It had everything to do with what people have said when he has said with other reasons. In her term of when she said she was going to build 300 homes, and that's going to make the economy go down because you have to have the people to pay for that. And then when you build the homes, you ain't got making no money off of it. And with the productivity and the wages going up, like you said before, if you keep raising the prices of the wages for everything else has to raise the price up. So it doesn't help me with anything because you have to pay the workers to make money off of the profit. So if you keep raising wages, the price of everything is still going to go up, and it's still going to be higher.
Yeah, but less proportionally to the wage increase. So inflation isn't a bad thing, just insofar as that it's significantly less than the wage growth.
Yeah, but then say like what happened in California when they raised the prices of the minimum wage for fast food workers, and then the fast food become more than sitting in a restaurant. So when you do that and your wages go up like that, it's still the same way. You have to make up for the money that you're paying the people to come up with through what you're selling.
I live in California. Business is doing fine. So yeah, the wages would go up. You pay people more. Obviously, that's what a minimum wage is. Do you not believe in a livable wage?
Yeah, me.
Can't hear you, Tristan. Hello? Did he just leave? He just like walked away. Okay. All right. God raptured him. They yaptured him. Yaptured. Yo, what's up, Palladia?
I was, hey, I'm 21. I was 100% Kamala until I found out it's not Kamala or Biden, it's Congress. So who are you voting into Congress?
Like, what do you mean it's not Kamala or Biden, it's Congress? What do you mean?
I mean, Congress is who makes the votes, like who affects how much it
Thank you
costs.
so much. So both are relevant. You need someone to sign the bill into law as president of the United States, and you need Congress to pass it.
Yeah.
So why would you say screw Kamala Harris because you need to vote in people?
Oh, no, not screw Kamala
Wouldn't you
Harris,
vote
of
both?
course. No, I don't, I agree with a bunch of Kamala's policies, but I know that Congress
Who
has
do
to
I
support
vote
her.
for in Congress? Democrats across the board.
Democrats on the board? Okay, I need to do my own research about that because I heard that and then it made me question my decision because I don't know if Congress supports her.
William, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you don't know if Congress supports her? Like, yeah, you need. So yeah, you need. I totally agree. You need to also vote for people in Congress. Williams, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Hello, I can't hear you. You're covering your mic. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Excuse me. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, Everett, I completely select at random from the guest box. So if you don't get added up, everyone, that's completely dependent upon the random selection. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I plan to.
And why is that?
There's a number of reasons, but you're probably, I don't know where you stand religiously, but you're probably not going to like this, and you're probably going to think I'm a hypocrite, but hopefully you can just hear me out. So, as someone who believes in God, who's read the Bible, I want to pick someone who aligns with those values, not necessarily what they did 20 years ago. I'm not voting for someone for what they do in the bedroom. I'm voting for what they did when they had control and power. And what I saw with Trump was that he was the first president to ever be at the pro-life march. He moved the capital, Jerusalem, back to Israel. Things that are important
Lauren,
to
can I ask you a
people.
question?
Yeah, of course.
Why should abortion be illegal, but my mom telling me Santa Claus existed shouldn't be?
Did Trump make abortion illegal?
So effectively speaking, leaving it up to the states does make it illegal. And you think it
How?
should be illegal, right? Because you're
How
arguing
so?
from the pro-life perspective.
I am personally against abortion, but I'm voting for a man who didn't make it illegal.
You're voting for a man that made it illegal within 1/3 of the country, and he brags about it.
There are states and they have a vote. Do you not believe in that kind of democracy? Do you not think that states have, do you not think that California had the right to make itself a sanctuary state?
I don't think human rights should be left up to the states.
What rights do you think? Like, when do you think a child in the womb is viable? You believe it's right after birth, is that correct? Do you think that's when it becomes a life?
No, viability typically happens around 24 weeks. The earliest level of viability we've seen is a bit after 20 weeks.
I think the earliest child born was 21 weeks. So
Yeah, it's around
in
that.
asking,
It's
do you,
around that. It's
are
about
you
21.
personally against abortion after 21, 24 weeks, or do you not care overall?
Yeah, personally, after sentience, I'm against elective abortion. But people who need it for medical circumstances, grave, things
Sure,
like that,
exceptions.
they absolutely can get access to it. But most abortions after viability, or actually
Yeah.
basically all, are non-lethal abortions. Like the whole idea that like people are waiting until like the 9th month and then getting a lethal abortion is ridiculous. Ashley, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. And Gloriani, thank you for the $75. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Glory. I really appreciate the $75. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Glory. Let's get some W's for Glory in the comment section. What were you saying, Laura?
Sorry, I just want to tangent real quick and thank you for being so respectful and kind to people of the opposite view, because not everybody. Today's my first time ever going on a live, and I happened upon this other group that literally started cussing and yelling at me and making fun of me for simply saying what I said to you. And so when I found you, I was like, wow, this is actual discussion. We can disagree respectfully, and I appreciate that.
No, of course. So like, what were you saying, Pride?
I think you were speaking right before that, but yeah. So if you're asking me personally, I think that there are a lot of people like me who, support Trump. He didn't, and according to us, right? That's our belief. There are states that have limited it. There are states that have medical exceptions. There are, I think, 9 states that allow abortion up to, like, with no exception. So the day you could be delivering, and they will allow abortion.
After viability, abortion is like non-lethal. Okay, so that they don't specifically like kill the baby in the way that you're thinking.
How do they kill the baby?
They induce labor.
And then what do they do after they induce labor?
That's just birth. They
and
just
then
deliver
they
the
let
baby.
they deliver. So you're saying that they induce labor.
Yeah.
And then the baby's born.
Mm-hmm.
And they're alive?
Yep.
Well, then that's not an abortion.
That is an abortion. Medically defined an abortion. Yes.
Okay,
abortion
so you're saying after the baby...
Abortion just means termination of pregnancy. It doesn't mean lethal termination of pregnancy.
After
Rachel, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Rachel in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Rachel. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get some W's for Rachel in the comment section. Thank you so much. I apologize. Go for it.
No, that's totally fine. So you're saying after the baby's born, it's alive, and then they kind of let it die.
No, it doesn't die. No, after viability, it survives.
I'm just saying that there are, like Washington, D.C., you can look it up, they have 0 restrictions on abortion.
Yeah,
Does not matter
having
after.
no restrictions on abortion doesn't mean people are like getting lethal abortions at that stage.
No, but they are. They are. Like,
So-
look it up. In those states, they are. Washington, D.C.,
Okay, give me a single doctor that has committed a lethal abortion in the 9th month.
I can't give you a single doctor, but I could send you an article that outlines it all. If you're interested, I could send it
Saying
to
it's
you.
legal to do doesn't mean that it does happen. By the way,
So you don't believe it happens?
I don't have any
Really?
good reason. I actually don't really think that it happens. I think it's just at that point, like.
Do
it
you
would be
believe that
pregnancy. You just give
most
birth.
abortions, do you believe personally that most abortions are abortions of convenience?
Regardless of what you think, it being convenience, I don't think that matters. I don't know if I could say most abortions are convenience.
Well, I work with youth here in California, and what I hear over and over, and this is just, I'm in Southern California, so maybe it's just a Southern California thing, but I have these girls that come to me and say, my best friend had unprotected, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here. She didn't want to take the Plan B pill. She said, it's fine, I'll just get an abortion and it's free. And things like that make me think, how did we get here as a country? Because that used to not be the case. So whether you agree with abortion or not, what bothers me
Abortions
is that
are less common now than they used to be.
that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Where's your facts? That's just not true.
Look up amount of abortions in the United States. But due to contraceptives and access to sex education, the amount of abortions have decreased over time.
That's not true. What's happened
Yeah, it
is
is.
that states
You can find
like
this from the
California,
CDC.
Sir, states like California no longer have to give the stats for abortions, which is why it may appear to you that it went down. but that's just trickery. California doesn't
No.
have to report the number. That's true.
For
Look it up.
example, in 2003, 1,200 abortions occurred. In 2023, 1 million abortions occurred.
Will
If
you
we
please
look back
up-
at 2000, 1.3 million occurred.
Will you look
Ariana,
up it?
thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ariana. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
States like California have made it so they do not have to report. So Planned Parenthood, anybody that performs an abortion does not have to
Head massage.
report
Thank you
it.
so much.
And that's why numbers may appear that way, but they are happening. And I think
you
anyone
give me a
with
source?
common sense, I mean, call Planned Parenthood. Like, it's anybody that's alive right now, I would think knows that more people are getting abortions. It's celebrated more. It's not even like, what did Democrats used to say? Rare, and you know the old mantra that
And
like
did
Bill
you know
Clinton said.
Yeah, so I just want to let you know again. This is a source from the CDC, right? And it gives a methodology specifically from the Guttmacher Institute, right, which produces the national and state estimates. So these
Right.
estimates are predicated off of
Estimates
the
based
monthly
off what-
abortion provision study.
Based off what's reported, of course. And
So
if the
it's
state doesn't have to
estimated
report-
that it's so again we even have estimations for California. The thing that you just said is totally false, right?
It's not
you can see California data.
You can, because it's not that they don't, it's that they don't have to.
You
That's the
understand
point.
that you can see the data though, right? And also
Right,
I have yet to
those
see a
are-
single source that indicates that.
Those are the reporting places. There are some places that have no problem reporting, and there are others that want to keep it on the down low, so they don't
Okay,
report.
there's no reason to keep it on the down low.
So when do you think that abortions were the highest?
So again, abortions clearly based upon the evidence were higher in the early 2000s. They were higher in the
For the-
80s. If you
according
look at
to the
Statista, yeah, according to the CDC. You can also go to Statista. For example, in 1990 they were higher, right? The entirety of the 90s it was higher. Right?
Was abortion-
Literally
was
every
abortion-
year, like this is one of the lower years of abortions. There was a low year in 2020 though.
Do you think it's possible that fertility rates are down, and that could be the cause, but percentage-wise, it's not necessarily lower?
I don't think it's fertility rates. I think it's access to contraceptives and sex education.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree. I know for a fact, I have a friend who's very involved in California, and they don't have to report. And that's sad to me. And look, we don't have to agree on it, but if you're asking why I vote for Trump, it's things that he did in office, not things he did in the bedroom, not things he did 20 years ago. All of the talking points I hear, they matter, but they don't resonate with me, because what does resonate with me is, grocery prices. And I heard you talking about, I think, were you talking earlier about why do you think grocery prices were higher, a year ago than they were under Trump's administration?
Because of global inflation. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world, we saw inflation. It's related to
and
the
you don't
pandemic,
think
corporate
that
greed,
has
the Federal
anything-
Reserve's response to COVID.
But why weren't corporations greedy under Trump?
They were.
I mean, doesn't everyone think he's all for big business?
Hold up. Corporate greed can exploit specific circumstances to take advantage of you. Specific
Uh-huh,
circumstances
so-
like COVID can allow for them to engage in
Or a
more
weak
corporate greed.
president? A weak
No, it has nothing to do with the
that they know-
president. Has nothing to do with the president.
Oh.
Why would it
find
happen
so
if it had to have
funny-
everything to do with the president? Why did it happen globally?
Well, why did all of a sudden Russia invade Ukraine when Biden got in office? Why did all of a sudden Hamas attack Israel when Biden was in office? Because when we have a weak
None of those
US
things have anything to do with
president,
the president. Appreciate the confetti.
No,
Why
no,
were
they-
there more U.S. Service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration than the Biden administration? 65 under
Because-
Trump, 16 under the
because
Biden-Harris administration.
pulled us out in a sham way that left all of our gear and everything, including 13 Americans.
That's a lie.
left
That's a lie,
there.
by the way. So again, the gear
That's
that
a
you're
lie?
referencing, the only gear that was
Mhm.
related to the United States was given to the Afghan government to defend themselves. All the rest of it was taken home, right, or it was destroyed on site, so it's not able to be used. There were 13 service members that did die. It's very sad. It's terrible that happened, and I'm sorry to say that happened. And again, there were 65 under Trump. Okay, so that doesn't mean it's caused by Biden. Doesn't mean it's caused by Trump. It just means it happened under their administration. And you're saying there's more conflict. Okay, but there wasn't.
Yes.
There's more conflict the U.S. was involved in under Trump's administration because more people died. Okay. All right. So again, you understand that
Sorry,
that
sorry, I
agreement
got a
to leave
call and
Afghanistan.
It cut you out for a second.
You know that agreement to leave Afghanistan was set up by Trump.
Yeah, but in a smart
He signed
way is what
he
said.
signed
We're
an
gonna
agreement
not-
with the Taliban, which they released 5,000 murderers to be able to get the deal done.
The thing is that most Americans have a common sense factor, and we know that the world is not better off now that Biden is in office. And you can say that has to do with Trump or Biden, but I believe there's a reason why.
Why did she just mute? You just randomly muted. Did you get a call?
Apparently I'm popular in getting calls. Yes, I've gotten 3 since we've been on. I think that for people like me, what we see is that there was not all of this conflict happening, not in the way it is now. I mean, why did Russia was going after other countries under Obama and under Biden, but not under Trump.
Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. Why was what going up? Sorry, I apologize.
Russia was going after places like Ukraine, invading under Obama and under Biden, but he didn't.
And
in the
wait,
4
are you going to
years of
ignore
Trump.
what happened under Bush?
No, I don't like President Bush.
Okay, so it also happened under Bush, but under Trump's administration, just because it didn't happen under Trump's administration doesn't mean anything. We have leaked Kremlin documents saying that they think Trump is easily manipulated. We also have reasons to believe that Trump is easily manipulated because he believed Russian intelligence, right, and Putin saying that they didn't interfere with our elections over U.S. intelligence that indicated that, and that was proven.
Sorry, I had several thoughts, so let me just collect them. And I think that, your opinion is that, I think a lot of people thought when Trump got in office that he was going to be this crazy, thumbs on the nuclear codes. I think what you cited, I can't remember what you said exactly, was that they don't trust him or they think he's whatever. And I think a lot of people felt that way. And a lot of Americans were told that.
No, you didn't hear me. So Donald Trump trusted Putin's intelligence about Russia interfering with the election over U.S. intelligence that indicated they did interfere with the election. Putin said they didn't. U.S. intelligence said they did, and it was proven.
It was just right before that. What you said right before that was that a leaked document said Trump.
Oh, the leaked Kremlin document said that Trump is easily manipulated.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing. I think Americans were told the same thing, and what we learned was that our country felt stronger. I think overall we had more pride in our country.
Says. This is what Russia says.
Right,
Jacob, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I hope that other countries, we don't want them, we want other countries to fear us, right, to some extent.
Thinking you're easily manipulated is not fearing.
But was he easily manipulated? How did they easily manipulate him?
Again, I
so
just
we
told
trust
you.
the Kremlin now?
Lauren,
Yeah.
I just gave you an example. This is not us trusting the Kremlin. It's leaked Kremlin documents.
Right, but where's the proof that it happened?
Leaked Kremlin documents.
The U.S. can leak a document that says that, we're going to invade Russia. That doesn't mean it happened.
No, but these are leaked Kremlin documents.
Where is that? Send me the link and, show me where it's verifiable that every country just thought he was easily manipulated. What I saw was strength. And that's all I'm trying to tell you is the other side. We're not just these crazy. We don't think he's Jesus incarnated. What we saw was strength. What I know is that it was easier to buy groceries under Trump. And you can say that had nothing to do with him, but I think a lot of Americans say, I'd like to give that one a try one more time because things were better. And I know you're in California and you said business is fine, but I have a small business and it's not fine.
So again, as it relates to small businesses, who wants to help you? Push the Rockstar, thank you so much. It is Kamala Harris.
How did she want to help me?
She wants to give you a $50,000 deduction on your taxes for new startup businesses. And she wants to decrease taxes on income under for families, for earned income tax credit, for first-time home buyers. I can give you Trump's his former national security advisor saying that he's easily manipulated with flattery. The leaked Kremlin documents, according to Business Insider. describe
And
him
you don't
as
think- you don't think that
impulsive,
Biden or
mentally
Kamala
unstable,
is-
unbalanced individual.
Right. I mean, so many Democrats say that in America. Like,
These are
that's not
specifically
news.
from Putin, and I just gave you an example of Putin easily manipulating
Which
Donald
is
Trump.
actually so interesting because the Democrats tell me all the time that Donald Trump and Putin are besties. So which is it?
So the point that we're making is that Trump bends the knee. That's what I say. So I don't think they're besties, but I think Trump bends the knee.
I hear you on that, but I think like what my eyes saw was that we weren't over there giving Russia all of our like guns. Like what did we do for Russia that was so wonderful?
I just told you, Trump literally believed Russian propaganda from Putin over U.S. intelligence. Like, do you realize how ridiculous that is? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Don't you think that makes us seem weak on the global stage? That Trump is willing to bend the knee to a dictator rather than looking at his own U.S. intelligence?
Didn't
Appreciate the
U.S.
money, Gun. Thank you so
intelligence
much,
and
Cam.
FBI tell us that Hunter Biden laptop was a
Thank you so
hoax?
much. So-
And it was all censored before the election, and then it comes out
So-
that it's actually true. So
wait,
maybe
so you
he's right
understand-
to not trust.
Wait, okay, no, because again, it was proven that it was the case that they did interfere. And again, you're saying that you don't trust U.S. intelligence at all.
I'm
And
saying
also
I
you're
can
saying it's not good
understand
to
why.
trust U.S. intelligence because, again, that's unlikely for it to be wrong. And also, U.S. intelligence is not the same thing as the FBI there. Andrew,
Sure.
thank you for the $5.
I-
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand art as well, Jen.
I'm trying super hard not to interrupt you because I know it's frustrating. But what I was going to say is I can understand why Trump would have a hard time. Like people who voted for Trump, I think saw the amount of pushback, saw the amount of people
Kelly,
in
thank you
high
for the
positions
$6.66.
that
Thank you so
did not
much.
want him there. So it's understandable to us why he would be very leery of what I think a lot of us felt like they were trying to destroy him from the inside out. So
Yeah,
you don't have to
I
agree.
think
You
he's
can
just
think it's
incredibly
ridiculous.
paranoid.
But
There's no good reason to believe that, and he's using that as a mechanism to use conspiracy to control you people. I'm being dead serious. He's
Do you think
controlling
that
MAGA.
do you
He's
think that
controlling
the-
MAGA by using conspiracy.
But he doesn't. Jesus Christ is like the Lord of my life. That's who I answer to, not Trump. I don't really
Yeah,
give
so
a
Trump literally
I'm
goes
sorry, I won't
against
say that
everything
word. I don't
everything
care.
that Christianity teaches you. Name one commandment he hasn't gone against.
Sorry, I'm just reading comments real quick. Sorry,
Name
it's so
one-
hard. But
name
saying
one-
I look wealthy, like thank you so much.
Lauren, name one
I shop on Shein, so
name-
I
name
appreciate
one-
the compliment.
Name one commandment that Trump has not violated.
So funny that
Lauren, you're cutting out.
he's
I just want one commandment he has not
Me?
violated.
I don't believe he's murdered anyone.
So, okay.
Can you hear me?
So, yeah, I can get. So you don't think that people who have died from abortion bans that are predicated off of Trump overturning Roe versus Wade are people that have been killed by Trump? You don't think that people who have been bombed around the world due to U.S. drone strikes and military strikes were killed by Trump? You don't think Trump vetoing Trump vetoing the blocking of an arms deal going to Saudi Arabia that they used to commit a genocide in Yemen isn't, violating that?
Gosh, then that means that Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden are all murderers as well, which is like, woo, what are we left with?
Yeah, I don't dispute the idea that again they have committed crimes as it relates to people who have died or innocent. Appreciate art. I actually do.
I think if
that is something
you
actually I do.
became-
Ironically, Lauren, that is actually something I do apply to presidents. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I think if you became president, I think it's incredibly hard to run a country for 4 years and not have any loss of life. So I'm saying,
No,
on a
I'm saying
personal level, I don't
actively his
believe he's killed
policies
anyone.
led to tens of thousands of people's lives being lost.
I'm sorry, at the core of my being, I feel like the things that he did
Undermining
in office.
masks.
Yeah, I never wore a mask.
Yeah, so it's that type of conspiracy and ideology that led to thousands of people dying.
But it's not. Scientists, like,
It is.
my brother is a scientist, like literally PhD, and he said the COVID virus is so small that masks do nothing.
That's
So-
a ridiculous statement because it mostly attaches it to water droplets that are stopped by the masks. So that's
So
a
why don't we
ridiculous
all
statement
wear
for him to say.
masks all the time?
Because it is the case that we were at a greater proportionality of spreading the viruses then during the global pandemic. Push this glasses. Thank you so much. There's less of a proportionality of spread.
So do you support the vaccine that Trump?
Yeah,
You know,
like
got
Operation Warp
started?
Speed. Yeah, I like Operation Warp Speed.
So is there anything else you like about him?
First Step Act. That's about it. I don't like
Sorry,
Trump.
what did you say? It was just that
First Step
basically.
Act.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to explain to you, like, I'm a woman,
And you want to
millennial.
restrict other women's rights?
No, I believe that my personal beliefs show me that I'm going to vote for the person who's most in line with them. And he
Yeah,
didn't.
thank you for the $10.
he
Thank you so
didn't.
much.
He didn't ban abortion. That's just a left talking point. Like,
Would he actually left it up to the states, which did ban it in plenty of states? Would Jesus restrict people
states
from
have a
coming?
right to vote.
Would
Like that
Jesus
is.
would Jesus restrict people from coming across the border?
There's one verse about that, and what it says is that you aren't to treat them poorly. So yeah, if they're that doesn't mean that like there's a reason you don't allow your. Do you have a door on your house? Do you have gates? Like
I'm not Christian. Also, again, that's not the same thing as borders. Jesus explicitly referenced borders there. And Mike, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mike. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mike.
W's for Mike. Yeah, no, the what it says in the Bible is that you're not to treat them poorly. And I think if they come over here and you put them into slavery or something like that, that's directly what it's talking about. I think sending people back to where they came from is not the same thing.
So when did Jesus say that to like send people back from where they came from?
I'm talking
Would you
about.
deport Jesus if he didn't come here legally?
Well, it's a different time, but what I am saying is that, like you, that was the one area I was like, everything else with the Republican Party lines up more with my
Lauren,
faith.
I mean, Jesus wasn't born here. He's not a citizen yet. Does he? Are you sure he has documentation? Is he allowed
I'm
to be
sure. I'm sure that he would kindly, like, he probably wouldn't, commit illegal acts to come here. So, like, that's a moot point.
Okay. So, like, the only reason is because he wouldn't come here illegally.
I just don't understand why you think it's appropriate for people to have locked doors and gates and fences like Biden, like Harris, if we're just supposed to be welcoming to everyone. There's a reason. It's a logical reason.
So, you know something funny? Republicans, they restrict your free speech at their events. They restrict your access to guns at their events, right? They restrict plenty of things, right? You act like in specific context, it isn't going to be different. John, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, John. Can we get some W's for John? Thank you so much.
I don't really believe that Republicans, to me, Republicans are cowards and Democrats borderline evil with some of their policies. So I don't think that
what policy
Republicans
did I
are so
advocate
great.
for that's evil? Giving people health care?
Abortion. Yeah, that you call health care.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Yeah, so making sure that women have rights. My bad.
I mean, I just think that if there's a guy and I'm like, you know what, I murdered him. You don't know, like, what he was abusive. Like, don't
Lauren,
I have
can
rights?
I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
Yeah, I mean, I can't quote it off the top of my head, but I read the whole Bible.
Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So why is God commanding Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite children and infants, okay? But somehow women getting access to abortion isn't okay?
Well, have you read, that's the Old Testament, which is different
That's
than the
still
New
your
Testament.
God. That's still
right.
your God.
But when Jesus came down, he died for our sins, and it's a whole new ball game. And I hope you
So
get the
God
chance to
changed?
read it.
So perfect God changed?
No, he's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
If he is the same, well then he's the same as the time he commanded, Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite children and infants.
What he says is he abhors the shedding of innocent blood, and there's nothing more innocent than a child in the womb. That's my personal belief.
Yeah. What about the Amalekite children? Push the gold medal. Thank you so much.
Well, they were all worshiping idols, and they were all
The infants. The infants were worshiping idols.
Well, obviously
The sheep,
God's
the
sovereign,
ox?
and you're not. And again, that's the Old
Wait.
Testament.
So what were the infants doing that was wrong?
Well, I wasn't there. I'm telling you that I believe the Bible is true, and you like to quote it when it's convenient for you.
No.
But what
What
I
I'm
know
doing
is
is I'm
that-
showing you the hypocrisy under worldview.
Yeah, that's not. That's just cherry picking.
Tonya, thank you
verses.
so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much.
I invite you to read the whole Bible in its context and tell me that
I did.
you can.
I just told you.
You've read the whole Bible.
Yes, I just told you.
When did you read the whole Bible?
I grew up Christian.
So you've read the whole Bible front to back.
Yep.
Like the thing
So what
is
are the,
that a lot of
Lauren, what are the
so-called-
first 4 books of the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and James.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What about the first of the Old Testament?
Um,
Okay, she's looking it up. Miles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. So if you want to look specifically, Chels, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What are the 2 commandments God gives you in the New Testament?
love Jesus and love others.
Love thy neighbor?
Yeah. See,
I'll
the
give
thing
it to you.
is that my mom
enough.
had an abortion and she's regretted it every day since she was
That's a good
19 years
value.
old. So I do think it's loving to tell people the truth. They can still make their own decisions.
So put other women in prison because of that.
When did I say we should put women in prison?
Wait, should murder be illegal?
Yes.
Should all murderers go to prison?
Yes.
So you think women who get abortions should go to prison?
Nope. I think the abortion doctor should.
So why not the women?
Because I think that
Aren't they
women are
committing
being,
murder?
I think women are being lied to, and doctors know exactly what they're doing. They're doctors. They
Okay,
know
so-
that they're pulling out a child limb by limb. They know
Okay.
that the child feels pain.
Okay,
I think
so they
most
don't know.
Women,
Okay.
Most women aren't evil. Most women aren't demonic. Most women are vulnerable and in a hard
Chris, thank you for the
position.
$10. Thank you so much,
And
Chris.
it's very easy to believe the lies and the propaganda that it's just a clump of cells, because that's really easy to do when you're in a really hard position. But what my mom found out is after the fact, she has regretted it every day since, and I've watched her cry. So look, I'm speaking to the women that have been fed lies, had an abortion because they were told
can
it
I
was going
respond
to
to this
solve.
quick?
Wait, can I finish?
Can't
They
make
were
think of the
told
fireworks. Thank you so much.
they were told it was going to solve all of their problems and it would go away forever, but it didn't, and she's haunted by it, and that's what breaks my heart.
Okay, so then here would be my question. Child pedophiles in the past. I appreciate the child P3Ds. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. Would you put them in prison if you could?
Pedophiles?
Yeah, if you could go back into the past with a time machine, would you put child P3Ds in prison?
I think it depends. Like if we're talking about an 18-year-old has sex
Miles,
with a
thank you for the $5.
17-year-old.
Thank you so much. No, that's not a child P3D. Oh my gosh, what the hell? No,
I don't know what a child P3 is. Like
Pedophile.
No, I know that, but like pedophile, you can
and
be
18 and 17 is not pedophile. So here, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so I'm talking a 40-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl. Okay? Would you put the man in prison?
I think now it's illegal, so yes, you have to.
So no, but would you go back in time and go to them when they were deceived in their societies thinking it's okay?
No, because that was a cultural thing.
Oh, so you wouldn't put those pedophiles in prison?
Are you trying to talk about the Old Testament
The ones
times?
that assaulted 13-year-olds? You
Did
wouldn't
they
put a
assault
40-year-old.
them?
So you
Did
wouldn't
they
put
assault them?
Yes.
Like
yes.
that's different. Like
Yes.
they raped them or they
Yes.
married them.
You understand what they would do after they married? They consummate the marriage, which is raping them.
Right, but in those
Shree, thank you
days,
for the $5. Thank you so much.
in those days, that's how women were taken care of. You married a man, and then you were taken care of for the rest
So
of your
you
life.
so you wouldn't put the 40-year-old man who raped a 13-year-old in prison.
We're talking in the Old Testament. No, it wasn't illegal.
You wouldn't put them in prison? That's such a crazy worldview. You know, Charlie Kirk said the same thing. He said he wouldn't put people in
well, that's
prison
good.
and retroactively enforce laws, and then he also contradicted himself. At the end of the clip, he said, "Oh, I would have killed them myself." That's what he said.
Well, was that a splice
So he
clip?
contradicted himself. So,
Well, I'm not trying to be-
I would hope that you'd actually enforce it, but you're like, I don't care. Wendy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Sir. If you just
Patricia,
let me
thank you so much
talk-
for the $25. Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
If you let me talk, what I'm saying is if you read the whole Bible, you would understand that in those days, marrying men was their lifeline. That was how they were taken care of. So I support women. being
So
taken care
families shouldn't take care of 13-year-olds. It should be a 40-year-old husband.
of. Yeah. in
Hi,
those
thank you for the
days,
$5. Thank you so much.
That's what it took. That was the cultural.
Are you
norm.
really
Like,
on the live justifying pedophilia right now?
It's not It wasn't pedophilia. That wasn't
That
even
is
a term.
pedophilia. A 40-year-old having sex with a 13-year-old isn't pedophilia?
Not in those days. Like you said, you read the Bible, so
oh my
it wasn't.
God.
When did it say it was pedophilia?
Jesus Christ, she's on here justifying literally pedophiles marrying children and raping them.
Were the women against it?
You're literally justifying raping children.
Well, were the women against it?
They're not women, they're little girls.
Right, but in
If,
those
I
days,
have a
they weren't
question. If
considered that.
if a 14-year-old little girl wanted to have sex with one of the One Direction members, and they did so, did the One Direction member grape the 13-year-old girl that wanted to do it?
Grape them? Like,
Yeah, you have
are
to
they
take out
over
the G.
18?
They're
Right.
13. They're 13.
Oh, sorry. Are you talking nowadays, or are we going back in time and One Direction exists?
Nowadays.
If they're over 18, that's a law, and
I said
you
13.
cannot.
13.
No, but the One Direction people, right? They're over 18.
Yeah, they're over 18. Yes.
Right. So if
I'm not talking about the law. I'm talking about what your morals are.
I guess if the 13-year-old is, consents, I'm not really for it, but there are bigger fish to fry morality ways.
That's
than, like,
fucking. You think a
an
13-year-old can consent to sex with an adult? That's fucking disgusting.
He's 18, so if
That's
he were
disgusting
17,
as fuck. No, I'm talking the people who are in One Direction, who are literally in their 20s.
Okay, I just said
Amanda,
18.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Cammy,
I'm
thank you for the
saying if
$20.
you
Thank
were-
you so much, Cammy. And
If
Kai,
he were
thank you for the $5.
17 and a half, it would legally be whatever, but if he's 18, it's not.
I don't think it's whatever. I don't think it's whatever for a 17-year-old to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Well, that's happening all the time. Like I just told
That
you, I
doesn't mean
work
it's
with you.
okay. What the fuck?
It's not okay. I never said it was
Susanna,
okay.
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You just keep
And
interrupting
Steph,
me.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, someone said you were on Divas Live before, and they said you're controlled by your husband.
Yeah,
I should
my
go to
husband
Crown.
was in the room, and the woman started making fun of me and my voice. So he got on, and then it was, oh, your wife is whatever. So yeah, he is protective of me, and he was in the room and
No,
could
no.
hear everything.
Does your husband control you?
No.
Okay, all right. That's what they said. I was just trying to make sure that.
Well,
everything's
right,
okay.
because that's what the moderators were
corgi.
saying. Like that I told you about it when I
Julie,
first got
thank you for
on.
$10. I thought you
I
said that
said-
you've. I thought this is the first time you've been on a live.
I said today is the first time, and I said
Oh.
I thank you for being kind and respectful, because the one before this, literally, she started cussing at me, yelling at me, and making fun of me because I had a different opinion.
Okay, so I have a question. If it's legal, do you think it's okay morally?
No, of course not. Like,
Okay.
are we talking about everything, or?
No. Okay, so but like again, you said that a 13-year-old could consent to sex with a One Direction member, or no, they can't.
I said that I have bigger moral issues than
Give the hand
that.
out.
I said
You have
like I'm
bigger
not
moral
really-
issues than child rape.
I have 2 sons, and so obviously it's like, no, that's not appropriate. But there are laws against it, so that is why they should.
But you
go
think
to
it's
prison.
immoral, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point, is that you're saying it's grape, right? So again, you would put them in prison, right?
I wouldn't say it's great.
Would you put someone who grapes children in prison?
Nowadays, yes.
You wouldn't consider. Oh, not in the past.
Well, no, because it wasn't illegal. Do you
So
put
if
people?
something,
Would
so
you put someone in
would
prison
you
for
would
something
you put
that's
slave?
not illegal?
Yes. Would you put slave owners in prison?
If it were illegal, yes.
Oh, if it were when it was legal, would you put slave owners in prison if you could?
When it was legal,
Yeah.
I think I that's a hard thing to say. I'm not.
It's
like
not
a
hard.
sheriff.
I would put slave owners in prison.
Yeah, but if like there were a lot of people that were very fooled into believing that it was okay, right?
So
you wouldn't try
I don't
talking to them first. You wouldn't give
no,
them the
I'd
moral
put them
reasons?
in prison. Appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. I'd put them in prison.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So again, why do you not want to put? So you would not put them in prison?
Sorry, which one are you referring to? I want to make sure I answer
So,
clearly.
okay, actually, I'll ask you
And
this.
then I
If
would love to
cannibalism,
just-
if cannibalism were normalized in a society and people thought cannibalism was okay, would you like put people in prison who cannibalized other humans?
If it was okay and not illegal,
Mm-hmm. Like
did-
not okay, but like I don't think it's okay ever. But it was
Yeah.
like considered not illegal to cannibalize other humans.
that means they killed them and ate them.
Mhm.
I mean, I know what cannibal. No, that's murder. Like you're murdering someone. Now, if you're in the Alps and your plane crashes, like that's
So why can't you
happened.
say the same thing with grape and slavery? Like what?
Well, because there's different moral issues, and like
There's different moral issues. That's a crazy way to say that. Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
So I assume you're no longer a Christian. Is that correct?
No, definitely not.
When did you not become a Christian, or when did you kind of pull away from that?
It's probably like 17, 18.
Can I ask you why? Is that too personal?
Can't make the view consistent, logically speaking.
Okay. Well, that's reasonable. So you're now an atheist?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's hard because, listen, I was like you. I've matured a lot in the past few years, and I feel like when you're really seeking God, He will come to you. And there's been a lot of discernment that I feel like I've gained in the past 3 years that have really changed a lot of the way I view things. I mean, like, I used to be a lot more worldly. I used to
Sasha,
feel
thank you for the
differently.
$5. Thank you.
So I can understand where people are coming from, and I can understand why I seem like a crazy person, because if you don't know the Lord and you don't have the Holy Spirit, then I do sound crazy. So I'm sorry to all of you that have had to
Wait,
listen
are
to
your
me.
sons under 18?
Yes,
Do you teach them that they can consent to adults?
that they can consent, like to.
Yeah, like sex with adults.
No, we don't. No, we don't talk about that. They're at a young age. They're little boys.
So would you tell them that like you can't consent to those things? Like that's a bad thing. They shouldn't.
Yeah,
be doing
for
that?
sure. Like
Someone
I said,
think of the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know. I didn't do that.
There's a difference between what I support and like throwing someone in jail.
Okay. So okay, I have a question. Why do you want to put someone in prison for who is an abortionist who does does an abortion, but you don't want to put someone in jail who told their kid that Santa Claus exists when they know that lying is wrong?
Really? You don't see a
they're
difference?
both sins. They're both sins. It's your view. Me, I see a huge difference. You, under your view, they're both sins.
Well,
So
no,
what's the difference?
because when we view Hitler, yes, he's a sinner like you and like me, but we are not the same, because there's a level of repentance. Like, do you think that, like, if by that token, we're all going to hell because we're all sinners? We've all lied. We've all cheated. We've all, name one. We've all done it.
So sin is sin. So why wouldn't you put them in prison for committing this sin, but you would put them in prison for committing a different sin?
Well, do we go to jail for lying?
Well, again, certain things, yeah, actually. There are certain things that, like, if you lie, you go to jail.
Yeah,
for
like, I
fraud.
guess, yeah.
Logan,
But,
thank you
like,
for $5. Thank you so much.
most people aren't going to jail
Perjury.
for lying.
Okay,
right?
but wait,
I
again,
would say
so
most
why,
people.
why
most
shouldn't
people
it?
go to.
Okay, but I
most-
understand that we might not do that now, but if it's
Mhm.
if it's wrong under your worldview, why put them in prison for one sin but not the other?
Well, again, it's my personal beliefs because of my
So it's
faith.
not predicated off of the religion. So if it's not predicated off the religion, then why do you retroactively enforce the Christian morality in the
Mhm.
context of abortion?
Because God's pretty clear in His Word about the shedding of innocent blood. He does not say that He abhors, like, telling a white lie.
Chelsea,
there
thank
is
you
a
for the
difference.
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. And Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So God does say it's wrong to lie. It's one of
He
the Ten
does say
Commandments.
it's wrong, but when you read the whole Bible, you see it's not one of the things that He abhors.
What do you mean abhors?
Like, He says He abhors the shedding of innocent blood. So in the Old Testament, when God
Does he say that he abhors grape? So should
he
grape be legal?
well, let me just finish my thought. In the Old Testament, when He destroys cities, it is because
Emily, thank you
of
for $10. I did see that. Thank you,
sexual
Emily.
debauchery, idolatry, and child sacrifice, shedding of innocent blood. That is when He wipes out nations, not because they were lying, not because they did mean tweets. Like, that's the difference.
Okay,
What-
so then here's my question. Should it be illegal to engage in fornication?
No.
Why not? It's a sin.
Fornication is,
Yeah, fornication's a sin.
well, once again, I just outlined the things that God abhors.
Yeah,
Everybody's
you
a
said
sinner.
sexual immorality. That's sexual
Debauchery.
immorality.
Yeah, it was sexual debauchery.
What is that?
It's not very specific, but I imagine I don't even want to say on here what I imagine, but when you read the context, and I encourage all of you, if you're listening and curious, like just read it, because obviously the Bible can get graphic, but not.
Yeah,
in
read it.
detail
You'll become
there.
more atheist. So please do read the Bible.
Yeah,
Kate,
I
thank you for the
encourage you.
$20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kate. Can we get some W's for Kate in the comment section? Thank you so much.
And I'll just say this, if you do read the Bible to become more of an atheist, just try saying, God, if you're real, show me.
You know I've
God,
done
if
that in
you're-
my life, right?
Well, he does say that some people's hearts are just too
And I'm
hardened.
being for real. God did not come inside of me. Did he
I'm
come
not
inside
saying-
you?
That sounds so wrong.
What?
I
What do you
said that
mean?
sounds so wrong. I didn't say, I said, God, if you're real, show me, not come inside me.
Corey, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Come on, that
What?
sounds
I'm just
bad.
asking because you pray for God to like give you an experience. that
Yeah,
you're not gonna forget.
I didn't listen. I didn't say it was going to happen for everyone. I think God
Someone,
knows.
thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Why do you say this is goodbye? Thank you so much, someone's. If you tell me your account name, I'll make sure that you're not muted. I wouldn't mute you. Can we get some W's for someone's in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And JV, thank you for the hand heart. What were we saying, Lauren?
I said I think I was saying not everyone has the exact same experience, obviously, because God is different with all of us, and you're not dead yet. So I'm going to hold out hope that someday you see the light. But I also think that there are people whose hearts are just hard, and that seems to be you right now, and that's okay.
Thank you for the
Like,
$5. Thank you so much. Hardened heart, whatever you want to think. The point I'm making is that I have a critical thinking brain, and I'm going to critically think about the beliefs that you have, right? And
Yeah.
I cannot make your belief coherent, and we can talk about that further if you'd like, but like I don't want to make this into like a religious conversation.
Sure,
It's just that like
sure.
a perfect being can't have imperfect desires. We exist in an imperfect, world. Therefore, God couldn't possibly have desired to create this world.
yeah.
Cammy, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cammy. Can we get some W's for Cammy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yeah, that's totally true, Cammy. Totally true. And Kelsey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Have you read they're telling me to read Numbers 5:11. It says, is this oh yeah, so like in the circumstance in which a woman is unfaithful to their husband, should they get an abortion if they get pregnant? Appreciate the rock star, thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Should they get an abortion in that context? Should they drink the bitter water to cause an abortion?
We're talking Old Testament here.
Yeah, but that's still your. So do you think abortions in the past were justified?
Well, I think that there are several cases of incest and rape where God does wonderful things with the child that was conceived. And, again, we're talking Old Testament. So, like, if the New Testament isn't different, if Jesus Christ coming down and dying for our sins doesn't change things, then the whole thing's a farce. But it does. There's instances of men having multiple wives in the Old Testament, and that's not okay now. So there are things that change. It used to be that you couldn't eat things like bacon, pigs, but that changed with Jesus because it doesn't matter now what we, eat. That's not our salvation. It was Jesus.
So why is fornication still immoral?
That's just the Bible talks about that in
Yeah,
the New
but
Testament.
like if you can just change what you believe in terms of that, why can't you change it in terms of this?
Well, because God
Sean,
is
thank you for
sovereign.
the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Sean in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They say keep up the great work. 99.9% of the people you debate are set in stone, but I think you change a small fraction a day, and that is helpful. You're doing an amazing job. Ask Lauren if they allowed children to consent today, would she allow her children to be with a 50-year-old?
No.
Okay, so just because it is the case that it happens under the
Can I just
in a
ask
society
you
doesn't
something?
mean that's okay.
Can I just ask you something? Do
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
view me like an enemy? Because it's just like, these are my moral beliefs and convictions. And you asked, why are you voting for Trump? I outlined it very clearly that the things he did in his 4 years in office lined up more with my faith, my morals, my values And that is why a lot of people vote for Trump. But it's really easy to just, oh, she's delusional. Well, you can say what you want, but you asked me why. I explained why. I'm trying to just give you the reasons why, you know, thousands, maybe millions of people like me aren't brainwashed. We don't think Trump is the second coming. We don't think he's some fantastic man. But given the choice between two options,
Mike, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Mike.
he lines up with my morals and values. So that
He like literally doesn't. All you brought up was abortion. So I have a question. If
I
Donald
didn't. I brought up the Capitol moving from Jerusalem.
If Donald Trump killed an infant, would you vote for him?
No.
But less babies would die long term because of abortion law, right?
No, he doesn't have a ban on abortion.
Oh, okay. Wait, so then why are you voting for Trump? Because then if he has no difference in terms of the view on abortion, then what is the reason why he's better?
Well, I outlined them. Okay.
And they are? You cut out. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I have bad Wi-Fi. I outlined that I think my life was better when he was in office. And, again, really easy to say, oh, that had nothing to do with Trump. Okay,
Tasha,
a lot of people like me say, let's give that a try because what's been going on hasn't been so great.
Okay, so you want to give other things a try. Trump was president. Remember, we gave it a try?
Right, and things were better for people like me.
Actually, for like you. So do you make over $400K a year?
No.
Sammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So then your income tax wouldn't go up. So what reason do you have to believe that you'd be better off?
Because I just was. Gas prices,
just because you were doesn't mean it's because of them. Those would go up under Trump's administration because of tariffs.
Listen, the thing is that if Biden had been in office, you guys would be like, look at the gas prices. Like, that's just where we're going to disagree. Anything great he did, you guys say, oh, that wasn't Trump. Anything bad that happened, you say that was Trump.
No, I will acknowledge and give you arguments for all of those things. And I just told you earlier, there were things that I think that he did that were good. Operation Warp Speed, the First Step Act, those are things I could point to. I could be like, okay, this is good. And some of the tax cuts for the middle-class Americans in the tax policy I think is good. But it predominantly went to people who are rich. $60,000 to the top 1% per individual. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Joseph, thank you for $5. Thank you so much. And only $390 to people who make between $27,000 a year and $50,000 a year. I think there should be a lot more to go to the people who are making $27,000 a year, to $50,000 a year, than there is given to people who make over $800,000 a year.
Yeah, I trust a businessman over a politician any day.
Name one good businessman
finances.
that has six bankruptcies, and he is a politician.
Well, what I'm telling you is that he dropped taxes, and suddenly Americans had more money to spend, and the economy was
Michael,
good.
thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michael. Let's get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So things you brought up. So you brought up he's a good businessman. Again, you can't name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
I think most businessmen that have been around as long as him have failed businesses.
Not 6 bankruptcies. What happened to Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump University?
I think the man
Trump
has employed
Airlines.
a lot of people,
Trump
and he's had some failings, but I think overall he's successful. Yeah, he had some
Dad
failings.
gave him a $400 million inheritance.
Yeah, he did. He did. Not everybody gets that. At least he tried to do something with it. At least he didn't flounder it on cocaine and hookers.
Oh, you can't say that on the live. Shit.
Sorry.
I got to go into the next person, Lauren. It's very unfortunate. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Cognitive, thank you for the love painting. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen to get to 1.5 million likes. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, first, I want to say majority of the things that you say about Trump is true, right? He's a convicted criminal. He has horrible moral character. He's probably a racist. I mean, I don't know him personally, but some of the things that he says is horrible. He's, a misogynist. But I am pro-life. So therefore, I don't necessarily support Kamala Harris. So by default, I do lean more towards Trump. But as a specific person, like him individually, like I'm not like, oh my goodness, yay. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So then here would be my point: is that what point do you think it's a person?
I believe it's a person once the sperm cell. I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get kicked off. What is once the sperm?
Conception.
Can I say that? Okay.
You're pretty much fine unless you refer to like specific drugs names.
Specific what?
Drugs names.
Okay,
Like you
okay.
can't refer to drug names, but you can refer to basically anything else.
Got it. Also, this is my first live. I literally put the phone down, so that's so exciting. You're like my first person going live with. That's so fun.
Yeah, for sure. So you think at conception?
I do. I mean, I did do some research also when you were speaking to Lauren at 21 weeks, but I do. Well, I am too considered a Christian. Like I follow Jesus, so I do believe that there is more than what science presents to us. I also believe that we are spirit beings. So.
But before we go into this, I'll give you an argument actually that relates to that here in a second.
Yeah.
But my question is, what's the relevant difference between a sperm and a zygote that means one is valuable but the other one is not?
I believe once at conception, a life is present. And if there is any termination of that is considered an abortion. So any termination of unborn fetus is abortion. So,
Okay. So like here would be my question then, because that doesn't really seem to be a response. What's the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm that means you value one but not the other? Because the sperm is living.
So what is the argument? Like what, getting rid of sperm cells? Like what
Sperm is living, zygote is living. They're both single cell organisms. Why do you value one but not the other?
Why are you saying I value one, not the other?
Do you think it's murder to kill sperm?
Okay, so sperm cells by itself and egg cells by itself are not a baby. Them when they come together, they produce a
but
human
they're
life.
living. But they're living. So why do you value?
So
one
is
but not the other?
bacteria, but we're talking about a child, right?
Exactly. So like, why do you value it just because it's living if you don't value bacteria then?
I'm not saying I value it just because it's living. I'm saying I value the life of a child, not necessarily anything that has breath. What we're voting for at abortion is not bacteria or anything that has life. It's specifically the life of a child.
The life of a child. Okay. So
A baby, an unborn baby, yeah.
So you think single cell organisms are people? So like, do you think? Here's my question. Do you think this is a person?
Is that a picture of a sperm cell that has been penetrated by an egg and is in somebody's
So
uterus?
you think a zygote is a person, right?
Is that with the image that you're holding up right now?
You think a zygote is a person, right?
So can you answer my question? The image that you're holding up right now, is that a picture of a sperm cell that has been in an egg and is attached to a mother's uterus that is producing a baby? Is that what you're showing me?
What I'm showing you is can you tell actually? You can't tell? I'm showing you a microorganism. Are you saying that you can't tell the difference of whether or not this would be a person or a microorganism?
I don't know what that image is. I'm sure if you ask any random person on the street, you're covering the phone with half of your hand, what that is.
Yeah, so that you can't see.
Say it again?
Yeah, so that you couldn't see. Right? Like the name of it, so that you don't know whether or not it's a zygote.
Right. Well, I'm not talking about
What about this? Do you think this is a person?
Sir, I'm not talking about an image, a scientific image. I'm talking about the concept of a sperm cell meeting an egg,
Yeah,
and
but is
it's
this a
actually
person?
producing life. What is that an image of?
You don't know? This is a
Clearly
person.
you do because you looked it up.
It's a person under your view.
It's okay. You're showing me an image on a phone. That is not a person.
Yes, actually, this is a zygote.
What's happening in abortion clinics is not
That's
images on
literally a
phones.
conceived cell. That's a zygote
No,
right
no.
here.
Well, what's happening in abortion clinics are
That's a
not
zygote.
images on phones.
So I just want to let you know.
It's
I just showed
actually
you a
real life.
picture. I just showed you a picture of a random microorganism and a
Right, and
zygote.
I never-
and
I
you
never-
couldn't tell the difference.
Because you
So do you
had to
typically
look
mistake?
something up,
Do
though.
you typically mistake zygotes with people?
I didn't mistake it. You're trying to catch
do
me
you
in a
typically
trap, and
mistake
I asked
microorganisms
you what
with
it
people?
was.
Persist
No,
one.
but you're trying to catch me in a trap. I asked you what it was, and you couldn't answer that because again,
I actually did tell you. I pushed the box up. Thank you so much. So again, answer.
You
so
didn't.
listen.
You said
Can I-
according
can-
to my
appreciate the box up.
view,
Thank you so much.
that's a person.
Listen. So again, push the box and thank you so much. It's a zygote. That's a person under your worldview. I showed you a picture of a person, and I showed you a picture under your worldview, by the way.
You didn't
and
show me
I
a
showed you a
picture of a
picture. Let
person.
me
You
please
showed
talk,
me-
or I'm going to mute you from my stream. Okay, be quiet.
Okay, you don't have to be disrespectful though.
Okay, well then don't cut me off.
Go ahead. You can
Super,
speak.
thank you so much. Okay. So I showed you a picture of a zygote and I showed you a picture of a microorganism. Okay. Right. And you couldn't tell the difference between the two. So I was going to ask you, do you typically mistake microorganisms with people?
Okay, can I speak now or? Okay, I didn't confuse the difference between the two. I said that what's happening in abortion clinics aren't pictures on a phone. If you specifically said this is this and this is that, you had to look something up to see what it is. You had to type up microorganism, you had to type up zygote. If I did the same thing and held my hand over my phone and said, what is this? I'm sure you would not be able to clearly say either. That's why I was specifically asking you to specify the image that you're showing me. I said that I agree with what you're saying about Trump's moral character.
Before we move on to that, so the microorganism, right? If you showed me a picture of a microorganism and a person at any point in which I think it's a person, I would never mistake the two. But what you're telling me is that you can mistake a person with a microorganism?
I'm not.
I've never done that before.
I am not saying that to you. I'm saying that once a sperm cell has penetrated an egg and has attached itself to somebody's woman's womb, a woman's uterus, then a child is being conceived. If at any term that there's termination of that pregnancy, I'm talking about purposeful termination, not a miscarriage, but somebody saying I no longer, whatever the reason is, then that is considered abortion. And are you? Yeah.
No, I understand what your point. So,
okay.
If you're in a burning building, on one side of the burning building, you have two zygotes that in the future are going to be implanted into a uterine wall, and they're going to be people like me and you, right? And on the other side of the room, you have a newborn baby. If you can either only save the newborn baby from burning alive or the zygotes, which would you rather save?
So the thing about these type of questions is we're not talking about hypotheticals. We're talking about actual women who have children in them and for whatever reason are saying, I no longer want this. The life inside of me is no longer important. So
This
I think
is conceptually relevant, though. So if you'd like to answer my question,
I think that it is actually making the situation of real people's lives who are having these tough decisions. It's trivializing it from saying a burning building with a zygote and a baby. Like that's actually shameful and actually disrespectful on your end.
It's so disrespectful. Now answer my question, you fucking snowflake.
I'm not a snowflake.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm not
answer the
cussing
damn
at you.
question. Answer the question. It's not disrespectful for me
It
to
is.
ask you a hypothetical.
I did answer your
It's
question.
not disrespectful for me to ask you a hypothetical of whether or not you'd save two zygotes.
I did answer the question. You just didn't like my answer.
No, you didn't answer the question. You said you're not going to answer it because you think it's ridiculous or something. This is a typical ethical question that we ask in ethics, right? It's called a trolley example, but I asked in like a burning building. So if you'd like to answer the question, you can answer it. Because right now you're just being a snowflake and you're not answering the question because you realize it's showing that your worldview is not very great. I'm just testing your ethics.
Hello?
I'm just testing your ethics. Appreciate the handout.
Yeah, I know. The answer to the question was, why stray away to something hypothetical when we can focus on real life situations?
Hypotheticals are conceptually relevant towards how we treat things within real life. For example, if we're building a school, we're going to think of hypothetical examples of how children could get unalived in school unalivings, right? To build the school in a way in which would reduce the likelihood of children being unalived. Okay, that's a hypothetical that we used to demonstrate what we would do in applicable reality.
Yes, if you can take a safety.
So can you answer my question and
can
you answer the question?
You're not asking it for a safety precaution like the one in the school. You're asking it to say.
Yes, I am. Because us having a safety precaution for women who need to get access to abortions. You understand that, right? That's a safety precaution. Providing access for women to have autonomy over their bodies is a safety precaution. Kenichi, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
If you're saying women to have precautions over their bodies, but they're not making decisions about their bodies, they're making decisions about a child inside of them.
A non-sentient embryo. I don't consider it a person. It's a non-sentient embryo. Let's say what it is. We're talking about a single cell organism, a non-sentient embryo. Most abortions come from the abortion pill. Okay? So we're not talking about like, a newborn baby. We're talking about literally a non-sentient embryo. And you're putting the rights of a non-sentient embryo over a sentient woman?
I'm not talking about a newborn baby either. I'm talking about when a sperm cell meets an egg and it is attached itself to a uterus, life is being formed. The life is already formed. I don't
care about cellular life. Life is formed in your mouth when you brush your teeth.
But no. But then that's a life. And I think Parker, is that your name or is that just your username, Parker?
It's my name.
I think, Parker, I think that's the difference, that I don't want, this argument will just go in circles because faith and my belief plays a lot into.
There you go, faith. You see how it's religious based? So then why are you differing between one sin and the other sin? That means one sin should be illegal, but the other sin shouldn't.
Wait, what sin?
And then if you're basing it upon your worldview as it relates to Christianity, well, then you would say the 2 zygotes over the 1 newborn baby.
Wait, what's sin over another sin am I showing partiality to?
Yeah, you're saying that it should be illegal for abortionists to give abortions, but it shouldn't be illegal for my mom to tell me that Santa Claus exists.
Okay,
but I really
you
do
didn't
want
ask
you
me
to
that,
answer the
though.
question.
You never asked me that.
I asked you that multiple times, Grace.
About Santa Claus? You never said anything about it. This is the first time you're talking to me. Maybe you said it to other people who came on.
I said it to you.
Well, so can you repeat the question about, what did you say about Santa Claus?
Why should one be illegal, but the other one should not be?
Why should abortion be illegal and your mom saying that Santa Claus is real shouldn't be illegal?
Yeah, they're both sins.
Okay, I'm not saying that it is not a sin, that your mom is lying to you and abortion is. I'm not saying it is a sin that your mom doesn't lie to you and abortion is. Yes, they're both sin. Lying, murder, stealing, they are absolutely all sins. But I'm just saying that if something is legal, people are more prone to get to do it. And it is not fair. The person lying has the right, and they know what they're doing, and they have they can face the consequences. Somebody who has a woman who has an unborn baby inside of them, the baby doesn't have a voice. The baby doesn't have a choice. So we're taking away a child's right to choose.
So is it religious based or not?
Are
you basing it on your religion, or are you basing it on your own perspective?
No. So yes, faith does play into why I'm.
So if it's your religion, well, then they're both sins. Why should one be illegal but the other one shouldn't?
I'm not specific. The reason why I am not for abortion is not just because it's a sin. It is also
okay.
Because
So then why I asked you earlier about this, and you went to your religion. So then I asked you about your religion, and you said it's not predicated off your religion.
Well, no. What I said about faith is because I said you don't really understand why I'm so pro when a sperm cell meets the egg that life is there. I just believe that it's more than just science. It is faith. But that's not the only reason why I'm saying that pro-life. I'm pro-life. I'm just saying okay, let's take faith out of it. We're not giving a child a fair chance to say whether or not they want to die, whether or not they should live. We are just ignoring.
It's non-sentient. It can't make choices. Thank you for the confetti. It's not even conceptualizing of any experiences. It's literally a cellular organism. Okay?
Okay, well, and so and that's why I'm saying I think that's where we differ. I do believe it's life. I do believe that both lying.
I agree.
It's life.
It's life at conception, but so is a sperm cell. Sperm cell is living.
But it is not a baby. A baby happens when a sperm cell meets. I mean,
I don't think a zygote's a baby either.
Well, it is. I mean, I feel like we both went to elementary school. We know about reproduction, the reproductive system. We know when a sperm cell meets the egg, a child is being conceived. During different weeks, different body parts begin to form. And after 9 months, a child comes out. I mean, I don't know how difficult that is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I don't understand what the argument is. Just because somebody
$5 and Kizzy think of the $5.
Just because somebody cannot advocate for themselves doesn't mean that there's no life there.
Ma'am, I have not said there's no life there. Multiple times I've told you life begins at conception. I don't care about life. I care about cellular sentient life.
No, that's clear.
Grace, are you coming up here to actually have a genuine conversation?
I
told
am,
you
but
multiple
I think
times.
Parker,
Be
you're
quiet or I will
going
mute you.
circle.
Be
You're
quiet.
asking me a question. I'm answering your question.
It's a rhetorical question. Do you know what that is?
See, now I'm the same thing that you're telling me not to do and that you're going to mute me is the same thing you're doing to me.
Yeah, so you're literally cutting me off. I let you speak. I let you yap
Go ahead.
about dumb
I
shit.
apologize. Go ahead. You can speak.
I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life. I've told you this multiple times. And you're saying I don't think it's life. I never was arguing that. You know I was never arguing that. I asked you 2 questions you still have not answered. And I'm going to ask you them again, and I want you to answer. Why should one sin be illegal, but the other one shouldn't be? And then as it relates to the other one, Actually, I'll just have you answer that question first. Why should one be illegal but the other one shouldn't be?
Okay, I'm not saying that one should be illegal and the other one shouldn't be. Okay, you know what? I guess if I can articulate it, maybe because one involves two people and the death of another person, and one is solely one person deciding to lie, and that person still
So
will
not
face-
religious based. You just described the actions. I just want to let you know, when you describe the actions to me, that does not tell me a relevant difference between the two. That means you value one to go to prison, but not the other. You're just describing
Who
the
said
actions.
anything about prison? I'm just saying I
You put
decided.
murderers in prison, don't you?
No. I said that I'm not going to give my vote to somebody who is pro-abortion. I didn't say I'm not talking about any prison sentence or anything like that. Because of my morality and because of my faith, I'm pro-life. Therefore, I cannot vote.
Therefore, you want to
Kamala
put people
Harris.
in prison because of your religious perspective. Okay? So again, why should one sin be illegal but the other sin should not be?
Okay. Because both have consequences. It just so happens that the consequence of abortion is an earthly one, meaning prison. But both of them will face consequences. Both of them will face judgment.
No,
Both
why
of
do
them
you
are
think
morally
there
wrong.
should be a punishment on earth for one, but there should not be a punishment on earth for the other one?
Because it is death. Because it is death, and lying doesn't necessarily lead to death.
That is not giving me a religious difference. That is giving me a personal values difference.
No, it
so
is
if
a
it's not
religious
predicated,
difference. It is a religious difference. Lying does
if it's
not
a
lead
religious
to
difference,
immediate death.
there's no religious difference between the two because they are both sins.
They're both sins, but one leads to immediate death. A child is dying. What do you mean so?
They're both sins. Under a religious perspective, there's no difference between the two.
Yes, there
They're
is. The
both sins.
outcome is different, Parker. The outcome is
that would be a
different.
relating. I understand, but according to my view, there is a big difference. According
Okay,
to
what is
your
the
view,
difference
there's
for
not a
you?
difference because you just base it on sins.
I'm not basing it on sins. I'm
Because it's
basing it
based on
the
my
actual
personal values.
consequences. Say it again?
It's based on my personal values. If it's based on your personal values, you can say that there's a difference.
No,
if it's not based on your personal values and it's based upon the values of the Bible, well, then you need to predicate it off the Bible.
There is a difference in the Bible. I'm talking about there is the specific difference in consequence. The aftermath is one life is taken, and lying about Santa Claus doesn't mean to immediate death. Are they both
For
wrong?
sure. There's a different consequence from cheating and from like lying about Santa Claus existing, right? But you think both of them shouldn't be illegal, even though there are different consequences.
Lying to a certain degree, there are.
So you think cheating
illegal-
on your partner shouldn't be illegal, and lying to your kid and telling them Santa Claus exists shouldn't be illegal. They have different outcomes, yet you don't think one should be illegal, but the other one shouldn't be. So there being a difference in outcomes does not mean that there should be a different treatment for the punishment.
Okay. Yes, there are different consequences, but I'm talking about wrongful death in this country. That is illegal. One of according to scripture and what Trump is, well, the Republican Party mostly votes for is also under the fact that if there's a death of a child as well.
Jeez.
That is wrongful murder. That's you know what I mean? So I feel like, go ahead, you have a question.
No, what you're not understanding is that, again, you're giving a difference based upon personal values. You're not providing a religious context that provides there a relevant difference between the two. Okay?
I don't understand what you mean by a religious context about murder and lying. Yes, they're both sin. Yes, they have consequences. The consequences look different, but they're consequences. One is prison in America. Another one can be you get fired from your job. Another one can be you lose your family. You know what I mean? But just because the consequence is different doesn't mean that like one is better than the other, one is higher than the other. If we're talking about from a political standpoint, I'm specifically saying that I'm pro-life. I cannot vote for Kamala Harris in that way. If we're talking about Trump lying, I'm saying, of course, he's a liar. Like, that's what it is.
It actually makes me so mad. It makes me so mad that it's like this hard to get like a basic conversation through. Thank you, Thandar. This is not a
I've been
difficult
having a
question.
conversation with you the
No,
entire time.
Grace, stop. I'm not asking you a complex question. This is not a complex question at all. This is a very simple question. Why one sin illegal, other sin not illegal? That's it. That's the question.
Parker,
You're not giving a
I
relevant
have.
answer because you're not answering predicated off the Bible.
What it is
The
is I
answer-
don't think you like my answer.
There is no difference. They're both sins.
Yes, there are both sins, but there are. You can tell a lie to a certain standpoint that it becomes illegal. If you lie under oath, if you lie about fraud,
I understand, Grace, but
But you're
that's because we don't predicate the laws off of religion. That's because we predicate the laws off of our personal values, not religion.
We did.
So again, the point that I'm making is that you should separate what you should separate again what your personal values are from your religious values. Right? And if you want to judge other people's actions in terms of legality based upon your personal values and not off of religious values, don't use religion to restrict women's rights. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not using religion to restrict women's rights.
You absolutely are.
I'm using my faith to advocate for life. And this
You're
country
using your faith to restrict women's right to abortion. That's what you're doing. So you can act like you're the one fighting for rights, but you're using your religion to restrict the rights of women.
I am not using my religion to restrict the rights of women. Just because somebody was raped or has
wait, so you think a 10-year-old girl that gets raped, she should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
No one is okay. Listen, I think that you cannot shoot just because.
Should they be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
No. So a 10-year-old girl that gets assaulted by an uncle shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion because of your religious values. And this is why I argue against it. If you want to be religious, separate your religious values from what we have politically speaking.
You asked me a question. Are you going to allow me to answer?
I'm not asking you a question. I'm finishing my statement and you're cutting me off. Thank you, the boxing. Thank you so much. I have to talk louder because you keep cutting me off every time I speak. Here's the boxing. Thank you so much. But let me thank everyone real quick. Stacy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Stacy. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comment section right now for the $50 on Cash App? Sick, thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. Renee, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Cash App. Luke, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Kelly, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kelly. And Ashley with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Ashley, W's for Kelly, W's for Stacy, and some W's for Renee in the comment section right now. And Christopher, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I don't think I got a message from you, Christopher, on Venmo. Oh, wait, I do see this. I am a Christian, and Exodus 21:22 through 23 clearly insinuates that a fetus is not life. Let me read this.
Okay, can I, while you're reading,
go ahead.
Just to respond to what you're saying. First of all, rape victims, incest victims are not the only people it's shameful that the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, is just using that small narrative to paint why abortion should be legal. Second of all, my mother was raped and I was born because of it. Are you saying that you should put a gun to my head right now? Thank you. Are you saying that a gun should be put to my head right now? Just because...
Grace, that is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm not letting you finish that. That is honestly the craziest fucking shit. I'm not arguing to kill a sentient person that's alive fucking right now. I'm talking about people having autonomy over their bodies as it relates to pregnancy when they're literally not sentient. Don't fucking literally act like for some reason I'm advocating to unalive sentient members of the human species. I'm not advocating for that. Fucking sick for you to argue that. Actually sick, dude. Holy shit, you know I'm not arguing that. You just tried to purposefully misrepresent my view. That's such a ridiculous statement. When you're literally voting for shit that literally would restrict a 10-year-old who got assaulted from being able to get access to an abortion.
Well, what is the difference between my life and the life of that child?
$10, thank you.
What is the difference between my life and the life of the child?
Because you're sentient and you're not in someone's womb right now?
Just because I'm not murdered. So then murder me right now then. If I don't deserve to live.
You're sentient, Grace. You're sentient.
Okay, but
Grace, when I never said that you're not
in my mother's room, I was still a victim.
I am not saying that you don't deserve to live. For example, I think my parents could stop engaging in sex at any point, but if they stopped engaging in sex at the very point where they were literally creating me, I wouldn't exist. That doesn't mean I don't have a fucking right to exist. Okay? They are not obligated to a future valuable state. They can do whatever they want relates to that. That's not what I think is bad. What I think is bad is killing a sentient human. You can't kill me today because I think that my fucking parents could have stopped engaging in intercourse, which would have not led to me existing. Madeline, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Madeline. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Madeline in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Aaron, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker,
I did address that, Aaron.
If you want to say something, you don't have to mute me because I will be in the middle of a point and I'll just be cut off. So that you can just say, "Can I speak?" and I will let you speak. You don't have to mute me.
Grace, I'm gonna mute you. I don't care.
So you
can click the unmute button if you feel like it.
It doesn't come up immediately. It comes up about 60 seconds later, and I'm seeing I can tell you don't care. I can tell you don't care because the
Don't care about what?
I can tell you don't care about like other people's opinions, other people's value systems. It seems like you're just trying to win an argument, and that's not what I'm trying to do here. You asked me specifically, am I voting for Trump? I said basically,
I
unfortunately,
do care.
yes.
I just think that your fucking view is insane. You literally said a 10-year-old who got raped should have to go through the pregnancy. And then
okay.
you also represented my views, saying like I want to kill sentient people that are alive today because I think that people
listen,
have the right
you're-
over their bodies
but
when the
this is what I'm
fetus is
talking-
not
This
sentient.
is exactly what I'm talking about. I did not say
You cut me off
there
every
should
single
be-
time I speak. It's
I
unbelievable.
didn't.
Bark, think the
You
fantastic.
just did it to me. I'm not saying that they should
Because
be
you're
forced
doing it
do
to me, 'cause I'm
anything.
trying to
But
clarify.
But the view that a life is still not valuable just because it was birthed in a disgusting, harmful way, like rape, like incest, like child, like whatever. That doesn't just because something was birthed that way doesn't mean that a good cannot come out of it. My example was look at me. I was
Grace, I never said that. I never said that
can
good
can
cannot come out of.
Parker, can I finish what I'm saying? I'm there's a point, I promise. I'm saying
It's ridiculous for you to say that though.
no, it isn't. Because the whole argument is they bring up victims of rape, victims of incest. That is a horrible thing. And I'm saying that the person who is the perpetrator absolutely should be sentenced, put to prison. There will be deathly consequences for them. But the child is still a child. Life is still life. They're still made in the image of God. They're still image bearers. It doesn't mean that just because something happened horribly, that all of a sudden that life doesn't exist. They're a rapist baby. I'm not. I don't identify as that.
What the fuck are you saying? You're not even arguing against any of my positions. I never said it wasn't
You
living.
literally said
I
so.
never
You're
said
saying a
that.
10-year-old that was a
I never said it's not living. You literally act like you let me speak and then you cut me off literally when I first start the fucking sentence. Unbelievable. Okay? So I never acted like nothing good can come from things like this. What I argued is that people who are raped should not have to go through pregnancies, right? With a fetus that is literally not sentient. Okay? They should not have to go through that. They have no obligation to sustain it. They were assaulted. They did not choose this. They have no causal obligation. Okay? Now, do I think that people who are sentient should be murdered? No, I'm not arguing that. What you're saying, though, is that a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through a pregnancy against her will. And I don't think that's okay. And I think that's wrong. Justin, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Justin. Thank you so much. And Stacy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Look at some W's for Stacy, W's for Justin in the comment section right now. And Henry, thank you for the $5. Or Kelsey, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Parker, the moment that you start making decisions for anybody, for anybody who has a thought or has the desire to want abortion, you immediately strip whatever that the decisions of the unborn baby is. It's a really hypocritical view. It really is.
Wait. So same thing when I say it should be legal for people to
please don't
pull
cut me
out.
off because you just muted me for doing the same thing to you.
You understand? I'm giving a clarification though because you're misrepresenting the view.
No, you've misrepresented what I'm saying.
What did I misrepresent?
I specifically said just because a child was conceived in a horrific, disgusting, illegal, just grotesque manner does not make the life of that child any less unvaluable. And I gave myself an example. I'm not saying that you think that you're that way. I did not say that.
Why
at
are you
all.
arguing that if I never argued this?
Because you
That just
specifically
makes no
said,
sense.
because you asked me, I don't know if it was rhetorical or not, but you specifically said, you think a 10-year-old who is a victim of rape shouldn't have the right to have an abortion, should be forced to carry out pregnancy, shouldn't have the right to abortion.
I don't think that. You think that.
I'm saying life is life. Life is life.
Okay.
Now,
You saying life is life does not mean that a 10-year-old girl should get forced to go through pregnancy. First they had mustache. Okay? I care a lot more about the 10-year-old who got raped's autonomy over their own body, all right? Rather than caring about a non-sentient embryo. That's
it's
a ridiculous
not a non-sentient embryo, though.
Melissa,
It's
thank you for the
life. It's a
$20.
child.
Thank you so much. Talise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Bowser, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. And yeah, you can say it's a life. Again, I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life. Again, you care about cellular
There is no
life
difference
because of your
Parker.
religion.
No,
There is a difference.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that is where we can never reconcile unless, and this might sound so wacky to you, but probably not unforeign because you said you used to be a Christian. It probably would not make any sense if you do not have a relationship with Jesus. Any talk about spirituality, about Holy Spirit, about living, about life.
There are Christians that disagree with you.
Hold on, you have a disconnect from because you are a self-professed atheist. So I don't understand.
Wait, actually, here, no, I'm not even going to let you use your religion to do this. There are Christians that disagree with you. Samantha, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Samantha. So don't act like it's because I don't have a relationship. There are people that you think have a relationship that disagree with you.
That disagree that what that children should be murdered?
No, they think you should be able to get a choice. Like, for example, Kamala Harris, she's Baptist. For example, Joe Biden, he's Catholic.
Just
Christina,
because
thank you so much for the $10.
Just
Thank you so
because
much.
somebody is a
Lee, think of the
self-proclaimed
dollar.
Christian doesn't mean that their view is right. I'm talking
Never
about
said that. Why is your view better than theirs?
my view is the view of the Bible.
David, thank you for the $10.
My-
Cassandra,
my
thank you for the
views of-
$20. Thank you so much. I appreciate Cassandra.
My views of view of the Word of God. My opinion aside, because I say that my Jesus is Lord, I submit to what He has said.
Nicole and
That's
Mitchell,
it.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, I'll ask you this. Leviticus 25:44 through 46. God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Do you agree with that?
Slavery is not this. It's not the same that we know in the 1800s that it was in the biblical time.
No, you're thinking
Completely
indentured
different.
servitude.
People-
Indentured servitude was for Israelites, not for non-Israelites. Non-Israelites, there was chattel slavery.
People willingly submitted to themselves, willingly
No.
submitted themselves as slaves. It's more like they were
No.
their employers. Yes.
Those are Israelites. I'm talking non-Israelites. If you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46, it's talking about non-Israelites. You can own them as property for life.
It is
says, do
not
not
the
treat
same.
your fellow
it is
Israelites
not the same
ruthlessly.
as Africans in this that were shipped here illegally.
Grace,
in this country. It's not the same.
actually, yes, it
It
is.
is not the same,
It's
Parker.
not it's not predicated off of race, but it is chattel slavery. So it is the same in terms of being chattel slavery, but it is not slavery justified by using race. So the difference is that it doesn't use race as justification, but it does use nationality and where you're from as justification. As if you're not an Israelite, right? Then it is not applicable. Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
You cannot
So-
make broad. Wait. So what was your question? There was a question from that statement. What
So
was the question?
do you agree with God saying that? You said you agree with everything God said.
With God saying what? What?
God said you can own people as slave and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Do you think slavery was okay there?
Absolutely. Are you serious? What is a specific scripture? Leviticus what?
Leviticus 25:44 through 46. You said
Verse
you said slavery
25.
is good.
Biblical slavery is different than the transatlantic slave trade. It is completely different.
No, they're both chattel
emotional-
slavery. They're both
listen,
chattel slavery.
The emotional and mental and historical connection that we have to slavery in America is completely different than slavery 2024 BC. It's completely
So
different.
they're both chattel slavery. Okay, you can say the difference is the fact that race is used as a justification for the slavery, but you understand that it's still chattel slavery. So there's not a difference in it being chattel slavery. It's still chattel slavery.
So
it is not indentured servitude.
the
Indentured
difference is-
servitude is for the Israelites.
The difference is back in those days when a nation went to war and undertook another nation, they took their women and children as slaves and treated them basically as maidservants. It's completely different now.
Actually, if you read certain verses, it says that you can take the virgin girls for yourselves after you kill their parents. But
yes, those were in those days.
Yes!
Those were
Yes!
in those days.
Yes! Oh my God!
Yeah,
yes!
no.
Like
Okay,
what, dude?
Those were in those days. Okay. Now, in the same Bible, in the book of Philemon, specifically, Paul is pleading with another person of Christ, saying, "Listen, I know you have the slave legally. I know that you legally bought them. They actually sold themselves to be slaves. But please, in the name of Jesus, let them go. As a brother of Christ, let them go."
You're talking.
Yes,
you're
yes,
talking
yes.
Israelites. You're not talking people who are non-Israelites.
You're specifically talking about judicial biblical law that was written when the Torah law, 2024 BC, and comparing it to African American slavery.
They're both chattel slavery. Push that mustache. Thank you so
But you're
much.
bringing the emotions and the horrible emotions and sentiments that this country, Black America, has.
You understand slavery is bad, right? I'm just telling you slavery is bad, Grace. That's all I'm saying.
All
You're saying slavery is
not bad. It
okay.
is not the same. All slavery is not bad. It is not the same.
All slavery is not bad.
So you're telling me
She
Parker,
doesn't think
you're-
slavery is
Parker,
always bad.
Parker, you're telling
Oh
me
my God.
If you had $1 million and someone came to you and said, "Please, I will work for you. I will work for you if you
Jesus
just give me
Christ,
food
dude.
and if you take
Trump
care of my
supporters
family."
justifying
What?
slavery, Chuck.
You're telling me that if you had $1 million and someone
Diane,
said,
thank
"Please,
you for the
Parker, I will work for
$15.
you."
Thank you so much, Diane.
Somebody say, "Parker, I will work for you if you take care of
my family and give me some wages now and again.
Nicole, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nicole. I
You're
appreciate
saying
it.
a homeless
This is not
person
indentured
can-
servitude. This
It
is
is
not
the
indentured
same
servitude.
thing.
No,
Part of
not.
that is it's
No, it's
considered
not.
slavery.
Grace.
Yes, it is.
Grace, and I don't
Yes, it
even
is.
think you should be able to engage in indentured servitude. But I'm arguing again. This is not indentured servitude. I don't think indentured servitude should be legal. By the way.
Specifically in Leviticus, God is telling people, God is
Paloma, thank you
telling
for the dollar.
the slave owners how to treat their slaves as literally
how to treat your slaves. Exactly,
Yes.
dude.
The word slavery
Exactly.
in itself is not wrong. You have an emotional,
Dude, what?
warped
Dude, this
emotional.
guy.
You cannot
this shit's
connect.
literally justifying
you cannot-
slavery,
Parker,
Chad.
listen, you cannot connect modern day the slavery that happened in the 1800s, 1700s to African
McKinley, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much,
slavery
McKinley.
in Levitical law,
you,
2024 BC.
Yes, you can.
You can. Okay, I mean,
Yes,
we're
yes.
gonna keep on going back and forth with this, but it's completely
Matt,
different.
do you wanna explain to someone who understands Hebrew?
Oh, well, I mean, the Hebrew is clear. It's very easy. But I'm more interested in her connection about Old Testament slavery versus antebellum slavery, because what you're comparing is laws versus actions. We know a lot about the laws of the ancient times and everything, but not about their actions. What we know a lot about the actions and the laws of the antebellum slavery times, right? And the problem is that the antebellum slavers got their rationale, got their reasoning from the Old Testament. That's one of the reasons why they got the idea that they could enslave Africans, was directly from that. And you brought it from Paul and the Book of Philemon. Did you know that there is a growing consensus view among biblical scholars that Paul is actually asking Philemon to give him Onesimus as his own slave? Because Paul says to Philemon, I have done you this favor. Please do me another favor. I'm sending you your slave back, but can you do me a favor? Paul actually is asking Philemon, possibly, could you send your slave back so that he could become my slave?
No,
Nowhere in the New
so
Testament-
he can be a co-bearer of Christ and spreading the gospel.
Paul,
First of all, okay, hold on.
nowhere in the New Testament.
Parker, you
Nowhere
have
in
not
the New
not let another person on stage also to I'm debating two people. It was between me and you. So either you're gonna mute him, we can continue the conversation.
Grace, I'm
or
being
you're gonna-
quiet right now, and he understands Hebrew. He's literally telling you
Right, but he's
what
taking
the Hebrew,
scripture out of
Hebrew
context.
says.
though.
He's not. Grace,
Let me tell you why.
respectfully, Grace, you're not going to say that on my live. Matt knows way more about the Bible than you do. Do not tell me Matt is taking it out of context.
I just
Matt,
yesterday read 3 major works on the Book of Philemon, which is why I can tell you why. That there's a growing consensus view that Paul is not saying to Philemon, as you stated, that this slave should be freed. Instead, what he's saying is, I have done you a favor. Now you do one to me. Send the slave back so that he can become my slave. That's a growing consensus view among biblical scholars, and these are Christians, by the way. These are not like far left atheists. These are Christians. Paul and Jesus never speak on slavery. Jesus never condemns it. Neither does Paul. And in fact, Paul may even own slaves. So you cannot use the a New Testament to speak on being anti-slavery. You simply cannot do it because it's not there.
Doesn't it say like treat your earthly masters?
Well, yeah,
like, slaves treat your
obey
earthly masters good.
Yeah,
or
Paul
obey your
said-
earthly masters. That's what it is.
Paul said, slaves obey your earthly masters, and masters treat your slaves like you would Christ. Yeah, because Paul believed that within his lifetime he would die not die, but he would see the coming of Christ again. And so slavery, everybody maintain the status quo. Slaves just do their own thing. Masters be kind. No sex, no marriage, nothing like that, because God was coming back. But then actually, it didn't happen. So, that's why they don't speak on it, because nothing matters, because the end of times is coming. And Grace, you can unmute now.
Grace, Grace, the reason why we're telling you this and we're explaining this to you is because we don't think that your religious texts are a good foundation for ethical positions, and think it corrupts it, and that's why you think voting for these types of things is not bad.
It does not
You're
corrupt it.
literally voting for a guy you think has been held civilly liable,
Listen,
sexual
so-
abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, pursued power.
I was just on
because
mute, and
of
he said a
abortion.
whole bunch of things that are not true, and I would like to address that first.
Okay, go for
Can
it,
I
go
do
for
that?
it. Go for it.
Okay. First of all, the first scripture that you brought up, Parker. What's this other guy's name? Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Matt.
Well, your name is what?
Matt.
Matt. Okay. Hi, Matt. First of all, Parker, I'm going to address you. Then Matt, I will address you. Parker, you specifically brought up the scriptures in Leviticus and the Old Testament that specifically talk about slavery. My points were this: slavery under the Mosaic Law, under the laws of the Old Testament, were completely different than modern day slavery in the 16th to 19th century. Second of all, people in that time can willingly submit themselves to voluntarily. As a slave, as a bond servant, or a voluntary, as a slave, or as a maid to somebody in order to pay off any debt. That is clear. Secondly, Scripture completely is not for slavery. You're saying Paul owned slaves. The Book of Philemon, what you're talking about, Matt, he specifically is saying, he's writing a letter to the owner of that slave and saying, as a brother in Christ, listen, I'm the one who taught you the gospel, so I can exert my authority, but I'm not going to do that. Can you please let this slave free? Because he specifically was at that time with Paul preaching the gospel. It is a completely, and granted, you, Parker, made an assumption saying that Matt knows the Bible more than me. You don't know me. You don't know my relationship with God. You don't know what I've studied. Just because
I
someone
don't
knows
care.
me-
Matt knows more than you. I actually I'm genuinely serious.
You
I
didn't
know
actually
Matt
address.
very well.
No,
You didn't address anything. you said.
It doesn't matter what you think, because but you know Matt personally. You invited him up because you were ignorant in a situation. I'm saying I don't care what people
Wait, no,
are.
I just did it because he has broader knowledge on the Bible.
Right,
And also,
that's what I'm
I've
saying,
already
you're ignorant
explained it
about
to
this
you.
specifically.
I've already explained it to you that it literally is not is not different. That it's both chattel slavery.
It is.
Right?
It
You're
is
disputing that. So
completely-
I brought up
it
someone
is.
who does speak Hebrew, right? Who knows
It was
Hebrew.
biblical Christians who led the fight to
Or,
abolish
like,
slavery.
can read Hebrew.
Wait, hold
Matt,
on.
hold on.
That's
Matt, hold on.
simply- okay, hold on.
Matt, hold on. Matt, you are right when you said that slave owners in the 16th and 19th century twisted scripture and abused scripture to enslave African Americans.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it was biblical believing Christians who actually fought to fight and abolish slavery too. They actually knew and
I
had a
don't
relationship with
disagree with
Jesus.
you
Hold
that
on, hold
some
on,
of
hold
them-
on, hold on,
hold on.
hold on,
I don't
hold on.
disagree with you.
Hold on, Matt, hold on. So you're saying that Paul had slaves, Jesus had slaves, Jesus never spoke about slavery. It clearly does. There's no Jew or Gentile, there's no slave or free, we're all one in the body of Christ. He specifically is talking about equality, granted, regardless of if someone decides right now, even today, even in modern time, there are people who can willingly say, okay, I owe this debt, I can't pay this off. Let me now, give me and myself and my family over to you for a time to work off any debt. And on paper, that's considered slavery. Is it the same slavery that African Americans were faced when they were raped and beaten and whipped and hung? Absolutely
Exodus
not.
21:20-21 says, if you beat your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two, you are not to be punished.
It's specifically talking about a context that we cannot ignore, Parker.
Wait, no, tell me what Exodus 21:20-21 is saying.
Okay, hold on, let me look it up.
I just told you.
Exodus what?
Exodus 21:20-21.
Okay.
Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are to not be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Okay, what is that saying?
Hold on, I'm reading it right now. I'm reading the full context.
This is the slave code. This is a well-known code within Leviticus. This is just the slave code.
Okay, so specifically, this is talking about when people did have slaves back in those days. And granted, first of all, I don't know if you know the historical context of the book of Exodus. There was a whole Exodus, meaning Jesus delivered the Israel people out of the hands of Egypt, of the cruel Egyptians. Specifically, this is talking about because like I said, slavery at the time was not illegal. Slavery at that time was not only justified, people willingly did it in order to be free financially from burden to be able to feed their family,
Tell me what
their
this
children.
verse means.
So right,
But
so
they are
right
to
now,
not be punished if the slave dies after or recovers after a day or two.
It is setting a code of how to treat and how you can treat other people who
So you can
belong to
beat
you.
your slave as long as they recover after a day or two.
Thank you,
Listen.
DJ. Thank you so much.
So if you break their arm, or not break their arm, if you bruise them and it goes away within 2 days, you think that's okay?
What if
For a month,
what if
for
that
3
slave
days,
raped your daughter?
$3.
What if that slave raped your child? There's no punishment for that. There was no court system. There was no prison at the. It's different.
No,
It's
the
different
Levitical
context.
law. Hold on. The Levitical law gives an answer to like how you figure that out. They have punishments for grape, whether that be from a Hebrew or a foreign person. So this is already taken care of. This is an extra thing. This is saying in the line of their duties, if they disagree with you, if they disobey you, you can beat them so long as they do not die.
Yeah, and recover after a day or two.
This is specifically talking about how to have disciplinary precautions over your employees. There was no write-ups. There was
They're
no
not
HR.
employees.
Okay, listen. That's what I'm
said
saying.
over disciplinary action, beating your employees. You can beat your employees. Beat them so much.
I'm
just as
saying
long
that-
as
I'm
they
saying
recover
that
after a day or two.
The context that you're taking it now to bring it a modern day time is unfair. Because we're talking
it's not
about
because
BC.
because
it is unfair.
The problem is any time that the Old Testament uses slavery in the sense of like someone voluntarily doing it, they always add an adjective. They add who they are coming from. So the word for slave is
Okay, by the way, I just want to let everyone know. Everyone always asks, "What are your lives like outside of political season?" This is it. This is literally what my lives are like. This is what happens on my lives when it's not political season.
And
so this is what it'll be like after political season, everyone. But yeah, go for it. Sorry,
if
Matt.
Parker was to go to that verse that he just cited, and he looked at it in the Hebrew, the word that would have been used is aved, which simply means.
Do you know also, Matt, so the same scripture talks about a slave owner who unlawfully kills a slave should be put to death? This is giving a moral code of how slaves and masters should have relationship.
Okay. Can I ask you then, did Yahweh give the same moral code to the Babylonians? Because they had the same code. What about the Assyrians?
Let me finish. Let me answer. You're asking me a question. Let me finish. Back in that time, Matt, the culture literally did horrendous things to their slaves.
That's actually not true.
Listen. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
That's not true.
Yahweh came in and gave a moral code and said, okay, you're not going to be, you people are set apart. So, you people have slaves, and slaves, you have masters. This is what happens. Slave masters, if you kill your slaves, you'll be put to death. Slave, if you do something illegal, if you kill a child, if you steal food, if you rape the white, whatever, you can be beat. You can have corporal punishment. It's the same thing today in today's military base. We have literally, corporal physical punishment. It is he set a moral code that is for that context, that specific context of that time, that was completely different than anything that ever happened in any culture during that time.
That's not true. I just told you.
Yes, it is.
No, the Babylonians. Go read the law codes of Babylon. Go read the middle laws of Assyria. They have better slave laws than what's found in the Old Testament. One of the reasons why one of the great miraculous things is that we have law codes from all over that region. We can compare the law codes, and you can compare the Babylonians with the Assyrians, with the ancient Hebrews. And guess what? Those other nations had better law codes. They actually treated their slaves better. And I know this because I'm looking at a fucking book right on my shelf that has these law codes on it. I can read you them. Would you prefer? Okay, I'm telling you that you're wrong. All the nations around them actually had better law codes for slavery. They had chattel slavery, they had voluntary slavery, but the Babylonians and the Assyrians and all of them had better codes. Mainly because they did not see that their gods mandated it, but that the king mandated it. That's different.
You're talking about the same Babylon that had that literally had willful human child sacrifices. These people will go and,
You know
burn
where
their
that comes from?
babies for
You know
this-
where that
this
comes
false
from?
God
There's only
power?
one
That is
source.
crazy.
No, there's
Are you
only one
serious?
source. There is only one.
It is the same. It
Oh
is the
my
same
Lord.
Babylon. that
There's
will-
only one source that tells us that. And guess what it is? It's the fucking Bible. There's no other source that tells us that. No other enemy of Babylon says that. In fact, and again, if you knew anything about biblical history, you would know that the ancient Israelites themselves actually practiced child sacrifice. Okay? This is not a new thing to the ancient Israelites. Okay? The people all around that region did that. Okay? So I don't know where you're getting this from. You're getting it because you're only reading the Old Testament. You're not reading any other literature from all over that region. So you need to expand your horizon and not only believe the propaganda that is in the Old Testament, because that's what it is. It is propaganda that is being put out to say that the Babylonians are bad and that the Assyrians are bad and all this other shit. When if you can read what they actually did and what they actually say, you will see that that didn't happen. It's very simple. Okay? So don't just believe what you see in the book.
That is not very simple, Matt.
It is very simple.
No, it is not. I was just unmuted, so it seems like you were making a point and I was silenced. That is not true. Whatever outer biblical text that you're taking, I can find the same outward biblical text that supports my view.
No, you
Anyone can
can't,
do that.
because you have to have
Yes, I can. It
multiple
is literally
attestations.
history. It's
No, no,
historical.
okay. No,
Matt,
okay.
Matt, listen. And listen, respectfully, you don't know my life. I don't know your life. Parker, I don't know any of you guys. So for you to say, you don't know this, or you need to read this, you don't know what I've read, you don't know what I've been through, you don't know who I am, you don't know what I study, you don't know what I just graduated from. Same thing for you. So I'm just saying, you comparing your view with my view and saying, I've read this book. Well, I've read this book.
This
And
is
it
not
supports
my
what I'm
view.
saying.
Look, with respect,
It is
this
your
is
view.
not my view.
It is your view.
No, it's not. This is the view of a consensus of scholars that have spent hundreds of years looking at this stuff. The reason why I know this, the reason why I know this, the reason why I know this is because I listen to those that have PhDs, that have studied this for decades, that know what they're talking about. People who themselves are committed Christians that are seeking the truth and say, oh, I might still believe in Christ, I still might believe, but what we can see in the Old Testament does not comport with history. And that is simply the case. You are only reading the Old Testament and you're not expanding your horizons to consider the broad range of history about what we might see to be true. So yes, you can provide me a book. You give me a source from the time of Babylon, from the nation of whatever nation that says that they put children to sacrifices and they did it directly, then fine, I'll believe you, right? And I agree with you that around that time, there was some sacrifices, but the ancient Israelites did it too. They just kind of scrubbed it from their history. But we have found through archaeological evidence that they did this. So I don't know what point you're trying to make, because all you're reading is the Old Testament and you're not broadening your horizons.
Renee, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Renee. I appreciate it. Brianna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Morgan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Angela, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
Need
you,
some
everybody
W's
who
for all
also
of them in the
gifted
comment
me.
section.
I
And
got-
Ekany with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ekany. Can we get some W's for all of them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all have been so kind today. Also, everyone, keep tapping the screen and follow the live if you have not already, y'all.
Sorry, I'm unable to make a point because I'm muted every other second. You literally said that your sources are from scholarly reviews. Well, the point of a scholarly review is there are opposing sides. That means that you have sides that agree with what you're saying and you're consuming those books, and there's a side that
Respectfully, he said consensus.
there are sides that literally
side?
I'm
You said
getting my
consensus.
sources from as well. Matt, I never said that the Israelites did not have child sacrifices, but you're comparing the law of Jesus, the law of Yahweh, to the Babylonian times. It is recorded in scripture that Israelites, read 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, they did what was detestable in the eyes of the Lord. They burned their children to sacrifice. They set up Asherah poles. They had sex slaves and sex goddesses. They did this, they did this, they did this. And what? The wrath of the Lord came down and ushered them into judgment. And a new king was raised up. And they did what was detestable in the eyes of the Lord. History after history, until a king was on the throne that the Lord said, now this is the one that I will establish my nation forever. So literally, and granted, what I'm talking about, Matt, is the statements that you were making repeatedly, saying you're only reading the Bible. That is ignorant because you don't know me. You don't know what I've read. You don't.
Okay, all you're citing with respect is the Bible, and the fact is that you cannot see from a historical perspective that the Old Testament is propaganda. And what I mean by that,
wait, Matt, objective question, just a question for you. Are you a Christian? Are you a believer?
no, I'm an atheist now, but I was for about 10 years. The reason why I the reason why I
see how she
learned.
doesn't take into account anything.
No, the reason why I learned.
Take into account anything. I just said got it. Okay.
No, okay. But the reason why I know all this too is because I was a strong fundamentalist Christian for about 10 years. I was considering going to seminary. I learned the ancient languages because I wanted to do this. But then I lost faith for a whole host of reasons. But then I lost faith, but I still retain the knowledge, right? I still have the knowledge and I'm still interested in the subject, which is why on my bookshelf, probably half of my books are biblical type scholarly books that no one else in the world will care about, but I still have them, right? And so my main point is though, is that you will not probably, because of your faith, see that the Old Testament is like propaganda. It is authors writing for their own perspective, from their own view to serve a certain narrative. The Babylonians did it, the Assyrians did it, the Egyptians did it. They always write to serve their own view. You'll never get the other perspective.
Listen. Matt, please believe me. Listen, I hear what you're saying.
I'm going to let you say one more thing about it, and then I'll let Matt respond, and then I'm going to go back to the topic.
Okay, Matt, I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You're making sense. I understand and hear what you're saying. But for you to say that I would never understand, I would never see it because of my faith, that is false. Scripture specifically even says, to your faith, add knowledge. We do not have blind faith here. In order for me to even grasp or understand and believe what the Bible is saying, then we have to have evidence. We have to have proof. Historical. There are even many atheists that specifically would say, yeah, I understand what the Bible is saying. Yes, it is true. Yes, there have been many
proof for resurrection and walking on water, turning water into wine. There's proof for those things.
Let me respond to Matt Parker, and then you can say whatever you want to say. But yeah, what you're saying, Matt, is again unfair and untrue. Saying I just only read the Bible. I can't, again, you don't know my history, and I don't feel like I owe it to you to explain what I've been through, the journey that I've been to get to this viewpoint. But I had to, just the way I think and the way that I talk to other Christians, other pastors, whoever, about scripture, I have to visit outside sources myself. I've read more outside sources than I've read the Word of God. But you have to also take into account, Matt, that you're arguing from a point of disbelief. You're arguing from a point of being an atheist. Like I'm arguing from a point of faith. So naturally, we'll be on the opposite side of the
These same points, what I'm telling you right now, I would say when I was a Christian. In fact, I did say that because I learned that good scholarship, if it's true, then it's true. It doesn't matter what is true. The fact that I said that is propaganda, that's not me saying that, right? That's John Collins, John C. Collins, a Christian biblical scholar who wrote one of the most seminal books on First and Second Kings, right? Talking about how we can see it as both history, but also as propaganda, right? You can look at my opinions are not just my own opinions. They are the informed opinions of scholars that have spent literally hundreds of years, not just them, but over hundreds of years to build up this knowledge. And me saying that it's propaganda is not taking away from the view that it's inspired faith. But no one outside of being a fundamentalist will say that what's in the Old Testament is not propaganda.
Richard S. Hess, William P. Brown, Jason D. DeRuchik. I literally think, Matt.
Yes, I've read Hess. Hess is a good scholar, but unfortunately,
and he says what I'm saying is true.
And unfortunately, he commits to biblical, biblical inerrantism. He's a fundamentalist. He has a reason to say that. If you read his works, you'll see he says,
Matt, I have.
Okay, he commits to a certain worldview.
Matt, we're not gonna agree here, but we're not, and we don't have to. It's okay for us to have different beliefs. What I'm saying is, I just want you to understand that I am arguing from a point of belief and faith and testing and trials and evidence.
Okay. I'm sorry. I told them we were already stopping.
The only thing I'll say,
also, I don't want to hear the same thing again.
Yeah, no, and the only thing I'll say, and then I'll drop. And this is fundamentally true. Only ideology, only religion, and because religion here is a type of ideology, can get somebody to whitewash and to basically accept that slavery is a good thing, that violence in certain cases is a good thing, that even the unaliving of children in certain circumstances is a good thing. Only ideology in all of its forms can do that. And we saw that on display because what you saw there was a whitewashing of one of the grossest forms of violence that one human can do to another human. That's what you saw. And I think Parker did a wonderful job of like dismantling it and everything. But that's what you're seeing is that religion is being used to say, well, no, it's not really that bad when it actually was that bad. And we have good reason to believe that. So thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Have a good night, Parker. Bye-bye.
It's always good seeing you, man.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Let's get some W's for Matt in the comment section, everyone. W's for Matt. W's for Matt. Across the boards, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
55.
Are you voting Trump?
I just wanted to come up here and say you're a...
I'm sorry. I really do appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you so much. I am just looking for Trump supporters, and I've only got about 20, 30 minutes left on the live, so I do have to go into the next person. I do appreciate you. But thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I do apologize, everyone. I am just looking for some people who are debating everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump?
Unfortunately, yes.
Why so?
Because I wish we had a third party to vote for.
It's not a
I
reason
vote
to vote for
educated.
Trump.
I don't vote party. And unfortunately, we don't have a third party we can vote for. That gets
So why would you vote for
traction.
Trump because there's no third party?
I don't like a lot of his politics at all. With Kamala, I grew up in California, and I grew up during a time where she damaged one of my friends' lives severely. His name is Carmine Conley. And if you look that up, you will see what she did to him.
Do you want to say?
Carmaund. And his last name is Conley, Conley. And what
Can
she
you tell
did
me,
to
like,
him,
what would she do?
she got evidence he was innocent of a crime, and she got evidence that he was innocent through the LA Innocence Project, and she refused to do her job, and she kept him imprisoned, even though she was given the evidence that he was innocent, and she just left him still imprisoned. And
Can
then
you give me a source?
Huh?
Can you give me a source?
You can look it up online.
Just look
I
it
don't
up
have.
online.
I don't know how to do. I'm on my phone. Sorry.
like a
I had
trust me, bro.
chemotherapy, and my throat is really not good. But if you look up his name here, I'll tell.
How does that relate to you giving me a source?
Because
Alicia, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Alicia. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. And wait, can you
I'll type
like
his
spell the
name in
name
there.
again? Carmen, how do you pronounce the name again? Or type the
Conley.
name?
Here, I typed his name in there.
I can't see it in the comment. You think I'm going to see the random comment in the comment section? Carmad Conley?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
it's not misinformation. It's truth.
I don't see anything related to this. I'm looking it up right now. All right. Do you have a single source though, or no?
Yeah, I don't know how I can get onto my. Hold on. Let me find a link real quick.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I'd like to see
But
the
had
source.
she not done that, then she blamed it on her office when she was.
Sal, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So
And if I had
when
money,
was
I would
he
give
when
it
was
to
he
you.
jailed?
Um,
Like what year?
Sorry, my alarm's going off. It was like in the 2000s. It was when she was the Attorney General of California.
No, what year?
Hold on,
Do you know?
I'm bringing up your. It's like in 2000. I want to make sure I give you the correct information.
All right, we'll see.
Sorry.
Sal, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. There's a law school case apparently. Hold up, it's loading. Like, I'd like to hear what year. There's a law school on the case. The detective withheld evidence, not Kamala. Okay, and this is from.
was
I can't
2020.
click on that. Sal, is there a way you can put that in the Discord? If you put it in the live clips
I don't have
section of the Discord, I'll be able to
Sorry,
click on
I
it.
don't have Discord.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
If you put it in the live clips or the lives, I'll be able to see it real quick. Sal. Or anyone can put it in the Discord. Krista, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, do tap that screen. That's right up to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well. Okay. Let me see this. Okay, so yeah, okay, I have a source right here. He was convicted in 1994.
Yeah, and then it was happening
Okay.
like in early 2000s was when he
So-
when he was finally.
So there was no withholding of evidence from Kamala Harris. It was specifically the sorry, hold up. I'm reading. Give me 1 second. It is the detective, I think, it seems. Michael, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, yeah, like, do you want, you can go in my Discord and you can see it as well. If you can go into the Discord, it's from UMitch. I can give you a title if you'd like. You just look at Carmad Conley on the National Registry of Exonerations. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, the detective withheld evidence. So why do you blame Kamala?
Because she was the district attorney, and then she became the.
Wait, but she didn't
General.
withhold evidence.
No, she didn't withhold evidence.
But you
She
said you
just
actually
admitted-
claimed when you first came on here that she
I
withheld
didn't say
evidence.
she withheld evidence. I said she
That's what
neglected.
you did say.
No, I said that the Innocence Project gave her evidence, and she ignored it. I didn't say that she withheld it, and then she blamed her office for doing a crappy job.
Okay. So again, you explicitly did say it was her fault, that she knew that it was the case that he was innocent and then withheld that.
Well, if I said that, I did not. That was not my intent, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so
that
then
it
what did
came
she do
across
wrong
like that.
here?
She didn't do her due justice as an attorney.
What
And
is
if she
she
doesn't
supposed
do
to
her-
do to stop that?
Well, if somebody's proven innocent and she's the attorney general, she's supposed to do her job and make sure those cases are gone through and dot the I's and cross the T's. I would hope so, as attorney general, and not allow innocent people to sit in prison.
Okay, so again, she didn't have any like authority over that. Like I don't know how you would say that she could.
She did because it was her
At
office.
that point. Wait, you said she was attorney general at that point, right?
I believe so.
How was she attorney general in 1984? Was she attorney general in 1984? I don't think so.
I didn't say 84.
Yeah, that's when it happened.
No, it was like
It was
94.
like early 2000s, right? Attorney General 2010 election. Yeah, 2011 through 2017. Yeah, so she was not even Attorney General then. So what are you talking about?
It was probably like right before it was probably like right when she left the DA, then San Francisco DA, and then went to Attorney General.
She was Attorney General in the 2000s. This person was literally like, what, in 1994? Convicted? He was convicted in 1994.
Right. And in
Okay.
2003, the Innocent Project got his case and then turned it over.
Oh, okay. So what evidence was she presented that she withheld?
Everything. She was given the whole case.
Everything. What?
Yeah. So she was going out of office. And as the new DA
Wait,
was
actually,
coming in,
what year was this? What year was this?
it was like 2000. No, I think it was 2010.
2010. She wasn't even Attorney General yet.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. She was an Attorney General of California yet.
When did she become Attorney General then?
2011. January 3rd, 2011.
So then she was still, regardless, then she was still involved with this case. Because whether she was
What?
DA or not. Because,
What are you talking about?
so if she was DA, then she was still involved with this case.
And it says in December 2010, a California Superior Judge vacated Conley's conviction.
And she kept him in jail.
That's in 2010. She wasn't even an Attorney General yet.
So then she was still DA, and that was his case.
So district
still.
attorney now?
Well, it could have been district attorney. I don't know. But
Wait, where was this guy from? You said he was your friend. Where is he from?
Yeah, he's from Northern California.
Well, where
From the
in
Bay
California?
Area.
From the Bay Area?
Yeah, from the Bay Area, from like
What
San
district?
Francisco.
Do you know what district?
Just from, no, I don't know the district. I know he was like from San Francisco.
So what district?
I don't know
Yeah, go
the
ahead, Matt.
district. I know that he lived like around the Army. I have to get
Around the Army?
Hey,
No,
Hannah,
not around
let
the
me
Army.
clear this up.
I would have
Let's
to get off
this
the
cleared
Army
up.
street.
Go ahead.
Let's clear this up. So he's from San Francisco. She was San Francisco DA at the time. He had his conviction vacated, but what happened was it was dismissed without prejudice, meaning that they could retry it because the judge said that the evidence leaned towards him being being innocent. That was in 2010 during the last month of her tenure. Her office decides to take it back to trial, but then once the new DA got in 1 month later, then that a new DA decided to not do new charges.
Angela, thank you for the $10, and Nadia, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sal, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So she did that. So she did that during her last month of her tenure, and it was an office which is comprised of many lawyers. They decided to retry it because the judge said, "I'm dismissing this without prejudice," meaning that they could reintroduce new evidence and stuff just without the evidence that the judge found to be biased or wrong.
Even though he was like the Innocence Project even found evidence to prove that he was
Oh yes,
innocent.
the Innocence Project is great, and they would have probably presented that evidence to them. But once again, the main point is that the judge gave them leeway to do it, and then during her last month within that office, they decided to retry it. But then 1 month later, her tenure was up, and then the new DA did not file those charges.
So, but it messed up his life, and so like if that hadn't, because he had to stay in Pelican Bay.
She didn't send him to jail at first, right? He was in jail for for about 20 years of his life, having nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Nothing to do with her whatsoever. Right? He was found guilty in the late 80s, early 90s, and was in jail clear up until the mid or late 2000s. And that had nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Just her
Well, he
office.
was accused of a drive-by shooting that he didn't do. That's what the whole thing was for.
I can believe now. Yes, I believe now that he's probably innocent. I'm not saying he's not innocent. I'm simply saying that VP Harris had no impact on him being convicted or sent to jail because she wasn't DA at the time. That happened in the 1990s. She wasn't doing anything with being a DA.
But
what you're upset about is the fact that in the last month she decided to refile charges, but then those were
there was
dropped.
evidence to prove that he was innocent.
And that would have been brought up in the trial. The reason why they decided to do it was because the judge left the window open for them. If the judge had been convinced that this was a total exoneration, then he would have dismissed this with prejudice, meaning that they can't bring new charges.
So I like how you accept these things specifically, but do you accept the fact that Donald Trump sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll?
Hell no.
You see what I mean? Like,
But
she
this is
accepts
not,
this
this
with
is
like
why
no
I wish we
evidence,
had
but
a third party.
like E. Jean Carroll actually held Trump civilly liable for sexually abusing her, and again, you don't even believe that. So
I don't believe in Donald Trump. That's why I wish we had a third party. I wish there was another option for us to vote for.
you said you don't believe in Donald Trump?
No, but I don't believe in Harris
What?
either. I
Wait,
want
so
us
do you
to
believe
have,
that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll?
No, I mean like I.
Why not? Can you name one piece of evidence
No, I
submitted
didn't.
in the case?
I wasn't saying that I don't believe him. Like I.
No. Do you believe that she was assaulted?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you vote for someone who has sexually assaulted a woman?
Well, I feel like I have to choose somebody, and I
Has Kamala Harris done that?
no. She
No?
hasn't.
So, like, why
not
would you
that
vote for
we don't
someone who
know
has done
everything
that?
about her. We don't know everything about
Yeah,
her.
but I don't have any good reason to believe she's done that.
No, I don't believe that she's assaulted anyone.
Okay, but you do believe Trump has. So why would you vote for someone who you believe has versus someone who you believe hasn't?
Well, she's willing to keep innocent people in prison.
Told you that it didn't happen. Like, with respect, I just gave you the full history. I said he was released from jail and they decided to refile the charges, but then 1 month later they got dropped. So he didn't go back to jail. That had nothing to do with Kamala Harris because he was already in jail when she became DA.
Okay, what about the parents who had to go to jail when their teenagers skipped school?
So truancy? So she realized that what
Yeah.
was leading to crime was truancy, so she needed to do something to crack down on truancy to reduce the likelihood of crime.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess like a juvie is something, but I mean, she was known for a long time of having like a tough on crime stance. I mean, I think I don't.
Now you guys are not Law and Order. They're like, nope, no Law and Order now.
See, that's what I don't understand. People be like, Democrats are soft on crime, and yet then we put somebody at the top of a ticket that literally
I'm
was
not a
tough on
Republican,
crime.
first of all.
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
didn't
but
say
I'm
that.
not
I'm
a
just giving a
Republican.
general observation. I'm just giving like an observation.
Oh, okay. But I'm not a Republican. I am nonpartisan. I try to vote educated, and this election is very difficult for me because of the fact that I'm wishing that we had a third party.
Who would you vote for a third party? Like when there was third party. I mean, there still is third parties. You know that, right?
I wish we had Ross Perot or somebody like that who was smart.
Ross Perot?
I don't know.
You're going back to the 90s?
No, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any good candidates. Like, I don't know. I wish there was something other than Republican and Democrat.
Who's the best candidate? Is Kamala Harris a better candidate than Donald
Okay,
Trump?
then I mean, what do you like about Donald Trump? Like what's appealing about him? Because you're leaning towards his way, so what makes him appealing?
I guess that he wasn't Kamala because of what happened to my friend Carmen.
But but now that you have new information, and did you know that your friend, by the way, said within the Daily Mail that he forgives her and that her record with what happened to me should not be held against her when she's running for president?
Wow.
He had said that to the paper, but to all of us, he is still upset.
So he lied?
Yeah. because he didn't want haters and people coming after him and his family.
Wait, it's not like hating or anything. Like if he thinks that Kamala Harris should not be president, then I mean, many people have said that he's not going to be in like unfamiliar company or anything. So why would he say it like if he didn't believe it?
Because social media can be a brutal place.
I understand that, and I'm sorry that what happened to your friend. But again,
do you currently live in like San Francisco?
No.
Oh, actually, Parker, how about
So
this?
do you live near this person?
No, we keep in touch over the phone and FaceTime and all that stuff.
Okay, how about this?
Hold on, I gotta
Donald
put my
Trump.
phone on the charger.
Okay. Donald
Thank you for
Trump.
the $5. Thank you so much.
Donald
And
Trump.
Jocelyn, thank you for the $5 as well.
Donald Trump called for the death penalty for 5 young black men who were found not guilty for a crime that they had found been found guilty for. Is that not equally or more bad than what Kamala Harris did to your friend? Where Donald Trump is not saying that they should be put back in prison, but that the death penalty should apply to 5 young black men who did not do a crime.
Boys at the time. Yeah.
Boys, yeah.
Right. Who did that? Sorry, somebody's. Please don't dox me. I would appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I don't.
Somebody messaged me on the feed thingy, a private message, and they said they put my address and they said that they're gonna let everyone know my address if I don't vote Kamala. Can you please tell them not to do that?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't.
How'd they get your?
That's so crazy.
How'd they get your address?
I don't know, but I don't appreciate that. I have cancer and I'm fighting Crohn's disease, and I don't need the stress of that on top of everything. Please.
I'm telling you,
That's
people
not cool.
people are crazy on this app. No, people are crazy. Just don't believe them. They're nuts.
I don't need the stress of worrying about that on top of all that.
We understand, but just ignore those
Thank
messages. It's probably a troll. Like, believe us, we get messages every single day on like crazy people. So
yeah, and also like people, please do not do that.
yeah, but if you see somebody do it, just let us know and we'll ban them. So
That's ridiculous. Anyways, I don't know. I feel like it's just frustrating. I just wish we had a third party to choose from.
but
Sure, but like okay. Someone who's literally sexually assaulted someone who literally tried to overthrow the government, someone who literally said the Central Park 5 should have been executed, right? How is that a better candidate that you should vote for?
I guess it's not. When
Okay,
you
so
put it that way.
who's a better person, Kamala or Donald?
I've really never given her like a real look, I guess, because of Karaman.
No, I get it, but like what we're doing is we're putting people's rights on the line. We're putting the future of this country on the line because Trump doesn't believe in things like climate change. He has no healthcare policy. He said he just has concepts. Right? Do we really want to go back to a time where people with pre-existing conditions could be like denied?
No, because that's something I worry about all the time.
yeah,
Like
and
if I was to use my
only one
insurance, you know.
Yeah, so only one candidate has a plan to protect what we have now and make it better, and that's Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. Like, you might not like the like party, but on like healthcare policy, there is only one clear answer here. Thank you for the heart. Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like I guarantee you that if Donald Trump becomes president again, his minions that he puts in power will seek to undermine all the protections that the APA grants. The House and the Senate will likely try to weaken it. They may not full-blown undo it, but they will try to weaken it. And so, and I guarantee you that will happen.
That's
She has a bit
scary.
of a lag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you do. I know it's scary, which is why I understand. I know, I understand why you don't want
This
to
is
vote
stuff
for
people
him.
don't talk about. You know, this is scary. Like, nobody talks about this stuff. And they don't talk calmly about this stuff or rationally about it. You know, it's always, let's tear people down, let's name call.
I understand.
You know, like,
yeah,
it's
I understand.
frustrating. And I've never heard, that's why I never get to hear about Kamala, you know. I would like to speak more with something to find out about Kamala. I don't take your feed, you know. And I'm sorry, I did not have money to give you, so I tapped the heck out of your phone, and now you're up to 2 of my phone, and now you're up to 2 million. And I know
Oh,
you're
yeah,
up to
don't
2
worry
million
about that. You
those
don't,
hard thingies.
No,
So,
I appreciate that.
Let me just give you one piece of advice as someone who has done it myself, and this is just good advice on outside the world. I recommend that you change your TikTok name to not have your full name in it, because people will have information that way. So
probably not the time
like,
to want to
I'm
learn
just-
that in front of 8.6 thousand people. But like, yeah, we do need to tell you.
Okay, I
that's just a
I
little bit
set
of
it up
advice.
pretty quick because of social media stuff for my community.
Yeah,
But yeah, I
understand.
would like to learn more and
yeah.
have a better conversation about Kamala, and to learn more, if that's okay. If you don't mind, like, messaging me later or something and helping me learn more.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll
'cause
follow
when
here. You know
when you
what?
type
I'll
in,
follow you right. I'll follow you right now. Follow me back, and in fact, what I'll do right now is I will at you. Oh, actually, let me. Here, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go into your thing.
thank you. And can I say one thing about Christian people and Donald Trump?
Go ahead.
There's 2 scriptures, and I'm not a scriptorian that could remember things well. There are 2 scriptures. One that one that says God's things to God and Caesar's things to Caesar's. To me, that's like separation of church and state. When you vote, don't vote emotional, vote smart. Keep emotions out, you know. And I know that's what I'm learning. That's what came to me as I was talking to you, because I let my emotions about my friend get in the way and kind of put that blinder on. Vote smart and educated. Like, don't let that emotion get to you. And so, and the other thing with abortion, you're talking about murder or whatever. And if that's your personal view, that's your personal view. But let that be the other person's issue with the God you think. It's not you murdering. It wouldn't be you doing the act. It's the other person. So let them have that choice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? Don't
We understand.
don't do that to another person. Let that person have their own choice to make. It's not your responsibility to do that.
Yep. I agree. Okay. You'll see a message from me. I did say hello, so you'll see that in your message request. So you'll see a hello from me, and you can.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Parker. I really appreciate you.
Of course, appreciate you. And Matt.
And I'm back. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Parker.
Sheila, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Bailey. Thank you for the $10. And Alyssa, thank you for the $5. I always appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to say I'm sorry to everybody who donated. I did get donations and I didn't see them. So if you did donate, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It really does. And I'm sorry that I didn't say your name, but I really do appreciate it. So thank you, everybody. Okay. Thanks, Parker. Bye-bye.
Of course. And Sarah, thank you for the $5 as well. By the way, everyone, I might actually just end it here, everyone, because I do have to get going to go see my girlfriend. I got to stay on a little bit longer today, so I am happy that I was able to do that. I do appreciate everyone who came on today. Make sure to follow me here if you have not already. I go live literally every single day. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, everyone, so do make sure to follow me here. This is probably, I might just like switch to this account from my live account, and because like the algorithm pushes so much more, I have a lower following percentage on this account, so I actually get pushed. So I might just like start doing that a lot more. So follow me here. Also, go to my repost. You can watch my videos, the Charlie Kirk debate and stuff like that. I'm going to be posting more as they come. I just need to find a way to get around like these originality violations. But we're going to go raid Harry, everyone. Look up Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam Love and Parker. Look up Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. Let's blow up Harry's live real quick. Harry J. Sisson. Spam Parker raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker, spam Love Parker. Love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.
Sinyo to jest Blackwood, Blackwood. Sinyo to jest White Grey